appreciate all the support that you've ever given us, and go Cog Prime.
And I want to make sure you get your trophy here as well, man. MVP, Cyno, and his heavy, man. Make sure you hold on to it for me. MVP, raise it up for him, man.
It's just so incredible. I'm so happy. And, I've always wanted to tell my parents that I finally won this tournament. So, Mom, Dad, I finally won Worlds.
Feels like I'm in a dream. I haven't woken up yet. Hopefully, this dream never stops.
Splice are going to be your Season 5 World Champions. This is their moment. Untouched, unscathed, bow down to your kings, the Camelot Kings, champions of the world.
Good morning, SMITE fans, and welcome in to the SMITE Pro League playoffs here in Season 10. We've had a long road to Masters already here in Season 10. The road continues, though, now in the SMITE Pro League playoffs. We've whittled down to just 6 SPL teams that are playing here this weekend. This will be a seeding event for, of course, Masters, which will be coming up in just a couple weekends. If you need a reminder on how the road to Masters broke down, we can look at the standings from the first phase of things. The Oni Warriors, spotless, 10-0 in the Chaos division. Then we jump to the Order side, where you got a whole mess of teams that are essentially the remainder of our seeds, with the Highland Ravens getting a bye. Camelot Kings, Styx Ferrymen, Eldritch Hounds. After that, we go back to the Chaos division for the other bottom 3 teams, really in the league and, of course, in their own division. So we will not see the Oni Warriors or the Highland Ravens this weekend. Those 2 teams have won themselves a bye to Masters, which will happen in just a couple of weekends. Well, what are seedings matter if you don't have them placed into a bracket? Let's take a look at that bracket. Because remember, on the last day, we had to find ourselves a tiebreaker. We had a tiebreaker match between I believe it was Styx Ferrymen and the Eldritch Hounds. That was the tiebreaker the Styx Ferrymen won, so they will be facing off against the Gilded Gladiators in the top of our bracket. The Jade Dragons and the Eldritch Hounds, they'll fight later today over on the other side. That is a lot of words, a gore miser, to say we finally made it to playoffs. And we'll start today here with 2 big best-of-5s in the first round.
Yeah, and honestly, I'm really excited to see what both of these teams have. I feel like the Ferrymen, by the end of the phase, were just cleaner, right? I think that there were definitely some stumbles in the middle. Even they had mentioned it, that it was, struggles figuring out the meta, what they wanted to do. And then slowly the grass kind of tightened for them. They were like, oh, okay, when we do this, we're starting to win. We start to win. And figuring out, I think, more of what their identity was going to be, at least for that meta. Of course, there's been couple of changes coming into this week that maybe is going to alter some things, but I think they did a good job of figuring themselves out. And I think the Gladiators is a pretty simple team for them to look at and say, okay, we know what we need to do against those guys. What do we have to do to stop them? Right now, it seems like it's their jungler, right? You shut down Kyrmi, you seem to shut down the rest of the team. So I feel like this is a team that has done a good job of improving themselves, as well as really being able to go up against a team that's kind of easy to get homework against.
Well, Gormizer, the dual lane of both of these teams is going to be a spotlight throughout the set. And for the Styx Ferrymen, CycloneSpin has been really a treat to watch. Rejoins a lot of his old teammates here this year, and looks like has returned to form and really feels like such a power point for the Styx Ferrymen team. Playing a lot of Xbalanque, Hachiman, the build has been set, and the build has looked good for CycloneSpin. And Gore, I think, a real win condition now for this Ferryman team.
Honestly, I think that it's just been, again, clean play, and I think you're going up against Stuart, which I think is not going to be like an easy 1v1 match, but Cyclone's been doing it forever, and he's been doing it better than a lot of people throughout a lot of that time. And so I do think that this is going to be a fun one to watch. I also think that you're getting a much wider god pool. I mean, obviously there's solo lane to be accounted into it, but like Cyclone's got a massive god pool to lean to. And so I think that this is just something and someone who has been nothing but a benefit to the league and to the team.
That's right. He's going to get you a few kills. He's not going to die a lot. And he's going to be great for the Styx Ferrymen. He's also standing by with J-Mac for the pregame interview.
Yeah, that's right. I've got CycloneSpin, the carry for the Styx Ferrymen with me. Cyclone, kind of talk to me about maybe your opinions on the performance of your team so far this phase and leading up to this event.
We've been struggling. Like the start of the phase, trying to figure out like how to play with each other. But towards the end, we started learning how to play with each other, so we're doing a lot better now compared to the earlier phase.
Okay, so a nice little bit of an upward trend for your team here. Cyclone, going up into this bracket, you had to do a seeding match against the Eldritch Hounds just a week prior. That way you could figure out if you were playing against the Gladiators or the Dragons. Now, I know that every team always likes to say, well, we got to beat everybody if we want to win, but do you feel that maybe this makes your path maybe towards that higher seed a little bit easier on this side of the bracket?
I don't think it matters that much because it is true you do just have to win in the end.
Mm-hmm.
And, yeah, basically you just have to win.
So you got to keep getting the wins out there. Cyclone, going up against the Gladiators, you're going to be facing off specifically, at least in your lane matchup, Stuart, an Inbound team that you've only had to play one time so far this year. And I think since the first time that you played them, we were able to get a couple of wins under their belt. How do you feel that dual lane might be going up against Inbound and Stu?
They're probably going to be a lot more cohesive at the start. They're probably learning how to play with each other since they haven't played with each other since Season 8 or Season 9 maybe. But they should be pretty good now.
All right. Well, Cyclone, thanks for coming out for the pregame review. I'll get you back with your team. Good luck in your set. And we'll throw it back over to the desk.
Earlier on this phase, when the Styx Ferrymen fought up against the Gilded Gladiators,
Yeah, I was
it was
looking
a
at the same
2-0
thing.
in favor. Were you looking at the first match?
I was trying to, but mainly because I was just like, man, I know they had to play each other. When was it? It was the very, very first
right.
win that the Ferrymen got.
It was a while ago, and unfortunately for the Gladiators, took them a little while to start stringing some wins together. However, Gladiators, a team, remember, they beat the Camelot Kings. They officially ended the Camelot Kings' undefeated streak at the beginning of the Road to Masters and started what has now become a difficult run of things for the Camelot Kings. Yeah. So the question for the Gilded Gladiators after that match was, is this a one-off? Is this going to be consistent? Are the Gilded Gladiators here to play? Are they here to win? Well, they didn't exactly string together a bunch of wins, but they did win another match or two and started winning some of the individual games within their sets. So, Gort, this seems like a team you're still probably not favoring in any of the matchups they go into, but I think you're giving them a fighter's chance. And you have to remember, this is a best of 5. In a best of 5, it's all about adaptation and consistency. Some would argue a better team will almost always win a best of 5 because you got to win more consistently in a set like this, but it does change the dynamic.
Yeah.
And the god pool of that guy right there is going to be tested.
It's the thing that you kind of mentioned, and specifically that you look at when it comes to best of 5s. We've talked about it a lot, but like Game 3 is when you start to see more specifics, right? Like the meta bans are there in Game 1. They start to slip maybe a little through in Game 2. And then by Game 3, it's, okay, what are y'all playing that is causing us trouble, and how do we deal with this? So I think that the first couple of games are ever increasingly important, but we'll probably see some adaptation. Like you said, Kyrmi. Look, it's just so easy to talk about him, because when you say the word, when you say, is this team going to be consistent? He's the one who's been consistent. I mean, even in their bad games, he looks good. And that's the thing I think that the rest of the Gladiators have been trying to step up to. I think Kyrmi has done a fantastic job so far this season. It was just always coming with the question. Scary D, when he's having a great day, then all of a sudden this team is just rolling over people. But sometimes there's not been the great days. Sometimes we've seen the issues come from the solo lane. So there's consistency questions there. Same thing I think has to be said for Snoopy over in mid, because there's been a lot of moments where a couple of good plays from the mid lane might be able to change the pace of the game, and something's just gone wrong, right? I mean, I'm thinking of a defense at one point where he flickered forward out of the Phoenix.
Yep.
And sometimes things like that happen, but you just got to make sure that this is one of those days where the mistakes we've seen, albeit spread across 5 weeks, right? It's not all happening at once. Across 5 weeks, if all of those just don't show up, they just can't show up today, can't show up tomorrow, can't show up on Sunday. And as long as you can do that, like you said, consistency is key. One good weekend, this Gladiators team, I think, has shown us that they can and will take it to the top teams in the league. It is just making sure that the clean play is there.
Yep.
I think the duo lane, much to what CycloneSpin had said, has done a great job cleaning things up. I think everybody on this team has done a great job cleaning things up from week 1 to week 5. And so seeing what they have to offer is going to be huge. But Stuart has been a pillar. Inbound has really, I think, stepped into that role. There's still some I'm going to call it classic Inbound games. But there's some really, really phenomenal. The Terra play highlights were in there for a reason. Really, really phenomenal plays, I think, that have balanced things out for the Gladiators. This is a matchup, I think, wholeheartedly. Not only they can win, despite the fact that the record, they only played the Ferrymen once. It was in week 1. It was in 0-2. That's pretty much negligible, right? A lot of meta changes since then, but also this team didn't know what they were doing at that point.
Sure.
Now they've got a better grasp on who they are, what they want to do, their comms with each other, things like that. And so I'm looking at this team and looking at this matchup completely different from how it was at the very beginning. This is a team that right now could beat anybody in the league. Everybody, I mean, even the Warriors are on that list. Everybody is beatable. The Warriors made it magical and didn't lose somehow, which is absolutely insane. But I think that there's a world where this team could run an absolute gauntlet. They just have to make sure that they're in the right zone.
Now, remember, for the Styx Ferrymen, they had to battle in one more tiebreaker match against the Eldritch Hounds, a match that they were able to win.
Yeah.
And also remember, for the Styx Ferrymen, just because of the way things broke down, they were 5-5 along with 2 other teams in the Order division. They were better than all but the only Warriors in the Chaos division, so they'll be going up against the Gilded Gladiators. But this Styx Ferrymen team, the conversation in the past has been, when do they start to find their consistency, right? Because they've had kind of middling regular seasons and then really good tournament events. Is this the start of one of those good tournament events for the Styx Ferrymen? That's the question. We'll find out in Picks and Bans for Game 1 just how they want to set the stage. Eyes, of course, will be on the jungle matchup in Picks and Bans, not only because what is Kyrmi going to get to play, but what is Cyno going to choose to play at this event is always going to be an important topic of conversation. Is he going to stick with the Assassins, move into the Warriors? Is Baskin going to get to play Vamana? Nope, immediately no, so the Gilded Gladiators. And Inbound has played a lot of healers recently, been a lot of Terra, a little Aphrodite, a little Umoja. And one of those picks immediately taken away by the Styx Ferrymen. And I suppose Gore in a best of 3, or best of 5 rather, we're in best of 5s here. Game 1 is you stick with a standard. You're doing a little bit of this is what we've thought about over the last couple weeks. From there on, it's full-on adaptation until the end. Not much being revealed, though, with the first pick. Hachiman, pretty standard from what we've seen. Recently got some changes in a good way, and the Hunters are liking him right now.
Honestly, I'm really curious to see where these picks go. Serqet was at the top of the list for a long time. Not something Cyno has liked, but something that Kyrmi has been really good at. Seeing that it's available and open, it's probably not as high priority, but only because the Ferrymen aren't going to play it. And that brings me to what you had said, right? What does Kyrmi get to play, is how you worded it, because what are they going to allow through? What is he going to be allowed to pick up? And the other half is, what does Cyno choose to play? Because he played a lot of Osiris towards the end there, and I don't think anybody was, like, really vibing with it.
No.
But at the same time, I don't think he did, like, it wasn't bad. They won all of the games. And so if you're able to make it work, you're able to make it work. So you have to give him credit where credit's due. I'm also, again, watching over some of these, I guess the bans more so in this, but picks as well, right? A lot of these gods got hit with nerfs. Vamana still got hit with a nerf. I think Hercules, Serqet did. Like, there's a lot of gods that are still on the board that got smacked with a nerf on Tuesday that are still showing a lot of prevalence. And honestly, I think you're getting a lot of presence from both teams, right? You've got a good team fight present already from the Gladiators with a Terra and a Hercules. A little bit of healing, good self-sustain, a lot of frontline control. And we saw highlights of Stu on this ROM. It's something that works beautifully and that I trust a lot to be able to play. I'm going to just use the word cleanly, right? I can expect it to go into lane. It's going to hold its own. It's going to come into the late game. It's going to find good damage, good snipes, and a lot of stuff like that.
I'm Gore, excited about. No, I'm not Gore. You're Gore.
Yeah, I'm Gore.
Gore, I'm excited about a Baskin tier game. I think what we saw from the Vamana, was that last weekend? Feels like forever. No, it was 2 weekends.
Yeah, it was a while. It was forever ago.
We had no broadcast last weekend.
In my brain storms.
My brain scrambled. May 21st, Vamana, 10-1-1 against the Eldritch Hounds. Just prior to that, won a game on a Guan U in that very same set. So I haven't seen the tier in a little while from Baskin, but if he's able to play mechanically up to par, could be a very disruptive game. Remember, tier had some changes. You can stun on the ultimate now, depending on what stance you enter the ultimate from. Provides a little extra utility into the kit. And adds some viability in as well. Mixed bans in the second wave. Speaking of waves, Hebo taken away, Merlin as well.
Baba Yaga.
Baba Yaga is probably where Paul would have gone. He's not going to get the opportunity, and the Gilded Gladiators will scoop her up.
Honestly, Baba Yaga, the best performing yet somehow most forgettable mid laner that has existed. It's so interesting, like, going through the list. Maybe it's just because for so long after she released, she was not very prevalent. But the damage output has always been there, right? It's the late game damage. But right now, with the builds you're going, you're not really having to wait till late game to get some of that good damage out there. Plus, at this point, you needed a good mid laner with Hebo, Merlin, and the Agni off the board. I'm not saying you're scraping the barrel, but you're definitely going to the point where you're like, all right, so where are the other, like, 3 gods in mid that we've been watching? Baba Yaga's been at the top of that list. So it's an easy pickup for them. Also gives Kyrmi a little more time to think about what he's going to match up into. And lets us see the full lineup for the Ferrymen, specifically to see what Cyno's going to be playing there on the other side of the screen. Because Cyno has a lot of weird gods. Cyno has a lot of meta gods. Cyno has a lot of, you're going to question him, but he still somehow makes it work gods. There's an entire list over there. And this is one that always ends up being made to work. Naja has good stuns, good setup potential, good damage follow-up potential. And something that I am really, really excited to see is that pair up with Ixchel.
Gore? It's been so long. I forgot Ixchel is now available in the SPL. We're going to get our first Ixchel game in game number 1 of the SMITE Pro League playoffs. Another aggro god. And Gore, Maui, I was going to say, this one a lot of fun. Maui was also a lot of fun to play. I know you love Maui. I love playing some Ixchel.
I have struggled this year to just, anytime I'm playing, to not play Maui. Like, every single time I look at the Guardian stat, I'm just like, why would I pick anything that's not him?
Give me a big landfall, reel someone in. I want to talk about Ixchel, though, Gore, because it's a pick that, honestly, I have really enjoyed playing.
Yeah, she's fun.
Really good kit. And you're able to layer the CC, the in-kit CC on top of one another somewhat effectively if you're hitting one of your circles. It feels like you're also going to be hitting the other. Worth mentioning, the blind in kit is somewhat surprising sometimes. You hit your one, you can hit that little tiny triangle up front for the secondary.
Not a lot of those in the game too.
Not many. And the ultimate, it's got some great utility. In a meta where we've been thinking about sustain and healing, Ixchel, a kit that has a bit of that in kit as well. So I wonder where our expectations should be laid for this pick.
You know, I always go in whenever I see it, especially if the god hasn't been the talk of the town since their release. Middle, right? I'm thinking, okay, she's probably going to do fine. Then, at least for this matchup, you add the Paul factor into it. So the fine for anybody else comes into, well, she's going to do great. Because Paul's going to do great. It's just a matter of whether or not the team does great around it. That is going to be the big question. I'm excited to see it. I think actually having Paul on this pick as well is going to be really eye-opening. You know, we got to talk to the mid laners not too long ago, and a few of them just hadn't looked at her too much. And knowing that Paul's eyes have been on this pick, it really kind of, at least to me, opens the conversation to where she can be. Not on the ban list, very low in the priority, which I think kind of speaks to at least where a lot of the pros are thinking for her. You know, still not valued over like the Merlin, the Hebo, the Agni, even the Baba Yaga, at least if you're looking over towards the Gladiators, but valued enough to be able to get locked in here. And like you said, adds a good bit of magical damage to a team that desperately needed it, right? I mean, you're looking at a team that otherwise is nothing but physical gods. You get a little bit of sustain on top of that, along with the Horus, that can help balance out what the Terra is going to be bringing, what Hercules is going to be bringing. And then, like you had mentioned, utility, movement speed as well, pretty heavy in her kit. So even though she doesn't have like that traditional escape that we might see on some other mages, or like a dash or a leap that you see on other gods, she's still got, I would say, more than enough survivability to get out of there. With a Naja beside you and a tier along your side as well, there's a lot of CC follow-up, a lot of control that can come from this god. Or not even from this god, from the team to help this god. And I think that from mid lane, I mean, if you get a really good sash early on, damage is TBD, right? Depending on some of the builds, what the pros are going to be doing. There's definitely something I think to be worried about in those first few levels.
Remember, a little bit of healing in kit, and I bring that up because Paul has really liked these mid laners that have some type of heal in there. I'm looking at his Hell games. He went Lotus Sickle, Regrowth, built Regrowth on Plash. Has had a couple of Hell games in recent memory, so I'm wondering if he's going to try to find synergy with those types of builds and this Ixchel pick specifically. A lot of weight in Paul's hands right now. He can single-handedly have a 100% win rate for eShell across the SPL or 0, one or the other. In game 1 of this best of 5 as the SMITE Pro League playoffs kick off.
That's right. It is our first game of the SPL playoffs. It's the Styx Ferrymen and the Gilded Gladiators in a best of 5 bout. See who's going to move on in the bracket. I believe they're to face off against the Atlantis Leviathans later on through. It's going to be a tough bracket for a lot of these teams going through there. Remember, seeding towards Masters, oh so important for this playoff event there. Getting your foot in the door very early. Going to be a big one for it. It's J-Mac, Mifflin, and Doug here for game number 1 between the Ferrymen and the Gladiators. And Miff, I'm noticing a lot of sustain on the side of the Ferrymen, whether that be self-sustain, throwing from like Baskin or Cyno, or team sustain from Paul and Aror.
Yeah, I'm not so certain about the efficacy of Chel in sustain. I almost view her similarly to Baron Samdi in that he's got healing, but you're not exactly reliant on it. So often you're going to have to make that decision. Do I want to throw it at my allies? Do I want to throw it into the back line of the enemies? We'll see how Paul decides to address that come late game. Of course, if the fight goes long and you're able to reset, plenty of opportunities to resustain there, as well as with the ultimate. So Chel, an untested factor and one that I'll be keeping my eyes on throughout this match. I imagine the Gilded Gladiators feel like they checkmate the Styx Ferrymen and P's and B's when Snoopy's able to pick up that Baba Yaga, perhaps forgetting that Paul has always been that guy to test out the new mage regardless. And it's a mage that I think fits his playstyle. Very poke-centric. I call them spammer mages, the ones that are just constantly throwing out their abilities. Chel is firmly within that camp. Just watch him. He's going to be going for poke constantly.
Yeah, especially just that within that first ability. Hit an enemy god, you get the cooldown right back, throw it again, try and get the blind shot immediately after, so a ton of spam. A lot of utility in this god's kit. I mean, Desk highlighted it. Blind, knock up, heal, root, movement speed. Feels like this god just does about all of it. And
Kind of aggro gods. Like that's a theme now, isn't it, with the aggro gods?
That's the thing I've noticed with some of the designers. You kind of figure out, okay, what does this design like to do? You get the stance switch designer. They like to design gods that have stances. So far, I've noticed that aggros, gods that have empowered autos and passives. That's the only consistency I have immediately.
Yeah, empowered autos, every form of CC in the game, and a ton of utility as well. Maui and Chel both give over additional movement speed too. Maybe there's something to be said about that.
Movement speed, oh man.
Yeah, I mean, it is going to be very difficult to lock down Paul and the rest of the Styx Ferrymen, for that matter. I mean, Aror and Cyclone playing 2 of the most slippery gods in role. Cyno, pretty slippery on the Naja, self-sustain. If you've got that ultimate available, a very good disengage tool. Baskin on the tier. Just a phenomenal pick right now thanks to some of the buffs he's received recently. A 1-second stun and defense stance on ult, or just additional damage if you're in the power stance. But most notably, slippery because he's got 2 dashes and a whole lot of immunity for CC.
We're taking a lot of pokes. So is Paul in the mid lane. A dive in by Kyrmi and Snoopy, and it's first blood to the Gladiators. Paul caught out of position, and now Cyno low, but not out. Yes, he is. Snoopy finds the shot after, and it's a double in mid to start the game off.
Man, that is exactly what Fenrir gets done. He just gets involved so early. The Unchained stun makes it difficult to know when you're allowed to step up. Stun into damage combo from the Baba Yaga. I believe Snoopy had potion in pocket, so a whole lot of burst for Paul off that initial burst of CC. Cyno tries his best to peel out for his ally, but can't get a whole lot done. Worth noting that both Paul and Cyno do hold on to their beads, though. Maybe could have had one of them avoid a death, but we'll be able to do it once more. Not really an opportunity for the Gilded Gladiators to continually rotate through and do it again.
Paul throws out a near full combo onto Inbound, but just scares Inbound away and secures the green buff. Make sure he gets the XP and that's not stolen away.
Is Chel that mana hungry, J-Mac? Goodness gracious.
I mean, he did throw, from what I saw, at least 3 abilities at Inbound. Maybe a
3
fourth
abilities.
one if he got the full combo.
He just got back from base. He's half mana already. That's ridiculous. I mean, Sands of Time will help out a bit with that, but gonna be a while till he stacks up a good deal of MP5. I haven't had too many opportunities to play Chel. Play tested her once or twice, played her in a few matches when she became available in ranked, but still trying to figure out exactly how that god feels throughout the early. And if that's the case, it's going to be real difficult to use that poke.
Cyno's here. Ultimate's available, but might not even need it. It's the triple body block. Inbound.
Oh, that's
is just
disrespectful.
Against the wall. And the Styx Ferrymen pick up a first blood. The power of body blocks, and honestly, one of the reasons it's one of my favorite mechanics in Smite.
I mean, they stopped hitting him, J-Mac. They stopped hitting him and just watched him squirm. That is awful for Inbound. Fortunately for Inbound, the rest of his team doing pretty all right at this point. Jungle and mid still ahead, so if anyone's got to die, support's a good place.
Oh, use the beads, and Occup's not going to stop Kyrmi, and there's the power of the Fenrir into that matchup. No way to stop the Brutalize, and Kyrmi teamed up with Snoopy pick up their 3rd kill in the mid lane.
Well, I'm seeing now that Xbalanque is going to be suffering in this matchup, right? Kyrmi has figured that out as well. Without the beads, next rotation from Kyrmi will be even easier. It's 2 kills through beads or just ignoring it. Now, without it, Ragnarok should find some value. With Jotun's in first slot, Ragnarok will come back up pretty quickly.
Baskin finds the push on a Scary. Cyno does get the sash afterwards. Scary still alive, thrown up in the sky by Cyno. Kyrmi's here, no ult, no way to help out. It's an extra stun by Baskin, but one by Kyrmi to try and bail out Scary, but it's just not enough. Baskin has the damage on the tier with that Bluestone to take down Scary D and notch a 2nd kill for the Ferrymen.
Looked to me like Unchained was timed a bit poorly there. Lands into the stun from Baskin, does not stun Baskin, and just takes a whole lot of damage, maybe even immune. A bit of that Unchained damage from Kyrmi. Unfortunate, that's really tight timing, and pretty unlikely that Scary D makes it out alive from that position regardless, especially after that Windfire Wheels placement from Cyno. On one of his signature picks at that, this Naja has served Cyno very well in the past. Seems like he's having a good day of it so far. Abilities are landing, 1 and 2, maybe not the most impressive slash line, but as far as actually hitting his buttons and aiming his abilities, I don't think I've seen Cyno miss just yet. And 5 minutes in, that's no easy task. Naja is a very high skill demanding god.
Typically why in the past we've seen it banned away from Cyno. I mean, he joined back in the SPL Season 9, got 1 game on Naja on his debut back in SPL, and then didn't get to see that god, I don't think, again until the very end of Worlds, if not even all the way up until here in Season 10. Paul going to be leveling up that first ability on the E-Shell. The higher spam of the abilities, the lowest cooldown by far compared to the rest of her kit. And I think the Death brings up maybe an interesting point there. One thing that Dave brought was maybe how much of the utility style route that Paul goes into. As mentioned on the healer gods, goes in towards things like regrowth, Lotus Sickle as well, but at least for the time being, seems to be just be more damage for Paul.
Yeah, I just don't see Chel as a dedicated healer. It's not the same as an Aphrodite. You're not a Hell. You've got sustain, but you're not a sustain god, is generally how I view it with Chel. So I imagine we see standard just throw out damage style of build here. I mean, I know there's, all right, look, I know there's a heal, Doug, okay? I understand. But when are you using it like that? Not super often, I'm thinking.
Yeah, maybe on some sieges, pretty much. Resustain up around a Gold Fury. So you get a decent bit when it is leveled up. I think it was 150 or 180 max rank whenever you do have that fully stacked up there. So it could be good if you can get some cooldown in the build, which Paul has elected towards, 20% so far. Horus been playing very aggressive on this Horus, and maybe rightfully so. The damage output to Inbound. He'll throw out the Monolith and break it to escape. Cyno's been lurking his way on this left side of the jungle.
Yeah, I was surprised CycloneSpin holds on to the ultimate there. It likely, due to Cyno making contact with Kyrmi in the jungle, you don't want to get involved too far up the lane with Kyrmi hovering so nearby, but Inbound was really low. Ultimate +1, maybe 2 auto attacks. Likely would have finished off that kill. Instead, a reset to neutral. Your support's already 2 levels up. Why risk it for the 0-1 Terra? I can get behind a thought process like that. But with that said, CycloneSpin has just now ticked over to level 8, whereas Stuart has been sitting there a little bit longer. Inbound behind not only from death, but because he's been hovering in the jungle so frequently, has allowed Stu to solo farm this lane. That'll start to slowly build up a lead for the ADC, but it's a tight balancing act, J-Mac, in that Inbound can sacrifice his own farm and make sure that his carries pull ahead, but it's going to have a topple-on effect where all of a sudden you just don't have a tank. You don't have someone that can get the fight started consistently. Now over to level 7, starting to slowly work on those Thebes. Inbound's, he's traversing it, but he's got to be careful. 2-3 levels in support, very difficult to catch up. It's one of the most difficult roles in the game to gain experience in.
And speaking of trying to catch themselves back up in experience, has been Paul. He's been about 2 levels down since that level 5 mark. It was 5 for Paul, 7 for Snoopy. It's been sitting pretty consistently at that 2-level lead for Snoopy ever since that point. That coming from the 2 deaths on Paul. One that went to Snoopy's hands and one that went over towards Kyrmi earlier on. Kyrmi now showing presence on the left side of the map, trying to alleviate some pressure, potentially over for Stu for Inbound, or maybe just even set up for Gold Fury, possibility, but maybe with Stu going back to base now, that one out of sight, at least for the Gilded Gladiators, so Aror going to do his best to make sure that he gets some vision control around here. It feels like we're, despite maybe the faster kills that happen in the game, it really feels like the pacing of the game has slowed down pretty dramatically. Is what I should say, but Cyno's going to get things active on the right side. We'll throw an ult on the Scary D, gets a push immediately into the tower. Nice combo, but the ring toss misses from Cyno.
Yikes.
Should still be a kill on the Scary
Yikes.
D.
Yikes!
If the sash had connected, but because it missed, and so did Baskin, Scary D will get to run free on the right side while the Gold Fury goes to the Gladiators on the left.
Man, yikes. Yikes, I think, the operative word there. Lot of missed abilities. Even if the slow just connects, if ring bounce just connects, you're probably getting a double tap because you're so close to those bastions. Maybe could have been. No, you're on your own side of the map. Wouldn't have hit off the bastion, but still would have found the slow. Would have been massive. Would have kept Scary D in range for Baskin stun. A lot of things could have gone differently, right? I mean, so many abilities miss. But it's the dedication and timing of it that are really costing the Styx Ferrymen. The classic response is always, hey, two in solo, go to gold. The Gilded Gladiators were ready for it, and when you look at the Styx Ferrymen in the ADC, where CycloneSpin was, where Paul was, there was just no opportunity to put a defense around the neutral objective. So good call from the Gilded Gladiators to go ahead and punish the Styx Ferrymen. And even had the Ferrymen found the kill, if the Gladiators go for the same play, I'm pretty certain they come out ahead regardless. There just really was not a whole lot of fight back potential from the Ferrymen on the left side of the map. Got to prevent this, though. Aror falling around Pyro could cost you Pyro.
Let's get the double dash away. Paul is here, throws out the beam just to get a little bit of damage towards Kyrmi and Inbound, but I think the little is the big word there, is that it's not doing a whole lot this stage of the game. Mostly just trying to ward off the Gilded Gladiators around that Pyro. So Aror gets to live for the time being, but half HP, it'll be a while before he resustains up.
Interesting point about Xbalanque Ultimate is that it is not only essentially an Anubis ult, but also a heal.
Well,
would have liked it there.
Yeah, probably would have been nice, but nothing. No Aegis still in level 11 for Paul, so it doesn't have that damage immunity, and it's a lather, rinse, repeat for Kyrmi. Dive on top of the E-Shell, no way for him to be peeled off, and now that's going to net at least a Pyromancer for the Gladiators.
Yeah, Aror and Cyno have got their work cut out for them. I mean, they're the only two that can consistently deal with the Brutalize. You don't want Tyr doing it. It would cost him his ultimate. You really don't want CycloneSpin doing it because it costs him his dash. So if Paul's going to be the target in the backline of all these fights, I'm thinking this Horus and this Naja are going to have to play primary peel for their mage. And if that's the case, you're allowing Snoopy free reign in his own backline. We've seen the Paul version of Baba Yaga and how much damage it can do. I'm sure Snoopy will be able to do something similar with all the space created by Kyrmi. It's going to be a difficult team fight for the Styx Ferrymen on next rotation of neutral objective. I don't see the Gilded Gladiators grouping up and pushing any structures anytime soon. So for the next minute or so, while we wait on that Fury to respawn, it's just about collecting as much farm as you can on map.
Even despite the fact that Paul just went down in the mid, he's still standing up, at least towards tier 1 to get that wave clear out for himself. But still 2 levels down, 2 Snoopies. That gap hasn't gotten any larger for Snoopy as far as the XP deficit, but it's still been sitting consistently there. And that's been one of the problems and one of the talking points about Gladiators has been maybe Snoopy's inconsistency for his farm, his positioning in team fights, but so far here in game number 1 has worked out pretty well for he and Kyrmi. Both of them, the only ones who have been able to be on the receiving ends of kills for the Gladiators this game.
Yeah, Kyrmi, the progenitor of a lot of that aggression, and likely will be for a good long while. Has elected for a slightly different build for a standard assassin. Gets a little bit of defense stacked up, and we'll be moving in towards more. So he can do things like that. Rinse, repeat. Is that what you said earlier?
Yeah.
Paul walks up the lane, eats a Brutalize, and wishes he hadn't.
Well, it's a repeat on the right side, but let's see if a kill nets this time. Scary D on landing, has the push to get away, tries to bail himself out, jukes away from Baskin, but does get stunned by Cyno, throws out the runic bomb to bail himself out, but it's just too much damage and too much CC from the Ferryman. A kill onto Scary D.
That might be the highest value runic bomb I've ever seen. Snoopy in a bit of trouble in the back line, forced to use his ultimate defensively. Didn't know who was coming with the roar, if anyone were nearby. So use that CC immunity. And actually, the runic bomb from Scary D there forces out the beads from Cyno. Lose out on some CC immunity there. Had that knock-up connected, likely would have bought enough time for Scary D to get driving strike back, create some space, potentially disengage. Cyno not willing to leave that to risk, decides to use his own relic. So 2 minutes now with no CC immunity easily available. You'll get your ultimate back in about 30 or so seconds. So if Kyrmi can make contact once Ragnarok is back up, Could just be a free kill there.
Baskin still holding on to a lead in solo, and in fact going towards a little bit of extra damage. Transcendence in that second slot, as opposed to Scary D, who's just doubling down on his defense with Glad Shield and a Wing Blade immediately after. Maybe worried about the slows that Cyno's been throwing out there from that ring toss, and maybe from what the rest of the team can offer with Aror, Baskin, those two players able to really easily proc that for themselves too. So Scary D might be a difficult one to get if he does get hit by one of those slows in one of these team fights.
Could be. Take a peek at the builds, J-Mac. Snoopy picking up the Prophetic Cloak. I want the fans at home to keep their eyes on this. How quickly this Prophetic Cloak is going to stack up, and how tanky Snoopy is about to become. Not only is he potentially the highest damage dealer on the map right now, but he's also going to be a pseudo frontliner for the next couple of minutes. This is a major turning point for Snoopy and the Gilded Gladiators to leverage Baba Yaga's massive power spike.
Pick out towards Aror. He gets picked up by the Ragnarok. Dragged back to Snoopy, and Aror goes down to Stu's damage. The heal beam from Paul is not going to do too much for the entire squad. As it's now a 5v4 around the Oni Fury. Scary D here, Baskin to the right side. Paul's going to get rid of the blind instead. Go for the heal to try and top him and sign off on HP. As inbound front lines, the Fury slowly being pulled by the Gladiators inbound. And just barely jukes out that blind. The Styx Ferrymen, they're zoned out of this Fury. Baskin's likely the only one who can have a line to it. The Oni Fury down to a quarter HP. Cyno picks up one in the sky. Baskin with the triple stun in the back line to keep this fight going for himself. Forces Stu out, but it's now Cyclone in danger. Aegis is away from the boulder and has got to use the ultimate out.
Cyno now in some trouble as Scary D finds one more stun. Pull just off the mark, so Cyno disengages. Bobby, are you as lucky as slow from Stu? Confirms it. Snoop, though, knocked down.
Baskin gets the kill for that one, and now it's the Fury over to the Ferryman. Kyrmi, Scary D, it was a 4v5 going into that fight, but bailed out just enough time for the rest of the Ferrymen to respawn back in, and now it's an Oni Fury to the Styx Ferrymen.
Just an ugly engagement from the Gilded Gladiators. Everything perfect until Aror died. Everything afterward, not so great. That Fury was really burning so slowly that the Styx Ferrymen were allowed to maneuver the map and line up a 3-man stun from Baskin, or have Cyno poke inbound down to a quarter HP. Styx Ferrymen will confirm the Pyromancer, a knock-up on the Scary D. Takes away any potential for a steal. The Gilded Gladiators in that position, I think, essentially have two calls to make. Dedicate your time to burn and actually deal with the Gold Fury, or look for the team fight before Aror respawns. They do neither, and they're punished heavily. A massive swing for the Styx Ferrymen. And in the SPL, at the highest level of play, small mistakes cost you greatly. The Styx Ferrymen, they're not going to make similar mistakes. They have not in the past. Objective play has been one of the strong suits of this team ever since CycloneSpin has rejoined with Aror. Having that dedicated in-game leader has served them well in these high-stakes late-game engagements. The Gilded Gladiators, I mean, it's an unforced error there.
Now, how the Gladiators even respond, because there's no Fury, there's no Pyromancer, so no objective to fight over. Maybe no reason to fight in general now for the Gladiators. Where before, they were fighting, that way they could maybe set up for one of those objective plays, just like we saw prior. Get a pick on Aror, start up the Fury, but too slow on the trigger. Aror will drop down his Runic Bomb and a Tier 1 tower with it. Cyno by himself in the back line. Might need to use ult to get away, does do so. And Tino the Roar, but Paul's in the back line. The beam is doing a lot of extra damage to Snoopy, and Paul will take him down. Kyrmi does pick up Baskin, but Baskin's got ultimate. He will get out of the tower right away. But the snipes
heal
from Stu, not going to be enough. Baskin a little too tanky, and too much sustain from the Ferryman.
Man, the damage output there on a Snoop, he was not ready for it. I'm still not impressed by Xchel ultimate damage. The rest of the kit looks pretty good to me. Great healing, great poke potential. That ultimate, a little bit lackluster so far. Maybe as he gets a few more points into it, it'll start to stack up a bit more. Or maybe it is just that the healing is just so much more valuable than the actual damage itself. We'll see as the game develops and as Xchel herself has a meta that develops around her. But for now, seems like he's just been playing as far back as he can, Paul that is, applying damage, and then running away once Kyrmi can close gaps. So if the rest of the team on the Styx Ferrymen can jump onto Kyrmi like we saw in that last fight, there's not a whole lot of threat on Paul.
Was one pick for the Ferrymen. Everybody backed up, and it's now a Fire Giant. Scared he's here. Keep your eyes on Boulder as a possibility. Baskin's going to have to CC him soon if he wants to stop this Boulder from going through. It does land into the back line, but the Gladiators steal away the fire. Was that Snoopy who
Had to
steals
be.
that one away? Because Scary D's cooldowns were expended. It was a single Baba's Brew potion tick that does take that one away. And now it's the fire on all 5 of the Glads.
Just after I'd said the Styx Ferrymen aren't going to give you any freebies, they give over a freebie. Scary D on chase, preventing some backs here. Could be an immediate push in a Phoenix with the positioning from the Gilded Gladiators. Instead, they'll take their small win and say thank you. We're not going to leave it up to risk. Let's actually play with this Fire Giant. They've got time to maneuver the map. I'd like to see them pressure the towers on left. Got to play careful here, though. You don't know where all the Ferrymen are. 2 have now shown themselves in the center of the map, so you know there are 3 hovering the jungle. But the Gilded Gladiators have got eyes for objectives nonetheless. A tough situation. I mean, even the call, J-Mac, to do Fire Giant is perfect. 2 members of the Gilded Gladiators on the left side. The only one nearby is Scary D. You got to think, wow, this is so simple. 5 versus 2 at the worst of times. And then to lose it to 300 damage from Snoopy. Well timed by the Gilded Gladiators mid laner. A fortunate windfall for them as well. Puts them right back into the driver's seat, and for the next minute and a half, they've got firm control of the map. It's not often a Fire Giant this early in the game will net you a Phoenix, but a Gold Fury, a couple of towers, maybe a Pyromancer as well. You're feeling pretty good about the next Fire Giant.
Gold Fury to the Gilded Gladiators. No one from the Styx Ferrymen within the same zip code to try and take that one out. So the Gilded Gladiators, they make the best out of the worst situation. They lost the team fight in mid, lost their tier 1 tower and a life. They steal away with fire and now get quite a few towers and maybe a pick on a Cyclone. Ultimate forced away. Inbound unable to get that wall in time to stop him. And now the Gilded Gladiators at least force the ultimate away from Cyclone, but it's a Pyromancer on the opposite side. Pyromancer leashed away, and now Scary D up in the sky. Should be down on death, but still needs a little bit more damage. One person's got to hit him.
They got him.
It's got to take him down.
They got him?
Baskin's going to back away. Cyno will grab him, but it's a left side Phoenix instead. Aurora's already down. Cyclone uses both relics, and it's what? Scary D for a Phoenix on the opposite end.
A trade the Styx Ferrymen regret making, absolutely. They don't want to risk the Pyromancer being stolen, so they dedicate their time to shutting down Scary. Scary's playing Hercules, and it's a defense stack, movement speed build. It's going to be difficult to shut down Scary D, who survives for a good deal longer than I think anybody had expected of him. Left side Phoenix taken. And I just said the Gilded Gladiators likely not expecting to grab themselves a free bird, but if there's only 2 defending on the left against the 4-man stack, the Gladiators are a smart enough team to take advantage of an opportunity like that. So now, the most significant, advantageous Phoenix lost for the Styx Ferrymen. Enhanced minion waves will be working themselves down the left side of the map, while the Fire Giant, which resides on the right, spawns in about a minute. That means if the Styx Ferrymen want to show presence on the right-hand side, they will start to slowly lose map state, just naturally to the PvE, as the waves are stronger for the Gilded Gladiators. One of the most difficult lanes to defend while simultaneously contesting the Fire Giant. I mean, the Gilded Gladiators, they've gotten away with murder this game. There's just so many small mistakes now by the Styx Ferrymen that are really starting to cost them. Gold still within striking distance, though. 3,000 this late in the game. Experience not exactly significant either. So a team fight not overly favored to the Gilded Gladiators. It really is just map state separating them.
We'll fire here in about 15 seconds for the Gladiators, but they're going to get an extra tower before they work their way back towards the objective. And now will the Styx Ferrymen answer by stepping up to fire, to even take an opportunity to try and take this one away. You got Cyno and Aror standing by. Baskin could maybe jump in with that ultimate, but it's a 5-stack of the Gladiators at the Fire Giant. Scary D on zone duty. Try and keep some of these players out. Cyno not gonna grab anything. Baskin gonna be picked up by Kyrmi, dropped inside of the Fire Giant pit. A lot of damage to him, forced to ult out. And Baskin's gonna have to come back to the fight on his own regard now. The Styx Ferrymen on the run. It's a collapse into Aror, but Auror's got ultimate. He's able to get himself out. Instead, it's Cyno now to the sky, waiting for the follow-up on the 1, but Inbound is very tanky on this Terra, not going down to the damage of Paul yet. And now it's Kyrmi jumping in to try and take down Paul.
Cyno, just a little bit more HP, puts himself into immunity stew, secures the kill, but the fight has erupted around him. 2 members from the Gilded Gladiators dead. Baskin's still alive, a double kill. Inbound can't turn it around. Snoop versus Cyclone. I like Cyclone in that fight.
Baskin's gonna try and take down Inbound, but Snoopy's gonna roop around back with him. It's just a frontliner and a carry.
Woony.
Potion misses. this time the knockup there, at least the blast off. Baskin misses the Fearless, and Inbound gets the credit for the kill there. But Cyclone had to go back to defend the Titan all the while. A 4-for-3 trade on the right side.
Man, I don't know what happened to Baskin there. Maybe he forgets that Terra is knock-up immune when there's a Monolith out. Puts the Fearless in the wrong target. That was not an attempt on Snoopy. Legitimately just tries to knock down Inbound. An unfortunate situation. But there's something about Baskin and his play where you think, this could happen. It could be a 2v1. This could be a game-changing moment. And nearly is. If he connects the Fearless on a Snoopy, things are different. Bobby does not have the damage to secure that kill. Instead, it's the Gilded Gladiators who notch one more, and Baskin off the map for 10 seconds, and no teleport available. Has to use it in that last fight. Means the Gilded Gladiators have got some time now to play in the 5v4.
Cyno steps up. Might be a mistake for him as there's 4 there. He gets the sash, but takes Kyrmi to the sky. He'll likely be dead on landing. Paul not able to get the heal out there, but does manage to take out Inbound with the ultimate. It's a 1-for-1 trade. And the Gilded Gladiators, I mean, they had 4 surrounding Cyno to start that.
Yeah, but Cyno buys some time. Inbound doesn't want to allow the Styx Ferrymen to step up and secure the kill off of Naja ultimate. So has to dedicate his body to creating space, and when you're standing against that many people this late in the game, tanks not exactly as tanky as they once were, especially considering he's only 3 or 4 items deep into his build. So Inbound makes the decision, my life for Kyrmi's, I'll do it every single time. Cyno goes down and trade on the other side. So even in a one-on-one, the Gilded Gladiators come out with the pressure.
Fire started by the Gladiators, but this time does not seem the Styx Ferrymen want to step up. Their Phoenix, after all that, had just respawned and went down to a minion wave. Even Baskin trying to use his ult to kill off the archers before the Phoenix goes down. It was just a little too late. And when I had to play with yet another Phoenix down, Gladiators get Fire and Pyromancer. Can make their siege that much easier. And that's been some of the difficulty, Myth, of teams this season has been being able to siege. But now with Fire Giant and a Runic Bomb, feels like that simplifies the siege of the Gladiators.
Should do, and you've got so much sustain on the side of the Gilded Gladiators. Scary D can essentially just tank a Phoenix indefinitely, and it shouldn't even take any damage. Has the healing of Inbound on the tail end, or of Fire Giant, or his own healing in kit to resustain it very quickly. So I can see the Gilded Gladiators going about this one or two ways. You either want Kyrmi acting as a solo agent, which would leave him in a 1v1 up against Cyno. A precarious situation, as Cyno does have crit inherent to the build, or to the kit, excuse me, but with all the tankiness that Kyrmi's already established, I think you could trust that he can distract this Naja long enough. And in that situation, you'd have a 4-stack on the opposite side, and it would become a war of attrition. Is Scary D tankier than how much sustain the Styx Ferrymen have got? I'd argue probably yes at this point of the game, especially the Runic Bomb tipping the scales even further in favor of the Gilded Gladiators. Or they could just go for the true 5-on-5, which has worked for them a fair deal in neutral territory. Fights around the Fire Giant, the Gold Fury. The Gilded Gladiators have seen a good deal of success in those situations. Would create scenarios where it's a little bit easier to jump onto Paul, which has been the win condition of the team fight. If Paul goes down, the Styx Ferrymen unlikely to dig in their heels and defend without him. So we'll see. Call a lie. It's a 2-3 split. Scary D and Kyrmi running down the center with a 3-man core of the Gilded Gladiators on the right-hand side. Scary D likely will act as a floater, though. Could either go towards mid or go towards right, depending on where the pressure is.
Kyrmi going to keep up the push. Scary D bouncing between the 2 different lanes. Cyno sits under the Phoenix. Thundershot onto Snoopy. Gets a lot of damage to start out. Paul putting out some poke early on, but has received quite a bit back towards himself. Phoenix, for a moment, under fire by the Gladiators, but Paul and Aror are going to show the level of sustain that they have. Scary D gets rooted and hit by the combo of Paul to keep the poke up, but man, the damage back towards Paul. You can't just sit there and re-heal that. Back to the fountain for Paul, and a fight now for the Gladiators. They're going to go towards the Phoenix. CycloneSpin on the horse to run out. Kyrmi doesn't pick up anybody with the ultimate in time, but the right side Phoenix will instead be the first casualty.
Right side Phoenix down. Mid Phoenix has a minion wave right next to it. Left side already has minions in base. Styx Ferrymen, a precarious situation.
Try to pick onto Kyrmi, but not going to find anything. The root just off the mark. Inbound under Phoenix. Not enough damage. An ultimate from Paul. It's not doing a whole lot to the backline. Instead, it's a pick onto Scary D, potentially CC'd before he has an opportunity to hit the ground, gets taken out. And a dive in by Aror and a couple. Snoopy might be left alone here. The root forces out the bead. Snoopy trying to get over the wall and does do just so. The stun off the mark by Aror.
Man, I love the pathing from Snoopy there. Realizes the only way out is into the jungle, but have you stuck around too long? Baskin leading the charge. Still has Lawbringer. Snoopy no leap. That's a stun.
Does get the Aegis away from Baskin, but a push under tower. The damage from Paul and Aror is good. And the Styx Ferrymen have now found 2 in this fight. Aror, though, taking a lot at the tower, not focused on him. Snipes have got to be on point, and they are for Stu. Only 1 necessary to turn it back around for the Glads.
Man, I hate the pathing from Snoopy there. Realizes the only way to die is to go into the jungle once more. And does exactly that. Baskin able to secure that kill, and now turnaround damage onto Kyrmi, who has to place carefully. Inbound as well, under threat. Cyno's on the opposite side of the map, though. Tries to deal with those enhanced waves. Inbound, pulled back in. And Baskin's just doing it all for his team. What is going on, Gladiators? Disengage! Get out of there! Teleport in from Scary D, maybe? What makes them confident enough to step up, but for why, though? You're already on the back foot. Snoopy had died 30 seconds ago. Reset. You're not losing much on map. Now you're likely losing Fire Giant because you got to play for 30 seconds without your support.
We saw a small shimmer of what Paul's ultimate damage can do now that he starts scaling late game. Fire Giant under the eye of the Styx Ferrymen. Kyrmi, Scary D, the rest of the Gladiators starting to funnel in. This Fire Giant slow to go down, though. Paul does get the heal for himself. No knock available. Root towards Scary D, but Kyrmi in the backline finds the stun. Oh no, Paul has to use the Aegis to get away from Ragnarok, and Kyrmi picks up the wrong target, but still gets the right one at the end of the day. But it's a double for Cyno into the Fire Giant pit. And with Snoopy and Stu standing by, the Styx Ferrymen not confident in pulling the fire.
No reason. Not without Paul. We've seen that Snoopy has got greatest secure on map even when Paul is alive, so play carefully here and find equilibrium on the map. Call for the Styx Ferrymen. Left and mid Phoenix is already back up. Right Phoenix not too far behind it. Easy to defend the right Phoenix and the Fire Giant at the same time. So I think that is the call from the Styx Ferrymen. Wait for the Gilded Gladiators. Maybe they get a little bit over-aggressive, step out of line, try and find a pick while they're still desynced. 3 members alive, 3 members in front of the Styx Ferrymen. But with the rest of the Ferrymen slowly working their way to the Fire Giant pit, Aror was just being annoying, seeing if maybe he could burn some resources.
Inbound's the only one here. We've seen a lot of Terra steals in the past. Can Inbound repeat that performance, or will he be CC'd before he gets an opportunity while Baskin zones out Stu in the backline, gets the beads away from the rump, and Fire Giant still active. Now Scary D is here, has the boulder, but the Ferryman will get the fire. The snipes from Stu is not going to be enough, but Scary D will finish the job. Cyno takes 1 to the sky, and it's Inbound, and on landing, not going to be enough. Auror's ult was canceled out. He couldn't land in time, and it's a turnaround. Snoopy gets the double kill. And the Gladiators will chase out the Ferrymen. Over half of Paul's health and 1 ability. Say goodbye to your mid laner, and maybe even game number 1. The Ferrymen funneling in to try and keep this game alive. And Baskin is going to do his best to keep Kyrmi busy, but the rest of the Gladiators can rush down the Titan to take the first game.
All Kyrmi has to do is hold on to the stun to prevent the teleport, or just buy a bit more time. Does exactly that. Baskin attempts to channel. Will not do so, and instead, the Titan will fall. The Gilded Gladiators play patiently as they wait for their teammates to respawn. The Styx Ferrymen try to make the best of a good situation. Pull the Fire Giant, lose their lives, may have grabbed the objective, but you can't do much from the grayscale.
I mean, you've called it multiple team fights. As soon as Paul goes down, the damage output from the Styx Ferrymen is just not enough in these team fights to fight back against the Gladiators. The immediate sustain that maybe Paul has available to them goes out the window, and because of that, we see in that last little team fight, Paul goes down, Gladiators collapse right back in.
Yeah, I mean, that is a tough situation. I don't think either team can say that this was a cleanly game. Neither one of them held control for the entirety of it. It was a whole lot of back and forth, especially around those objectives. Fire Giant steals, Gold Fury team fights going one way or the other. But good information gathered from both sides. 1, Snoopy's got a Baba Yaga, so maybe don't allow him to have that. 2, Chel not exactly the safest pick.
Yeah, especially not into a Fenrir more than anything else.
Yeah, it's
bullied
tough.
Heavily
in the early game. I think 3 deaths within the first 12 to 15 minutes of the game onto Paul. So not the greatest early start, decent turnaround by him, but just not enough. The Gilded Gladiators come out on top of game number 1, but it is a best of 5. They got to get 2 more. Can they do it for game number 2? Find out right after this break.
It's the Gilded Gladiators in game number 1 that came to play, and they'll take it over the Styx Ferrymen. Takes a Fire Giant steal, piling on Paul a little bit, but the game plan felt clear by the end of it. We'll give a game 1 win over to the Gilded Gladiators. A big win for you at home who have not gotten in on the V Shoujo event yet is that it is the last week at the highest discounted rate, the best value you're going to get if you buy either the full bundle, buy some direct skins or items in the V Shoujo crossover. This is the final week for the discounted prices. Next week, direct purchases will go up by about 400 gems. The buy all option will go up by about 800 gems. And then 2 weeks after that, prices will increase yet again. So right now is the best time to get in and get all your V Shoujo crossover stuff. The chest's still available, of course, but it's a really awesome crossover and a great way to support some of your favorite VTubers out there. Styx Ferrymen, though, they're in need of support after game number 1. Felt like the right side of the map was looking good, but Gormizer, the mid lane was a graveyard by the end of the mid game here. Paul was just not looking clean on the E-Shell. And
graveyard, but not in the both of them were dying a lot.
No.
Like it was just one grave
One side, right.
a lot of times. Yeah, no, the E-Shell, I think there were a lot of really good moments throughout that game. You got to see some really shining moments. Yeah, Mifflin had even talked that he was saying that he wasn't sold too much on the ultimate damage. Unfortunately, by the time that those moments really started to exist, it was too late, right? I mean, you get some clap back from the Ferrymen, but I think that you got really good pick opportunity. And I think even though some of their sieges weren't as clean as you would like to see from the Gladiators, there were definitely a lot of moments where you probably should have gotten out of there faster, or you should have made a full retreat instead of just a half retreat. I think that they were able to accomplish quite a bit on the map outside of that. And kind of amass themselves a pretty healthy gold lead. A couple of fights that are really good from the Ferrymen. When you look at the caliber of player over there, that's just going to happen in a game. But it's whether or not you can make up for this deficit that your team has been in. And as much as I hate to say it this way, make up for the fact that the mid lane on the other side, I mean, Snoopy's just going to have a whale of a time compared to what the E-Shell is doing. And so you're getting a lot of good damage from the Baba Yaga. I'm actually really curious to see how it patches up or matches up specifically to what Paul did. Because those are the numbers I think that are really going to separate some things. Not that big of a difference, right? Damage dealt, only about 2,000 separating them. About 3,000 if you give Snoopy about 200, 300 more. But it's the effective damage, right? I mean, you get 30,000, almost literally one off of 30K from Snoopy. And all of that felt like it was getting something done. You get 27,000 on Paul, and a lot of it felt like it was a little bit of, like, I'll shave a health bar there, do a little poke here. Nothing that was really as concrete in terms of kills. There were some good kills, there were some good fights, but it didn't really get to stand out as much. You get a good performance out of the Fenrir, really good performance from the Gladiators in general, top to bottom. Baskin held on as best as he could for the Ferrymen. I think if there weren't for those few plays that the Styx Ferrymen were able to make, that game's probably over about 5, 6, 7 minutes sooner.
Well, Game 2 is always my favorite Gormizer in a best of 5 because of just how differently things will look by the end of it. Either the Gilded Gladiators are on set point, or the Styx Ferrymen guarantee us at least a Game 4, depending on the results here in Game number 2. Remember, there is a lower bracket here at this event, so not entirely out of things either way just yet. But we've got at least another couple games to go before we get there. I'm glad you say Baskin tried his best. He held on. That's something the Gilded Gladiators will need to look at throughout this set. If Baskin heats up and Baskin starts getting the opportunity to control a game or two, one of those games will turn into a win eventually for the Styx Ferrymen. So not giving Baskin too much and maybe starting to put some of that focus towards the right side of the map could be a good opportunity for the Gilded Gladiators. Instead, they're on the left side of the map as far as bans go, receiving some love. Ram and Marty both banned away. Gilded Gladiators, if they sense, could be a first pick Hachiman again for the Styx Ferrymen, which we haven't really talked about. That was an interesting first pick. It's not often we've seen hunters outside of maybe Marty locked in first and foremost. Gonna happen again for CycloneSpin with some of the viability and the availability of gods that are on the board right now, Gore. Styx Ferrymen feeling like Hachiman is it, and Hachiman worth the first pick.
Yeah.
And giving up what's looking like a Baba Yaga and a Terra.
I don't hate the Hachi first pick. I don't know that it's going to be... When I look at first picks, admittedly, a lot of the time I think you need to have a performance that's going to make every other pick in this game I don't want to say look embarrassing, but you've got to make sure that its priority has meaning. But I do think Hachi brings something else, and that is that you're taking an A away from Stu, but you're also balancing some things out. You got rid of the Rom this time. Kern just got hit with a pretty massive nerf. Marty is banned on the other side. So you're not really getting much from the Hachi. You're getting a really good hunter, but you're also taking away a really good hunter, and I think that's what the Gladiators are going to suffer from. You still get what is one of the top mid laners and the Baba Yaga, one of the top supports right now in Terra. But when I see Hachi tier Agni, I think you've got one pick that performed incredibly well, one that did okay, and then one that's just a blanket better pick than what we saw. The Shel did not look great. Agni has consistently looked good. I think that the Ferrymen have put themselves onto a better start already. And really, they've only shifted up one big pick and one ban.
That said, the Gilded Gladiators still in a really strong spot. They got Terra, they got Hercules, they got the same front line. There were moments where the front line crumbled a bit for the Gladiators, but by the end of the game, space control, tankiness, sustained for the team was really strong. But I do think the Agni pick going to make a big difference here. And especially if you're going off of what Myth talked about, being swayed by the E-Shell damage on the ultimate. Well, Agni's got a lot of it. A couple Agni bombs onto a carry, and suddenly we're talking about an entirely different team fight. Gilded Gladiators are going to have to look outside of the Fenrir or the Hunbats for their initiation, so Kyrmi takes a couple hits in the ban column here. Cyno one as well as the Nasha banned away. The Ganesh will fall by the wayside. I wonder if you need to pick your jungle pick here if you're Kyrmi.
I think they hold on to it.
Plenty of options. You're right, Gore. They do hold on to it. A Heimdallr for Stu make his appearance in game 2.
Honestly, I don't mind this pick. I think that it's been interesting watching the changes over hunters the last, few weeks, I guess, at this point, right? Having crit kind of get killed off, disappear, suddenly you're getting replaced, and, you see some buffs to like Hachi, you see buffs to Tier at that time. I think Heimdallr fits the builds right now, does a lot of damage, plays relatively safe, right? Depending on who's piloting him, it can be a better Jingwei. In some cases, it can be worse than Jingwei. In other cases, again, depends on who's piloting him. Stu has a good Heimdallr, good engage, good CC immunity. Again, survivability is pretty huge there for him. And I think he's going to be able to escape a lot. A lot of stuns that are going to be coming from Agni. Have to be careful about the tier, right? You don't want to be using your ult just for something like that, especially, Fearless. And Agni is going to be on a way smaller, shorter cooldown than what a Heimdallr is going to have to do if he doesn't have his beats. Has to be worried about that. Doubly so has to be worried about something like a Thor, because what does Thor do? Thor can CC you with his ult. He can CC you with a wall, and the wall, you might be able to dodge the stun part of it, but the wall part of it's still a pretty big deal. I think that what the Ferrymen have done here is blanket improvements. I feel like we're going to get a decent performance out of the jungle. We're going to get a better performance out of mid. Those were some of the big notes from Game 1 to Game 2 that they needed to change, and they've done exactly that. That being said, Dave, even with some nerfs, Kyrmi has an insane Serqet, and so I do think that needs to be a little worried about, right, going into this, is the fact that even though it's a last pick, even though it's not something that was super highly prioritized, that is still one of Kyrmi's best gods. He is carried on gods that have done far less. I think that this Serqet could be a very frightening look for the Ferrymen.
Yeah, I think you might be right. Think about all the conversations we've had about the Serqet.
To the point where I think a few weeks ago, if I was watching the Gladiators and Serqet was left open first pick, they were first pick, I'd be willing to say that game's 80% done by that point. Right. It is a majority of the way finished because Kyrmi was really good at that. I am curious about some of the changes. The nerfs themselves weren't like crazy big. The prot debuff, or prot reduction debuff, I should say, getting reduced, especially because it was a percentage, feels like it's going to hit pretty hard, 10% to 5%. That's actually kind of massive, so maybe that changes up a few things. But a lot of the others was, like passive crit chance and your decreased madness duration. I feel like the crit might make a bigger difference. You're going to have some times where you need that extra punch that you didn't need before, 10% off the top at the max rank. But at the same time, I think it's really just the prot reduction debuff that is going to change whether or not this Serqet is as heavy-handed in the past as what we've seen, or if we're just going to end up seeing the same old Kyrmi. I mean, do you really care about prot reduction debuffs if you're jumping on the squishies? Not as much.
Man, Gilded Gladiators, so this would be quite a statement, Core, if they're able to take Game 2 here of the Styx Ferrymen. Game 1, it feels like they got away with one at points. The Fire Giant steal, I think, delays that game pretty heavily, really shuts down the momentum that the Styx Ferrymen had going. But the Gilded Gladiators, I think, showed us a lot of good in their ability to push that advantage, where maybe in weeks of past, it would have been kind of sit back and wait for the rest of the game to happen to you. So I think really great in taking advantage of a moment that you won for yourself in Game 1 from the Gilded Gladiators. But all this conversation around the Styx Ferrymen and being a tournament team might not matter if you start really letting this set get away from you. Some really important factors to look at here in Game 1. Goran, we have talked about them enough. The Styx Ferrymen, the Gilded Gladiators, they'll battle it out in Game 2.
That's right, Game 2 in the best of 5, an important one for the Styx Ferrymen to try and stop the momentum of the Gilded Gladiators and turn this one back around and try and get themselves back in the swing for this best of 5. And in game number 2, it's J-Mac, Mifflin, and Doug back here to bring you the action for that game. And maybe now a full swap here, at least for Paul, regarding his mid lane selection with a high utility Chel last game. Didn't quite like how the game was going for him, so instead now switching over to the Agni up against this Baba Yaga. And do you like maybe the swap up for Paul this time in game 2?
It's hard to say. I mean, I think Agni is good. I'm going to get ahead of that. I think Agni's like top 6, maybe top 7 mages in the game right now. And there's like 40 mages. It's top tier. That's pretty good. I'm not going to hate it. It's got great application of anti-heal, really good at proccing Divine Ruin, good poke potential, a lot safer than Xchel was. Maybe a little bit less team-wide utility as you've got a bit less sustain, 0 sustain unless you pick up Soul Gem. But you can make up for it with a stun as long-range initiation and survivability. So into this composition, I think Agni makes a good deal of sense because what Serqet brings for Kyrmi is going to be very similar to what Fenrir did, which was a lot of early game pressure, high mobility, and very fast jungle clear. Very difficult for mid laners to deal with Serqet unless they've got some sort of dedicated escape button, and Paul has that in his 3 key. So, yeah, long short, I'm behind the Agni.
Now let's maybe talk about the Serqet a little bit. You know, Gore brings up on the desk, did receive a few nerfs this time around in this patch. Has less prot reduction on that first ability. Madness lasts a little bit longer, or a little less time, I should say, on that Cobra's Kiss. Maybe for me, at least early, maybe the most impactful of those changes, the crit chance went from 10 to 30, scaling all the way down now to 0 to 20. So for me, losing that immediate 10% crit, you feel that could be maybe at least impactful on Kyrmi's early game damage output.
Could be. I mean, you had to get a little bit lucky to exploit that crit previously. Now you're going to get a little bit luckier, right? So seems like Kyrmi's doing just fine on damage output from that small exchange in the jungle. Cyno down to about half HP. Kyrmi untouched and unscathed in that skirmish. Now, a bit of pressure towards the neutral camp, but Aror and Cyclone are healthy, and they're here first.
Cyclone going to team up, but with a 3-stack versus a 2, unless a steal happens to the buff, unlikely that there'll be any major skirmish around there. And Snoopy and Paul will just trade out clears in the mid lane on these 2 mages, but if dash is expended by Paul, it looks like it just was. Opportunity maybe for a jump in by Kyrmi, and it's just that. As Kyrmi strikes first blood onto Paul, take him out, and stripping the beads all at the same time.
I spent an entire minute and a half there waxing poetic about how much safer Paul was going to be on this Agni. And I'll stand by it, safer still, but maybe not safe enough to stop Kyrmi, who's on a bit of a heater today. Great rotation from the Serqet, getting involved early on, facilitating Snoopy, which has been an exploitation point for some of these teams in the past when they play up against the Gladiators, is let's pressure Snoopy, put him behind, make sure that he has a difficult time transitioning to that mid to late game. The good Gladiators have addressed it, or Kyrmi has, by putting his own pressure there, and it's serving them well. But first rotation, early kills, things like that, not quite as valuable as they used to be in year 9 or year 8. Here in year 10, there's so many comeback mechanics, so many ways to fight your way back into the game, bounties, the treasure chests, objectives, and how long they take to knock down. I'm thinking this first rotation not going to have major implications until we start to see how it develops on map. And as it is, maybe about a half level for Paul, maybe about a half level for Kyrmi. It's what you could do while those beads are still down that interests me. You've got 90 seconds to do it to Paul again. We'll see if Kyrmi's got it in him.
Kyrmi does have ultimate now, so it'd be that much easier. Did catch Paul dashing through the minion wave, at least to my knowledge from what I could see on the map during that time frame. So good catch out there by Kyrmi, good call by Snoopy to make that rotation in. There'll be another rotation in at least for this shield buff. That one does go to the Gilded Gladiators once more to try and secure some of that neutral farm, keep themselves ahead of the curve. Even going for these mid camps, it feels like Cyno's struggling to find some of that neutral farm, has mostly just been relegated to dealing with what's in his own jungle and soaking a little bit from these waves as well.
Yeah, Cyno has gone for a slower build too, hasn't he, Jamek? Likely Transcendence in that first slot. There is a world where you start to fall behind in the early game and you say, well, I don't have time to go down the Transcendence tree. I don't have the opportunity to sit in the jungle and farm. If Kyrmi's going to keep up pressure, maybe Cyno decides to pivot the build straight into a Hydra's Lament as it's just a much faster power spike. So we'll see. But Cyno has always been a player in the past that has liked to go towards these slower builds. I wouldn't be surprised to see a trans in that first slot.
Or thrown through the realms on landing, ulted by Inbound. He gets a dash over to Cyclone and able to just dash away. Inbound unable to catch him out with the CC afterwards. Wall just off the mark. The double ultimate used in the dual lane, but it comes up empty for the Gilded Gladiators, and now maybe an opportunity for Cyno to go over towards that left side of the map. Stuart's expended his CC immune ult. Inbound doesn't have his utility back. But for at least for now, Styx Ferrymen hold out on their onslaught.
Doug, can you show me the ability priority order here for Cyno? If it's Transcendence first slot, maybe you max out Hammer? No, Berserker's Barrage. And it is going to be Transcendence as he's gone down the charged Morningstar tree. I mean, it's a lot of damage. It's consistent damage. You're not missing Berserker's Barrage. It's much faster since the minor rework to it. But you're not leveraging the additional power that you get from the Transcendence build nearly as much. Could indicate one of a few things. Cyno thinks that the majority of his fights are going to be in 1v2s or 2v2s, or there's going to be multiple targets there. Could say that he's going to rotate towards duo a little bit more consistently, or he thinks the support's going to hover towards mid. Doesn't necessarily want to lean in towards poke, as Paul is playing an artillery mage, but not the longest range artillery mage. Difficult when you max out Hammer to actually secure your own kills. Berserker's Barrage a little bit better at situations like that. Or could be that he's just got eyes for farming, and it's much better to farm your own jungle with Berserker's Barrage. So we'll see. Transcendence on 2 stacks. Kyrmi, an entire level up. This Serqet essentially has Rain on field in that the 1v1 up against Thor favors Serqet, and she's already online with the Jotuns.
Auror's already dashed away. Cyclone may just let him be, because on landing it's CC out the wazoo for the Gilded Gladiators. Aurora cannot get through the ult in time, and he's taken down. A second kill now for the Gilded Gladiators, and both of them onto Kyrmi to start this game out.
Yeah, Kyrmi has just been playing so well today, hasn't he? Massive pressure on map. He's established the pace now both games. Game 1, it was Fenrir, and Paul was suffering for it. This time around, he's spread that love across the map. Has pressured Paul a bit, now rotates over, helps out his duo lane, Stu, on the Heimdallr. Maybe doesn't love his odds in a boxing matchup against Hachi, but if you're able to establish a lead, that boxing match becomes a little bit more simple to start executing on. The Gilded Gladiators need to do something after the kill, though. It's not easy to do in the first 5, 6, 7 minutes of the game, but now that we're starting to approach that 8, 9, 10-minute mark, I'd like to see them try and leverage that pressure into objectives. The Gold Fury is pretty feasible with this composition. You've got great secure between Snoopy and Kyrmi, the burn potential pretty decent as well, and you really want to fight before Baskin can start rotating out of this lane. That tier was so massively disruptive in Game 1 that any time you could take a fight and Baskin isn't there is a good opportunity in my mind.
Now, even kind of talking about Cyno, maybe the slower pace style of game. I mean, I dial back to Season 9 Worlds. He's running around on Thanatos, spending 7-8 minutes before he's going back to base to even get first item initially. So really did play slow early, and now Paul under fire by Inbound and Snoopy. Stun's not there from Inbound to try and lock down Paul, try and take those beads away, but Snoopy loses half his HP. A dunk in from Cyno and Aror, but it's still not enough damage. Snoopy goes into the home, and now Kyrmi finds a taunt onto Cyno, gets the beads away, wall off the mark, and Aror playing zone duty to keep the low HP Gladiators back. The Ferrymen live through, but not much they can do off those initial pushbacks.
Yeah, you lose the shard and the beads on Cyno, as well as the hammer, or the Righteous Dawn, excuse me, so the ultimate from the Thor. No longer available either. You're not exactly in a good position. Should Kyrmi be able to rotate back out of base, doesn't use his own ultimate, by the way, to take a fight anymore. The Serqet with a lead, now no CC immunity available to Cyno. One ability rotation might just be it, especially if Kyrmi's got enough gold to finish up his item, and he does not. 18 stacks on this Transcendence. It's been going real slow for Cyno. Power should favor Kyrmi as well at this point. I'm concerned now for this Thor's output. These ultimates need to start connecting. Cyno needs to start matching pressure. Fortunately for Cyno, the rest of the team has been doing a good job of staying afloat, even in spite of a few kills. 0-1 for both Paul and Aror, but about experience parity between the supports, and Paul about half level down, I think, expected at this point. So it's not all doom and gloom for the Styx Ferrymen, but if you're a Ferryman fan or just a fan of competitive Smite, you'd want to see some fight back from them soon.
But as of now, haven't seen much. It's been a lot of reactionary defense more than anything by the Styx Ferrymen. Or, at least in the case of the left side, it's been Aror trying to play active, trying to be aggressive. And then Cyclone, as soon as he sees the dash go through, says, well, maybe not the best idea because now Kyrmi is here. I'm probably just going to have to bail out at this point through. So very aggressive plays by Aror. Ended up netting him at least one death this game, but he's had a couple of bailout moments for himself. But trying to be active on the Horus. I mean, it's exactly what you call for, at least to start out for the Ferrymen, but maybe some attention over towards Baskin on this right side of the map. He has been unfazed by anything happening elsewhere on the map.
Yeah, I'm just not certain that there's a whole lot of threat that could come Baskin's way, right? It would take a massive rotation, of which Cyno's got the advantage. Comes in first, but Scary D is just about as tanky as Baskin.
In fact, maybe a little bit more as he heals up just about everything that Cyno had done to him. I believe he popped that heal right before the ultimate connects through, and Scary D will walk away, probably laughing at this point for how little was actually done to him. Paul trying to throw out some poke over towards Snoopy. Auror's stun gets caught out, but has at least that healing surge to get back over towards Cyclone. Styx Ferrymen still without a kill on the board, but only 500 gold down. But man, we talk about Baba's late game damage output. Snoopy showing off what he can do early with his double flat pen start.
Yeah, I mean, that is tough. Paul's been playing very wary of that poke potential, has been using that dash very defensively, even at max range at points, but one ability doing upwards of 20%, I think gives us good reason that Paul has been playing so cautiously towards the center of the map. Seems like neither side quite able to find an opportunity to get active. The Styx Ferrymen are doing a good job of just farming, although haven't they? Considering game state and kill state, gold hasn't really separated. Experience just about the same as well. Cyno spends a whole lot of time in the jungle farming. It's been serving him well, considering Kyrmi has slowed his pace as well. Neither side really at an advantage state towards the objective. Almost like a gentleman's agreement here to just farm up for a little while. So if that's the case, who's going to have the advantage once it's a 5-on-5 stack, or even a 4-on-4 if soul laners don't get involved? And I'd argue in team fight, if the initial start doesn't go the Gilded Gladiators' way, the longer the fight goes, you might favor the Ferrymen.
Snoopy going to use ult to try and help secure Pyro. Baskin's going to dive in and will steal it away with ult.
It's illegal.
He used his ultimate to get in. Now he's got to use his dash
He's
to
not
get
living,
out.
right?
And an ultimate in from Aror to dunk in. That's going to bail out Baskin to escape from this fight. Instead, it's a turn and burn back onto Inbound. Runic Bomb picked up by Aror. Cyno's joined in. And a slow and stun from CycloneSpin. But a double knockup by Scary may have just been enough to bail out Inbound. But a dive in by Cyno off the mark will cut off the path for Scary D. Nowhere for the Hercules to go except to the grave.
That has got to be some sort of war crime, J-Mac. This cannot be allowed. Baskin is doing everything again. And this is what I was talking about earlier. Take a fight before Baskin gets involved, because once he does, he's just going to do it to you, and does it once more. Not only does he take the objective, he survives. He's doing crazy things like pushing through Thor wall. Kyrmi going to fall down on the tail end. Get away from Woon Young Kim. He's better. He's just better.
I didn't think that was even legal. I didn't think that was even possible what Baskin is doing.
This has got to be so.
Kyrmi at
I'll
this
talk
point.
to the admins. We'll get a competitive ruling. This can't be allowed.
It was 0-2 a moment ago, a 500 gold lead for the Gladiators. Now it's 2 and 2, maybe. Potential for more, but Aror just off the mark with a stun. And then a Pyromancer in response as well for Styx Ferrymen. I mean, they turned this game back around.
J-Mac, he lived.
Yeah, he's alive.
That's the worst part. Steal the objective.
He
okay,
ulted
look.
in.
Yeah, it's a Transcendence tier. Okay, he's got a little bit of power. Maybe he steals the objective. I'm pretty sure it was a defense stance ultimate as well, so it wasn't even as if that was the maximum amount of burst that he could have had there. But it's the fact that he lived afterward. And not only did he lived through abilities that landed. Serqet ultimate connects. He's not sustaining whatsoever. I believe there was a root from Inbound. Snoop was already in the home sweet home, so a little bit of firebolt damage on the tail end just wasn't enough. Can't stop Baskin. It's going to take a little bit more than all that. And now it's Baskin with a 2-level lead, who has itemized for the lead before he had it. That Transcendence was purchased from Triple Goose Egg, dead even, and he said, it's going to work out. Now it's Transcendence from ahead. The tier is tanky, survivable, and he does damage. Baskin's a problem, and I'm not sure who's going to address it.
I mean, that was a conversation we were bringing up just earlier. Is, how do you even deal with Baskin at this point? Scary D lived through a double gank at that point. He had double defense, so
yeah, he didn't steal a pyro though.
But he didn't take a Pyromancer. He didn't secure a Pyromancer. Inbound did his best to throw out the wall to help some of the boulder taps to connect there, but Baskin steals it away, lives at the end, gets an assist. Cyno dunks in and throws out the wall to block off Scary D's only escape path through. What Cyno and Baskin have done as a combo in just this game alone, just in the early stages, a dangerous indication of what may to come in the late game.
And now it's the Styx Ferrymen who are very quickly starting to move over towards the Fury Pit. It's on the Gilded Gladiators and whether or not they're able to defend. Soullanders never tell lies, at least on rotation on map, and if Baskin's there, I think there's going to be a real attempt on the Fury. You got to play very cautiously here. A Fearless is a death sentence, and if it doesn't kill you, it's sending you back to base regardless. So keep your eyes on Baskin as one of the major key players here in this next engagement, I think. Very significant to at least poke him. Don't allow him into the back line. Easier said than done. Otherwise, Mage is always key players. If you can dive on a Snoopy or if you can jump on a Paul, that is a major advantage to either side. It comes down to ease of play, who's got an easier line in towards those mages. I'd argue it's a team with globals, and they've got 2 of them, and one of those globals teleports the entire team. Keep your eyes on the Thor ultimate, and keep your eyes on Kyrmi on the other side. It's on him to try and replicate some of that pressure.
I might go cross-eyed trying to keep up with all the semi-global that the Styx Ferrymen do even have on their side. And that's not to even count just the inherent damage that's along with their team as well. I mean, Cyclone on this Hachiman, a lot of damage output for him. The fact he rotated over to Pyromancer during all of that just to get that first kill on the board for the Styx Ferrymen, then follow up immediately afterwards. Paul having a much better performance here in this first game. Still did die in first blood, but hasn't gone down 3 times. At least like he did in game number 1, so making sure to hold down the fort on this Agni, playing a little bit safer after that first blemish for them. So now maybe a turnaround opportunity for the Styx Ferrymen. Remember, they were down 500 gold before that Pyromancer even started, down 2 kills, evens up those kills, and turns that gold on a full 180 and a little bit more beyond there.
Yeah, so clean play to the Styx Ferrymen, who are now in the driver's seat. I imagine it will be them pulling the objective. They really want to force the Gilded Gladiators in towards them, force the Gladiators to walk into the defensive positioning. Much easier to hold ground around the Gold Fury as opposed to taking it. So we'll be getting a good eye on that as soon as we're able to get back into this game. I just think that Baskin, as far ahead as he is in this current state on map, may as well be a checkmate situation for the Gold Fury itself. Slow rotation from the Gilded Gladiators.
Inbound. Trying to zone away, finds a stun on Aror. Gold Fury low, but does get reset by the Ferryman. Into the backline goes Baskin, gets the P's away from Stu and Cyno though. In the sky, dunks down, finds the both carries in the backline. And it's just Cyno against Snoopy and Stu. Baskin joins back in. Scary D does take down Paul and Inbound. Caught, but it's a triple stun back at him. Snoopy is getting so much damage to this fight, and now Kyrmi rotates in. Aegis from Cyno buys him a couple extra seconds to get out, and the Gilded Gladiators take a 2-for-1.
Kyrmi is just different as well. Richard Lee makes his stamp note on this map. It's a double taunt in the back line that keeps this team fight alive. Baskin tries his best to create space, buys some time, forces the beads off of Stu, and Stu says, all right, well, now you're staring at me, and I built kin size, so you're not exactly as tanky as you had thought. Able to slowly whittle away at Baskin, keep him off the playfield with Through the 9 Realms. Makes it very difficult for that tier to be as disruptive as he needs to. And Kyrmi hits pay dirt very quickly, burns through both of Paul's relics and his life on the tail end. Styx Ferrymen, though, can slowly start to move back up, is what I would have said, but Cyno's just dead.
Well, Cyno's gone. Baskin finds Kyrmi, though, 1 for 1, and Baskin again to the backline. Doesn't get a stun with the ult this time, as he was in that power stance, but jungle for jungle now down. Scary D does have ultimate. Maybe that is one of the larger threats to the Styx Ferrymen. So the Gold Fury completely reset. At the end of it all, a fight that breaks out. Now a push back on towards Paul, no relics. And damage from Snoopy has got to connect, but Paul gets the dash out. Stun in place by Inbound with the root. And knocked down. The Gilded Gladiators take yet another 2 for 1.
Paul is playing so far up, isn't he? It just don't need to be that far up. You don't want to be frontlining on this Agni. The displacement from the Gilded Gladiators, a stun into a pull, into a knock-up from Snoop. I mean, that is picturesque CC chaining, but seems like it's just an opportunity they shouldn't have had.
We just turn into a death match at this point, because every time we turn away from these Fury fights, another one breaks out. That's the Ferryman pulling. Still down a man. Paul has not respawned yet. Fury down to half HP. No real secure on the side of the Ferryman. And an ultimate and a stun from Inbound will scare away the Ferryman from the Fury. Paul's back on the map. The Gilded Gladiators might want to reset quickly, because if the last 2 fights are an indication, there's going to be another breakout around gold in just a moment. Yeah,
Snoop needs to get back to base. He can't just rotate back to the Fury. But it seems like he won't need to either. The Styx Ferrymen, even with the notification that Pyromancer had fallen, will not keep their pressure on the Gold Fury pit. The Gilded Gladiators 3-man core hovering nearby, as well as the vision afforded to them by oracles. Enough to dissuade the Styx Ferrymen from sticking to the objective. So a smart play once more from the Gilded Gladiators, who split the map. And in a stalemate around the Fury, back-to-back team fights, call it TDM, say, well, if we can't break the doors, if we can't grab the Fury, let's do something else. Let's grab the Pyromancer. Now we've got a Runic Bomb, and things get a little bit easier. If we do want to rotate back to the Fury, we've got Secure now. 1,000 true damage, or threat to objectives elsewhere. Even the Fire Giant, Tier 1 Tower, both probably pretty decent targets now for either side. Styx Ferrymen, though, won't leave this open for too long. Gold Fury pulled once more. The Gilded Gladiators have been allowed to reset.
Baskin's here before Scary D. Kyrmi goes in with the taunt, gets the beads away from Paul. Fury reset once again, but now Scary D is back. Baskin rotating through the backline. Very aggressive pathing by him. Once again, another pull and reset on Gold Fury. Styx Ferrymen, with Paul a little bit lower in HP, is going to need that extra sustain from Aror to stay healthy for these fights. And Cyno all the way to the far left, waiting for that opportunity to dunk in.
I'm so worried for Paul, man. 2 minutes, no beads, and Kyrmi on Serqet just does not bode well for the mid laner. Keep your eyes on Cyno. He's up to the sky.
He is, but where will he dunk down? Snoopy is pretty far away, and so is Stu, but he'll go right on top of Snoopy, gets the beads away. Gold Fury to the Styx Ferrymen. But will there be a fight after, or will it just all be to escape? Kyrmi cuts off Baskin's pathing, and before he can even Lawbringer away, it's Scary D to put him in the dirt. A 1-kill trade for the Gladiators, but the Gold Fury over to the Ferrymen.
The Gladiators are healthy. They've got 30 seconds on respawn for Baskin, so they've got options. Tier 2 tower or maybe the Fire Giant, if they so choose. With Minion Wave here and Runic Bomb in pocket, seems like it's Tier 2.
Cyclone takes down Inbound in the back line. Kyrmi's trying to grab tower, but even with Runic Bomb, it's not quite enough damage. Aror, he's going to taxi the team into the mid lane, brings only Cyno with him. Questionable decision by the Ferryman support. Aror goes down. Paul just narrowly avoids the knockup from Scary D. The Gladiators, they'll take 2 and a Tier 1 tower for that Fury.
I couldn't even tell you what hit Aror there, J-Mac. I could not do it. He was there and then he wasn't. It's got to be Snoop. That Baba Yaga damage really starting to stack up, and he's tanky as well. That Prophetic Cloak, blink your eyes, you would have missed it. Already fully stacked into a Charon's Coin power spike. Snoopy, a major player in the next couple of team fights. CycloneSpin had considered going with Aror into that backline, and I think the consideration serves him well. Says, you know what, maybe I don't. And avoids dying immediately. If that's able to happen to Aror, can only imagine how quickly CycloneSpin would have vanished, and that would have been a Fire Giant play for the Gilded Gladiators immediately afterward. Instead, only able to poke out that Tier 2, take the support's life. But small team fights, small skirmishes now, could lead to even further gold leads for the Gilded Gladiators. Kyrmi gonna have a much easier time pressuring map. It's a play we've seen from Lasbra a whole lot around Fire Giant Dance, which is, look, I need to be a solo agent on this Serqet. I'm not exactly the best at getting involved in the team fight. AoE damage just really deals with Serqet very well, and Agni has got AoE in spades. So instead, you want to be a solo agent. How do you do it? How do you find your 1v1s? Either hover in the jungle and pray someone is isolated, or you create threat on map and force somebody to rotate in towards you. With a tier 2 tower in mid as low as it is, it's a clear point on the map that you could generate some threat. Just group up, push some waves, and Cyno will be forced to respond.
Now it's the Gladiators stacking up around Pyro, but a pick on a Cyno could start things off a little bit better. Taunt does connect from Kyrmi, but not quite enough damage to Cyno to take him down, though gets the Thor about half HP, and will likely force Cyno to go all the way back to base. And that opens up the Pyro for the Gilded Gladiators. There's all a setup to start out by Kyrmi, get the objective for his team.
It burns the beads away from Cyno, but all the while, CycloneSpin is on the left. Scary D decides to TP in, should be able to defend this tower, won't be able to threaten CycloneSpin himself. I had thought maybe the Gilded Gladiators let that tier 2 fall and try and group up around that Fire Giant. That's a risky play, not one they're willing to take. So a sliver of HP maintained on the tier 2, but Scary D's teleport taken means that if he wants to get involved on the right-hand side, he's going to have to do it the old-fashioned way. He'll be forced to walk over. And for the next 200 seconds, if he's TKO'd, it'll stick. Generally, solo laner is just able to TP back in immediately. It's an opportunity afforded to Baskin in the next couple of fights. Scary, not exactly the same.
Yeah, neither solo laner fully maxing out their teleport just yet. We've seen a lot over the course of this phase that usually by that level 12 to 14 mark, that's when we see these solo laners have that TP fully maxed out to try and get these quick rotations through, but a lot of walking done by the solos of these two squads this time through. The Gilded Gladiators, a small lead for themselves, only to the tune of about 1,000 gold at this point, which is basically nothing 23 minutes in. XP 2,800 up as well. Maybe a little bit more significant, but level 20 is already starting to be achieved on the map. So as we start breaking in towards this 25 or so minute mark, no Fire Giant threatened just yet. How's this late game look for these two teams as they start to square up around the fire?
It really comes down to execution on field. And I know it's a cop-out answer, it's a non-answer, but if an ultimate connects from Cyno, if Baskin's finding a multi-man fearless, the team fight's just going to go to the Ferryman's way. If it's allowed to continue as it has been, where it's the Gilded Gladiators establishing dominance on map and choosing where the fights happen, they've got a superior pick-based composition between Kyrmi and the displacement of Scary D, or even Stu and his ultimate and how it interacts in the team fight could turn things around very quickly. So in a completely even state, I don't favor either of these teams overly so. And even with the golden experience as it is now, I don't think either side has got enough of an advantage to really leverage it. It's just, are you there on time? Are you hitting your abilities? Who's starting the fight? As of now, it's the Gilded Gladiators.
Fire started by the Glads. Baskin has already made his presence known. Now Aror is here, finds stun on a Scary D, but Scary's going to get a nice shield from that starter of Inbound. Fire Giant to half HP. It is going slowly for the Gilded Gladiators. Not a lot of damage done back towards Paul. Gets pushed back in, holds onto the beads and the Aegis though. Scary D not able to go through. Cyno to the sky. Where is his dunk target? Snoopy has already crashed down the house, and Aror will be the first one out of this one. Paul needs a bailout, and he's going to get it. The boulder just doesn't get it. The bounce off the mark, and Scary D unable to find a pick onto Paul, but maybe someone in the back line. Scary D lives through all of that, and it's Kyrmi who takes out Paul. Baskin immediately after. It's a double for the jungle of the Glads.
Man, the Gilded Gladiators, 2 games in a row now, have found the priority target. It's Paul. It's always been Paul. When you play against the Paul team, I don't care if it's the Tartarus Titans or the Styx Ferrymen, you gotta deal with Paul. And the narrative around his teams in the past is you can't deal with Paul. He's either too tanky, he's too far back, he's playing too safe, or he's already killed you. Those are the generalities that have been true and attributed to Paul. Not this set. Not at all. I mean, pulled back into the Fire Giant pit with both relics still available, holds on to it to the very bitter end. Absolutely wild. Props to Scary D for finding that opportunity. Props to the Gilded Gladiators for pushing the Styx Ferrymen to this point. And their reward, Fire Giant. It's going to be on all 5.
Cyno and Cyclone will try and take down Kyrmi. Dunk is off the mark. Got to have the stun there if you want to find the pick. The wall's not there. The double tap cancel a little bit early, but with the help of Aror, will secure one. So that's Fire Giant for the trade out of Kyrmi, who was just defending on the left side of the map, not letting that tier 2 go for free. But it nets his team fire and a tier 1 on the right.
And they're about to find out that there's 3 on the left, all 3 of which have just shown themselves. Inbound nearby could have been in position to stop those backs. I thought it would be a stop back call immediately into a tier 2 or potentially the Phoenix, considering how long, or taking into consideration rather, how long Inbound would have been able to prevent those backs. Instead, a reset back to neutral and off the back of a team fight win, as well as the Fire Giant, you've got a good deal of gold to spend up. Some power spikes that still need hitting, so the Gilded Gladiators will do exactly that. Fire Giant off of Kyrmi, not as significant as you might imagine. Kyrmi in the 1v1 now still has advantage over Cyno, just by nature of how Serqet's damage works and how safe it is in the 1v1. But any bit of poke that hits Kyrmi is going to stick. It's really just Inbound for Team Sustain, and if he's using his Monolith to re-sustain Kyrmi, that means his initiation has taken a pretty major hit. So likely that Kyrmi just needs to play a bit safe on Siege, or just play spoiler to the Styx Ferrymen. So often in the SPL, the answer is not to immediately group up as 5 and give over a team fight in a tier 2 tower. It's pressure the map, see what you could do, and scrounge up some resources while the siege is happening, especially in this first rotation of Fire Giant. So if you're going to send Cyno to split push or Cyclone, Kyrmi very good at dealing with either of them. Gilded Gladiators knock down the tier 2 in mid. Good deal of golden pocket once more. Group up on left. Potentially another tier 2 here, but the base defense from the Styx Ferrymen is very good. Displacement from Baskin, Paul's AoE damage, CycloneSpin AoE damage as well. Good chase down potential between Aror and Cyclone in their ultimates. Means that the Gilded Gladiators really need to play intelligently here.
Paul sitting very far back, does have both relics now. And Scary D's taking effectively no damage with all these shields afforded to him. Tier 2 tower taken down by the Gilded Gladiators and immediately pull away from the lane. Still 45 seconds on the Fire Giant buff. It seems their final prize with that buff will be the Primal Fury to make this next Fire Giant that much easier for the team. Not a significant gold lead just yet, about 3,000 for the Gladiators, but considering that was dead even just a few minutes ago, maybe the most significant spike up the Gladiators have had moving forward. But with no birds taken down means that the Ferrymen should be able to step up to the next fire.
Should be able to. Weren't quite able to do it from a more even state. Now, potentially could get caught out here. Scary D on chase. Pull no good. Walled off. Stun. CC. Damage is there, but not enough to kill the Hercules. Just enough to make him turn around. He's very tanky, and it's a good deal of sustain. Even with Divine Ruin procs. Good deal of anti-heal from the Styx Ferrymen. Scary D proven that he's just incredibly difficult to deal with, and now with an entire Spirit Robe purchase. That's tiers 1 through 3. All that CC that kept him locked down, just going to make him a little bit tankier.
He was already tough to kill. Now you got to expend even more resources to do so. That mitigation once he gets hit by that CC. It's going to make it so difficult to lock down this Hercules. I think it's so tough to actually net that kill through. Gladiators now with advantage around the Fire Giant pit, nearly 5,000 gold up from their prior siege. Have a pretty strong advantage moving forward. But still a few more seconds till this Fire Giant comes back through, about 15 more, and the Ferrymen, they are stepping up to the pit to try and get in position.
Yeah, keep your eyes on Paul, key player here. If he's caught out again by Scary D, I mean, that's just it for the team fight. He's all of your AoE damage. He's who's keeping the squishies back. Otherwise, it's easy for the Gilded Gladiators to jump on a CycloneSpin or even Cyno. So Paul needs to play safely here. It's a massive, massive bit of damage in the build already. Pendulum finished, Soul Reaver finished as well, so you've got some threat for that front line. Good luck connecting with priority targets, though. Now with Scary D, the Iron Wall Scary D, standing between the entirety of the Styx Ferrymen and his own backline.
Kyrmi can aim for a wraparound, though, to clear out a minion wave. And is keeping the Styx Ferrymen antsy about this fight because they don't know exactly where Cyno has stepped back up for this wave. He and Scary D, or at least for Kyrmi, not going to know what's going to be happening. Gilded Gladiators, they started the fire, immediately pulled away from it, and now Cyno is going to have to go back and deal with the minion waves. It's going to keep your Thor out of commission for a moment as the Gladiators start the fire once more.
Fire Giant pulled, but burning slowly. I think it's the fight that they're looking for. Blink in from Kyrmi. Connects with Aror, but he's tanky.
Aror able to dash back away, so ultimate and the blink expended by Kyrmi. Cyno finds the wall on a Scary D. Still tanky on this Hercules. Gets a lot of sustain back through. But an ultimate from Snoopy is not going to find as much value as the Gladiators may have hoped. Paul down to half as well as Baskin, but Baskin can TP right back to the fight.
And the longer the fight goes, that damage on Paul will not stick. Aror already putting some effort in towards resustaining his mid laner. So now it's the Styx Ferrymen in defensive positioning. Start moving themselves forward. The Gilded Gladiators have given up the Fire Giant Pit in exchange for the Pyromancer. 2 Runic Bombs in pocket.
Cyno, as well on Scary D, but Scary D able to walk right back through. This Fire Giant Pit now given up by the Ferrymen. Instead, he goes to the Gladiators once more. And Snoopy, even through all the defenses Baskin has up, is able to start doing some good chunk damage with those Baba Brew potions. The Gilded Gladiator still trying to find a pick on a Baskin. May have just done so. The stun was there. The root knockup not going to be enough because the Lawbringer is there to get Baskin out. But they have all this time without TP, without ultimate. Could be a call up for the Gladiators or for Cyno to step in. Kyrmi uses the ultimate and it forces the jungler out.
It does. Forces the Chel off inbound as well. But it's just poking and prodding from both of these teams, J-Mac. Neither one seeing that golden opportunity, that pick opportunity to shut down the other. The Styx Ferrymen take a peek at their resources. Beads off Cyno. That's pretty significant. No teleport for Baskin. Means if you send him back to base, he'll stay there. On the other side, it's beads off of Scary D. And good luck exploiting that. Feels like it was a Herculean effort just to get the beads off of him, let alone kill him. So 40 seconds until those are back available. Both sides, very safe still. Relics in relatively good spots. Blink, 20 seconds on Kyrmi. He's been the progenitor of aggression a good deal so far this game. Could do so once more. And if he connects with Cyno, Cyno's not fast enough on that ultimate. He could just die to the combo.
I was wondering why Baskin's taking so much from Snoopy, and then I look over in his build, and he's going another damage item last slot. And his only magic defense is what little he's getting from the Stone of Binding at this point. Baskin is not tanky up against Snoopy. And that could come back to maybe bite Baskin later on. Scary D eats a CC chain and a heap of damage, but he'll be able to sustain that one back up with his own regard and with what Inbound can provide to him. Feels like the Ferrymen, all they're doing is just poking and poking, but all that poke has netted them nothing so far against the Gladiators.
Gladiators haven't got a whole lot done either, J-Mac. Neither side making any headway in towards the Fire Giant. Pulled once more and reset. Baskin just testing the waters of the Gilded Gladiators. Neither team has got the most phenomenal, like, full global presence, so it's not as if a Chernobog's in this game. You can't just go split push, then rejoin the fight. There's no Yanis either, which means if there were going to be a split push, maybe you send Cyno down mid or right, but left is no man's land for either of these teams. If anybody shows up on left, the other team would just immediately take the Fire Giant. How do you break this stalemate? Cyno hasn't gotten a whole lot done playing with his team here. He's been in the 5-on-5 for a good long while. Maybe have him act on the edge of the team fight. Could just be it, but then that opens him up to the 1v1 up against Kyrmi, and that's just not somewhere Cyno wants to be. It's difficult, J-Mac. Both these teams racking their brains for ideas of how to break this stalemate, where to go, what do you do? Now this side quite able to figure it out. Fire Giant defensive positioning once more to the Gilded Gladiators, but they're not willing to do anything with it, not before they find some sort of headway. They want to poke someone out. They want to burn some relics or potentially find a kill first. Paul's dashed. Gilded Gladiators don't have the bird's eye view, so I'm sure he's just fine. We're just waiting, just teetering on this knife's edge.
I found a secondary reason why Scared he's living so long. It feels like he's taking no damage. If he's standing near inbound, that heroism's giving a massive shield over to Scary. A pick on a Cyno could start things out for the Glads, but Kyrmi's just missing out. Stu finds the damage, though, and that's one pick. Maybe one on a CycloneSpin. Taunt just off the mark. It gets used by Cyclone, but didn't get what he needed for the damage to take him out, but does send him back to base. Could open the door for something more, though. Aror, can he get out in time? No, he cannot. It's Kyrmi coming up big. And 2 down on the Ferryman. The Gladiators might just give up on the fire. They're going to at least work towards the Phoenix.
Mid-Phoenix off the map. That's exactly what I was concerned about. If Cyno lines up against Kyrmi, and it's no slide against Cyno the player, it's not Brooks, it's Thor. Thor does not beat Serqet in that 1v1, and Kyrmi clearly very knowing and knowledgeable of that interaction. So tough situation for the Styx Ferrymen who wanted to break the stalemate. Generally it's junglers who could do it, but Not in this matchup. The Gilded Gladiators take their 2 for none, as well as the Mid Phoenix and the Fire Giant to boot. The Styx Ferrymen can only watch on from in the distance. Can't even go for the counter Fury, right? Can't even grab the Oni Fury on the other side. So they haven't got the damage, and they need to be concerned about any sort of rotation. The Gilded Gladiators, patience wins the day. They find their one opening, and they punish heavily.
3 runic bombs in pocket as well. 2 Phoenixes and a tower still standing for the Gladiators to knock down. Plenty of opportunities to use those runic charge bombs to try and take something out, whether that be Phoenixes, towers, or if given the opportunity, can even just barrel them right into the Titan room at that same time. So for the Styx Ferrymen, now that they do have to deal with an actual defense, do they have decent tools to keep the Gladiators at bay on these siege defenses?
AoE damage is almost the entirety of how I evaluate whether or not a defense is good. Does your mage have burst, and is it easily attainable burst? Can you connect that damage consistently, which is why you want an AoE. Bigger damage field, easier to hit. Agni's got it. Certainly does. And up against how the siege is going to happen from the Gilded Gladiators, likely Inbound or Scary D walking in first, and then Stuart behind them. I think the damage should be able to connect with priority targets. So deal with Paul, defense is awful. Don't deal with Paul, defense is good.
Oh no, Kyrmi does get the taunt onto 1, but Paul's beads last long enough so he doesn't get thrown back. And the Ferrymen, they're just trying to go back to base after what looked to be a potential wraparound attempt, but now they're just letting Oni fire minions into their Titan room. They've got to walk all the way back. No back channelings for them. Paul at half HP during all of that. Will keep the minions out, but now Phoenix under threat by the Gilded Gladiators, and that left side bird may just be down. Baskin finds a nice stun to start this one out. Cyno to the sky. Where's his dunk target? It's on top of Stu. Doesn't have relics to get through this one, and Cyno finds a pick onto the carry and 1 on an inbound for Paul, but the bird is down. The response to the Ferrymen is to get their kills.
Overcommitment for the Gilded Gladiators. They do knock down the left side bird, but you'd already burned through the beads from Paul. You don't need to commit that heavily to taking down the objective. I think if it were a hit and run, play it slow, things would have been all right. But instead, they give the Styx Ferrymen an opportunity to go for these turnaround plays. A 2 or 3 man stun from Baskin. Cyno finds a major stun in the backline with his own ultimate. Paul allowed time to reset and then rejoin the fight. Puts out his own damage. And the Gilded Gladiators, they can say, well, at least we broke the base. At least we knocked down the Phoenix. But that early into their Fire Giant play, I think they could have got a bit more. Now it's the Styx Ferrymen knocking on the door. A return Phoenix could be massive.
Roar does have a runic bomb. Will tank up the Phoenix, but the damage output from Snoopy. Taunt onto Cyno, thrown against the wall. A lot of damage through, but Kyrmi will go down. Aurora just barely still alive through all of this. Snoopy trying to pump out damage with that house, but not quite enough. The door isn't opening up in time. Snoopy gets a pick onto Aurora. Paul dashes aggressively, and it's a double for Snoopy. Unfortunate for them. Door stuck, nowhere to go.
Just a miserable situation. You gotta wait for those doors to open. If every Phoenix is up, if there are no Phoenixes down, the doors are locked, and you gotta slowly pick your way through them. Knock a Phoenix down, the door will open up for you. Unfortunately, for the Styx Ferrymen, they hadn't done the hard part just yet. So an overextension from the Ferrymen, which I thought was going to be backbreaking for the Gilded Gladiators. When Kyrmi had fallen, I thought that's just it. Desynced deaths. Phoenix is going to go down. Fire Giant to the Ferrymen. We're back to an even game. Instead, the defense clean from Snoopy. The damage output just enough to keep that Phoenix alive and create opportunities now for 30 seconds. For the Ferrymen got to play without their mid or support.
Cyno avoids a stun. Baskin to the back, stuns 2. Stuart pushed back under the Phoenix, and a lot of damage followed by Cyno, but not just enough. The Aegis is there, but now Cyno up to the sky. 40
Stu's
seconds,
dead,
no
right?
beat. Stu has got to juke away from the ult. He does so, sends 1 to the sky, and he just can't die. Cyno misses everything. Stuart takes down Baskin, and Cyno the only one alive for another second. Aurora just now coming up. Paul right after. It's going to be 2 versus 4. At the pace, Aurora puts a stun onto Stu. Paul is back in, but Paul picked up. Paul pushed back. Beads are down. Aegis still available. The Titan's still under siege. And another push-pull from Scary D puts Paul out of position, but he takes out Stu. He's got to take out Snoopy as well
Kyrmi
to stop this defense with Kyrmi showing up. The Gilded Gladiators start the best of 5 off with the 2-0.
Man, that is backbreaking for the Styx Ferrymen now, who are on match point. One more loss for them would just end their winner's bracket run. The Gilded Gladiators, I don't think anybody expected them to have as emphatic a performance as they had so far. Clean play. Clearly, they're keeping their heads clear. They have really played through patience. That Fire Giant dance, what was that, 8 minutes, 9 minutes? Where they're just staring each other down, waiting for an opportunity, waiting for an opening. And it's Kyrmi who finds it, exploits it, and executes on it by dealing with Cyno so quickly, completely opening up the next 5, 6, 7 minutes of that game.
I mean, you were asking early in the game, how do we even deal with Baskin at this point? Well, I guess it's just wait for him to get to late game, don't have any magic defense, and let Snoopy be the one to deal with him at that point. It just felt like Snoopy was untouched this entire game. Nobody dealing with this Baba Yaga and allow him to free cast through. The Gilded Gladiators start this best of 5 off with a 2-0. 1 game away from moving on to the winner's bracket. Can they do so? Or the Ferrymen fight back? We'll find out in Game 3 right after this.
Who is playing me in my own movie? Simon Pegg. I don't know why, looks nothing like me, but I just like the guy, I like his movies, I think he's a good actor, so probably Simon Pegg.
For the role of Awesome Jake, you know, that's just a really big role, and I'd needed to like go to someone who is really just going to capture the role. So my first choice would be Ryan Gosling.
I think with the blonde hair and the height and kind of that jokey vibe, the slight humor undertones, literally nothing else, I'm going the greater of the Hemsworths.
I think you get a Nick Cage in there. That'd be a powerful casting choice.
Seth Rogen, that's the one.
Christian Bale, for some reason, jumped to my mind. And maybe it's just because he's a good actor. I'm going to go with Christian Bale. And not because of American Psycho.
Well, I'll go ahead and beat the YouTube comments to it. Spider-Man's best friend from the Tom Holland films would probably play me. If I would lose some weight, Jason Momoa could play me. But if I got to choose, and you know, it's someone who embodies my spirit fully, I think in the film This Is the End, Michael Cera's character is the closest analog I've seen to my personality in film. So maybe Michael Cera.
Yeah, I'm just going to go with Leonardo DiCaprio. I mean, he's the GOAT. He's the most versatile actor of all time. And, you know, I really think he would show how versatile I can be and my character can be, and how much I can change with, you know, different moods that I have. So it'd have to be Leo.
I mean, people say for some reason I look like Mr. Beast, like with a different hairstyle, but yeah, they say I look like Mr. Beast, so maybe Mr. Beast. I don't know.
Oh, well, I've already had this discussion. So I asked my fiance, I was like, hey, could I, you know, I don't want to be an actor, but could I play a young DiCaprio? And she's like, no, you can't, not even close. She's like, you could maybe pull off young Johnny Depp, but young DiCaprio, no. So I guess because of the facial hair and Leo's like way more handsome than me, I guess it would have to be Johnny Depp, but I'd prefer Leo if I could get him.
When I was in like high school, I would sometimes get the nickname McLovin.
I would say Kubo Fett. You know, I grew up with him. You know, he's one of my best friends. He would probably know what I do and what I would say in certain scenarios that nobody else would. And yeah, that would be easy for him.
I will burn away soul. Run away, little gods.
That's right. The Smite Advanced GG action continues in the Godslayer bundle. It's still there. You can grab yourself an Ice Shaker and the Godslayer Energy Formula over at advanced.gg. Make sure you use code SMITE as well for 10% off your order. If you don't, I'm going to yell at you. So use code SMITE. Wait, people might want that. All right, depending on whether or not you want that, I'll yell at you. Whether you use it or you don't. You just have to ask me. The Godslayer bundle with Advanced GG, Ice Shaker, and Energy Formula. It's really good energy as well. I might take some later on today before my cast. Gore, you might have had some pre-desk just now.
Honestly, I'm feeling the same way whether I did or I didn't, man.
What did I say that tickled you?
Just, I did not expect that if you don't, I'm going to yell at you.
Yeah, well, when I used to stream many moons ago, one of my incentives was for me to yell, and then I realized
you also had
like
show legs on there.
I did.
Yeah.
Game 2 over to the Gilded Gladiators and Gore. This one feels much more convincing and straightforward. This feels like a game where there was some scrappiness, some fighting back and forth. This is a game where it feels like the Gladiators didn't need a Fire Giant steal. They simply controlled the map a little bit better. Now the Ferrymen down 0-2 in this best of 5. I did not see this happening in the first 2 games of this set.
Honestly, yeah, I agree with that, right? If you had told me that this was 1-1 after the first 2 games, I think that in my mind is maybe the most realistic thing. After seeing the drafts, though, I very specifically have to give Kyrmi a lot of shout-outs. I think that getting the Serqet, we were talking a little bit about it, the nerfs. I didn't see that big of a difference. I think that it went from a must-grab, first-pick, must-ban kind of god to someone that is a little more flexible in there, and what we got to see was someone who was a little more flexible in there. I think that Kyrmi, lower in the pick order, lower in the pick priority, still made it look like one of his premier gods. Goes 5, 4, and 5. Isn't even the shining light here. I think Snoopy, again, a lot of last hits, but a lot of damage, man. I mean, 44,000 throughout this game, only dies once, looks really good. I saw Zapman in chat, I think after the first blood saying Snoopy greater than Paul, ? And just little moments like that where it's just you're getting a performance out of Snoopy right now that, honestly, I don't think we've gotten to see for a lot of this phase. So I think he's playing clean. I think you're getting a good performance out of Scary D. Baskin, unfortunately, unable to do a lot of the clap back that we saw in Game 1 on the tier here. And Cyno, I mean, you got to call it out when you see it. The spade's a spade. He missed a lot of ults that just did not impact the game because they were missed. And does that change as much if he hits, just one of them? Maybe not. But if you're hitting 2, 3, 4 of those missed ults otherwise, suddenly I think you're in a very different portion of game. And maybe still going. Maybe you're winning.
Yep.
But things just didn't quite click really from top to bottom there for the Ferrymen. They had some good moments, but nothing I think that you're leaning back and going, that's something we can look at with pride. No. Definitely a lot of changes that have to come. I'm starting to look at the Baba Yaga. I'm starting to think, do you need to ban Afro? Do you need to ban Guan? Baba might be a good ban in one of those spots. If you don't, let the Ram through, ban the Baba there. I think that there's a lot of opportunities. I also think, and it's easy to glance over, Inbound is having an insane time on this Terra. I think that Inbound's Terra was already one of his better gods prior to her being strong in meta. Now that she's strong in the meta and pretty high priority on top of that, it just feels like the perfect combination right now. I mean, it's easy to talk about Kyrmi because he's getting in there and active and is doing the jungler, or Scary D or Snoopy because of their slash lines. But I think the control that Inbound is giving to his team, is setting up for his team because of this Terra, is really one of the biggest strengths here. And that's 2 games in a row that they've gotten to play it, and 2 games in a row that he's looked really good on it. So I think if he gets it one more time, 3rd time's the charm, I think they win the set. I think if you can control a little bit more, Heimdallr looked good there, even though the Ram was taken away. I don't think you need to ban out Stuart. I think you need to look towards mid, you need to look in the jungle, and you need to look at the support. I think if you get rid of the Terra, you get rid of the Serqet, you'll probably be in a much better position.
Yeah.
The problem then comes, where are you banning those? I think you ban out the Terra instead of the Afro. I think that's just an easy claim to make. I feel like right now Afro probably pretty easy to deal with in the grand scheme. So letting that through might not be the end of the world, even if you're going up against a team that has played it relatively well. I think you can get rid of the Terra there, and I think you don't need to worry about Stuart's pick this early. I think you can ban a Serqet relatively early on. You could even wait. I mean, it was Fenrir Hunbats last time around. Kyrmi's got 5 good gods that he's going to play. But if he's looking stellar on 2 of those 5, those are the 2 you need to get rid of. The Fenrir has been really good. I think the Serqet is still really good. So as much as I appreciate the Hunbats ban, I feel like there's a list that needs to get hit in priority here for the Ferrymen.
Gore, I'm glad you bring up Inbound. Combined in the first 2 games, both on Terra, 2-7 and 23. The last 2 games before that, he went 1-8 and 10.
Yeah.
So significantly better, almost twice as good as
He's
the
playing
last couple
really well.
games that we've seen the Terra get played. I wonder then if you've mentioned picks and bans,
Yeah.
you mentioned the Hachiman. That's something I wonder if the Ferrymen start to look at. Early priority of that hunter right now, and we know CycloneSpin will play. He'll play Xbal, he'll play Ram, he'll play Hachi. I mean, there's options depending on how picks and bans go. But there's a lot of value in that first pick slot. Wonder if swapping out Hachi for something else is a viable opportunity here for the Ferrymen.
I'm really interested to see if they do, because like I said last time around, when you first pick something, your first pick's it's got to do a lot for you. And you know, when we were go back to the days when you're seeing Dajit first pick, Serqet first pick, I mean, those are going into the game. They were making huge impacts. They were absolutely proving their worth minute by minute by minute in the game. I haven't gotten to really see that out of the Hachi 2 games in a row. And then on top of that, I feel like if you're locking in a hunter first, you're typically locking them in because they're just so much better than every other hunter that they're going to provide something for your team. But like, I'm even like right now, I'm just looking at the numbers that were changed for Kernanos. And like it's a hit, but I don't think it makes him that bad. I feel like there's still a lot of hunters. I don't know, like Hachi's probably still the best, but is he so far the best that you have to pick him over everything else or worry about getting him first? I don't think so.
Stuart, plenty of variety in that god pool as well. The Ferrymen and the Gladiators, they'll have a bit more time to discuss what they want their hunter and other picks to be. A slight tech issue. We're going to be sorting that out, and we'll be getting into picks and bans for game number 3 in just a moment. Don't go anywhere. Game 3 just around the corner. I would pick Frostbound Hammer so I can smack people and just keep chasing them down and smacking them more.
I think I'm gonna go with alternate timeline because I would love to have the ability to, when I fuck up really badly, just whoop and try it again and get to run it back. I'd like to be able to redo.
Like, it would be cool to have guardian items because you're like, maybe I could get hit by a car and it'd bounce right off because I got all this armor now. But realistically, I'm just gonna go with what's the item called? Oh shoot, it's the katana item. Is it hastened katana? The one where if I punch somebody, I don't have to slow down, because that'd just be really funny.
I would probably take a prophetic cloak in real life just because it looks really cool. And I think that'd be something I could actually like utilize in some way. You know, it gets cold in the winter, put on my cloak. I don't know, I'll probably go prophetic cloak or Dawnbringer, one of those two.
I'd say Aegis then, just to be able to eat something. Like, as I'm getting into learning the depth of all the new items in year 10, you know, Aegis, it's always kind of been there. So if someone's coming at me or, you know, just happen to be in a bad spot or whatever, throw up Aegis, be like, all right, cool, we're good. And then wait a little bit, use it again. I'm here for it.
Wow, I was gonna say Charon's coin because you get 1 gold every time you get a kill, but that would mean you'd have to murder people, so never mind. I would probably go with shielded teleport, so I can teleport places.
Yep, we're good. Okay, welcome into Rapid Fire. The questions that are so rapid that they heat up and they're hot, and we're doing it with hot sauce. Pagon's gone for Dabomb. You haven't done it yet, right? You've already done
second time
Dabomb.
bombing?
Yeah, but all right, show the camera. Flip that out. That is a decent, that is a chunk of Dabomb. And then Sot and I, who have also done Dabomb, are doing something a bit more tame. All right, I'm doing spoon inspections after this, so everyone cheers on your hot sauce.
Way. Cheers.
Oh, that's still spicy for me. That's still hot for me. Okay. It's a little tingly. Okay. Ooh, the spoon inspections. Everyone, show me your spoons. You got spoon. You got spoon. Your spoon's good. All right, we're all clean.
Oh my god.
So, who's the freest solo laner in the league to lane against?
Oh my. This is not good.
I don't know. I'm gonna say like.
I got the hiccups.
Probably Ducky.
Ducky's the freest. Jake, who's the freest duo lane?
The freest duo lane. Right now. I mean, last year it was Neil and Vote. This year it might be Bobby and Stu.
Bobby and Stu, so free. Pagon, who's the freest mid laner to go up against?
Venenu?
Ven, freest mid. And you have data to back that up. It does have knockup and does have water carbon. Pagon does it again! Twice in the same game!
Oh yeah. So I have a hot take.
Go ahead.
If you get up and you go on your computer and you're not like that active in all day, you don't need a shower. Okay.
I think it depends what you're doing at your computer, right? What if you're like leaned over sweating during Smite games?
I mean.
Or you're thinking if you're just at your PC, no matter what.
If you're at your PC, if you're not exercising or going to the gym, like you don't need a shower. Like it's not that bad.
Oni Warriors. Sot, who do you think your closest competition is in the league right now?
No one.
No one. Jake, who's the closest team to you guys in the league?
Probably the Kings.
Pretty close to you guys. Pagon, who do you think the closest team to you is?
Ferrymen.
Really? Styx Ferrymen? Why? Paul. I guess he's close. Is that mid lane bias?
Yeah.
appreciate everyone's patience on the technical pause. I got some good news and some bad news, Score.
Yeah.
For both you and the folks at home.
Okay.
Bad news first. If you were enjoying listening to that nice, soothing, calm music and not listening to this fella and I talking about Smite, unfortunately, you're going to have to do that now. The good news is therefore, we're moving into picks and bans here in just a moment.
By the way, just got to give you credit. You did it the right order. It's always bad news first, then good news. I don't. Any other way is just wrong.
Well,
which I guess there's only one other way.
The bad news for the Ferrymen is they're moving into what could be the last picks and bans of this set if they're not able to win.
But the good news for the Gladiators is that they're one win away from moving on in the bracket.
Getting out of here. That's right. So a couple things that we want to key in on, Gore. I think one is the Hachiman first pick going to continue 3 games out of 3 for the Ferrymen. Ferrymen have been in first pick now all 3 games. They've picked Hachiman first pick in 2 of them. TBD on number 3. Do you pivot away from the Terra? I don't think you do by your own choice if you're the Gladiators, but do you force Inbound onto something else? Maybe. Baba Yaga taken away from Snoopy, who's put together a really nice set for himself already here so far as well. A couple Baba Yaga games in a row, and Snoopy has gone a combined 11, 4, and 20 in Game 1 and Game 2. And Gore, the 0-2 Hachiman, going to get run back again. I'll give Guan Yu and Terra over to the Gilded Gladiators. I don't think you'd put. I like this. I think you keep Bobby on the Terra. It's been looking too good.
Yep.
And Guan Yu is too sought after. I think the Gladiators get a great first 2.
Absolutely. Not only that, I think that trading Hachi for those 2 is just wrong. Like what we have seen out of that pick, like there's not a lot of times in drafting that I think that there's. I don't even want to call it a mistake, but where something is made where the choice just has me questioning what your draft is. I don't think this Hachi is provided enough for you or is so well sought after right now that it was worth giving those 2 picks up. Maybe it's just something that the Ferrymen are bringing. I don't know. I'm not feeling it. The first 2 games didn't really get me over there. I'm even more surprised. I feel like in this pick, I mean, if you're already banning the Baba Yaga and you know mid laners have been, I think, a little more iffy so far this set, I wouldn't be surprised. I mean, Snoopy loves Merlin. Merlin's still available, has been banned a few times from him, to the point where it was actually, Hebo, Merlin, and Agni in Game 1 that was banned out. I wouldn't be surprised if they grab up a mid lane pick here, knowing that pool has been a little shallower than normal, which then gives the Gladiators plenty of room to just lean heavily into those bans. If you grab, a Merlin, ban Agni alongside a Hebo, and suddenly you're really limiting a lot of that. Maybe something like the Morrigan as well, since that has been just on the cusp of being picked. I don't know. I feel like the bans have gone well. I like some of the adjustments. I don't know that the Afro needed to be there. I think the Terra's been looking good. Guan Yu just feels like it's going to be a blanket upgrade, and then you get the Merlin as well instead of the Baba Yaga. It's going to be a different style of play, but something that Snoopy's really good at. I really like the Gladiators' top 3. That's not to say I don't like the Ferrymen's top 3. I just don't think Hachi is deserving of his spot up at the very top right now. Naja, Hercules have both looked incredibly good. It's just whether or not they can make the rest work.
I guess the argument is with a Ram, a Marty banned away. The argument, I guess, for the Ferrymen is that the gap between one of Ram, Marty, Hachiman to the next tier of hunters or the next tier of ADCs is bigger than the gap of Guan Yu and Terra or some combination of healing frontliners to what the front line is that the Ferrymen are going to get. Again, I suppose my argument would be there's a bunch of, or a handful of ADCs right now. This is why I'm here, Gore. And
well, I don't know. I feel like we have data to back that up now, right? I mean, in Game 1, Hachi gets first pick, Ram outdoes him. Then in Game 2, Hachi gets first pick, Ram is banned, and Heim outdoes him. So if you've got, I mean, that's already 2 so far that have at least stood up to Cyclone's Hachi and looked good against it. And so I think that maybe there's a conversation maybe we need to talk about in the vacuum, but this isn't in the vacuum. And so from what we've seen so far, I like going back to the Heim. I feel like the Gladiators have come up with a just better draft for them. All they need is something that's just key for Kyrmi. The Serqet's still available. They banned out the Fenrir and the Hunbat, so and with the Naja locked in, I sincerely doubt that's not going to anyone other than Cyno. So realistically, you could probably just run that back in the jungle and still look incredibly good on it if you're Kyrmi.
Yep.
But there's also, I mean, Bakasura was one that he's looked insane on that is still right there and could still do a lot to this team. I feel like Gladiators are in a really, really good position right now for their draft and for how their play's been going.
That said, the Styx Ferrymen still get a really, really solid draft. I mean, Hachi, Naja, Hercules, and Horus, if you're looking at frontliners that have really been highly prioritized throughout the road to Masters, Hercules and Horus are just about at the top of that list. So this is where the argument gets some nuance, right? We're talking about Hachiman first pick versus what you're giving up. Well, the front line that the Ferrymen are able to get in return is still Hercules and Horus, which is, again, one of the highest priority front lines that we've got. And so there's absolutely a conversation to be had there. And it's not like in Game 2 the Ferrymen were just blown off the map. You know, it's a pretty competitive Game 2. And the Gladiators have cleaned up some of their shot calling, which has really done them some good here in the first 2 games of this set. Remember, there is a loser's bracket opportunity throughout this playoff event. But, of course, life always made easier if you're able to stick up on the top side of the bracket. But the Gilded Gladiators, a 3-0 would be quite a statement, especially against the Ferrymen who ended their phase on a bit of a hot streak. Tiebreakers holding them at a 2nd seed. And took a tiebreaker to give them 3rd seed. So it was very competitive over in the Order Division. 1 pick remaining for the Gilded Gladiators. We are looking for a jungler. Gore, you mentioned the Serqet. Pretty good for Kyrmi. It's still an option there. I think Paul, though, is looking for something that's just going to survive this game. Morgan Le Fay has the ability to do a bit of that. CC immunity in the kit. Some self-peel as well, as always what we talk about with Morgan Le Fay. Going to be trying to peel out of Susano, though, because Kyrmi has feasted in mid so far in this set.
Yeah, honestly, I really like this pick, too. Again, something that we've seen a lot in the weeks coming up to the playoffs here. And has carried games, looked really good, has a lot of good CC for it. And when you're locking people down the way that a Susano can inside, let's say, Merlin damage, that's just a disastrous combo for anybody that gets caught out there. You're going to be forcing a lot of beads, maybe Windfire Wheels, I think, early on from Naja just to stay safe. And I feel like, you know, your Horus dashes, Hercules pushes, like a lot of what could be otherwise engage tools maybe getting used just for disengage to try and create some space. Susano's still good at chasing people down. If you're trying to match mobility that Serqet brings, Susano does that. But he does it with, albeit different, but still similar styles of CC, right? Your 2 is a little smaller, maybe harder to hit, though you only have to hit one person with it. You pull them back in. And then, of course, your ult being a massive knock-up instead of a throw. But a massive knock-up can go wild in a lot of these jungle corridors. Hell, it goes wild in mid. I feel like that 2v2 that we've been seeing, Susano, Merlin now versus the presumably Naja, Morgan Le Fay. I like Morgan Le Fay. I think the damage is still going to be there, but I really like what Susano, Merlin bring to the table. Then when you start looking at the front line, I have to give a lot to Hercules, because I think Hercules can change the pace of any game with a really good pluck. But Horus, so far this set, has left me wanting a little bit. Haven't gotten to see anything too crazy with him. Most of the time when a Horus is doing really well, it's not really in the base kit that we're seeing it. Maybe some knock-ups, maybe in the prot shred on the 2. But realistically, it's that you're seeing the ults being used in such a proactive way on the map. We haven't gotten to see that too much, so if the Ferrymen can do that, I think with the damage output they have, it should look really good. But I think just the way that they have been playing, if I took this draft and drop it into Game 2, which is essentially what a Game 3 would be, I favor the Gladiators here.
And I think what's worked so well for the Gladiators today, because remember, this is always a team where the conversation has always been, and it's felt like the same for a lot of the qualifier teams, where, yeah, they can fight and they can scrap early, but come shot calling, come team fight, come group time, that's where they feel a bit outclassed. That has not felt like the case so far in the set for the Gilded Gladiators, where they've been able to fight and scrap and find kills early. A lot of those in mid, a lot of those centered towards Paul. But the Gilded Gladiators have been able to make good decisions on the map, and they've cleaned up a bit of that aspect of their play. Are they able to do so again here in Game 3? Will the Gilded Gladiators 3-0 the Styx Ferrymen? Down to J-Mac and Mifflin to find out.
That's right. Game number 3. The Gladiators on match point up against the Styx Ferrymen, who would have to go with a full reverse sweep to win out the set and keep their winner's bracket chances alive. But that's a tall task to go up against the Gladiators. It's J-Mac, Mifflin, and Doug here for game number 3. And Mifflin, the Gladiators, at least from what I've been seeing of their performance over the last couple of weeks, go all the way back to their win up against the Camelot Kings, always feels like a team that can really punch up to the competition, one that can really play to the strengths of who they're going up against.
And have done so beautifully so far this set. Talk about winning over the fans. I believe the first game it was 80-20, 70-30, maybe somewhere in there. Then it was 60-40. Now we're all the way to 50-50 on the Twitch poll. Nobody knows who's going to win this one. I think the Des do a great job priming some of the key players for the early game. I think that mid 2v2, which has been significant so far every game this set, will continue to be so here in game number 3. Kyrmi and Snoopy, Susano and Merlin respectively up against Naja and Morgan Le Fay on the other side. I don't think I as heavily favor the Gilded Gladiators mid 2v2 as Gore did. But I do certainly still think that there's a little bit more leeway for action when you're looking at Kyrmi on the Susano. The ease of displacement to set up for Snoopy can just be massive. But that's not taking into account the chain CC lockdown potential that Cyno and Paul have got together. Once you connect a sash, you're getting the Sigil Fear or slow, and you're getting the Dragonflight knockup just about every single time as well. It's a whole lot of CC to deal with throughout the early.
A lot of the action has started off in this mid lane for these two teams, and in both games 1 and 2 has started with a pick for Kyrmi. Now, I'll be honest, I'm surprised he actually dashed away from Paul. I thought we would have seen a commitment by Kyrmi and Snoopy to dive in aggressively, but maybe fearing what the archers and the rest of the minions inside that lane can deal damage-wise.
Or like a sash, you know, that would have probably put a pretty heavy stopper on that one as well. Snoopy had just used his entire kit, so there was not a whole lot of follow-up. Would have taken maybe 3, perhaps 4 auto attacks to finish off Paul from that position. So good defensive mindset from Kyrmi to not overextend there, and instead, why risk it when you can do the exact same thing which you've been doing, which is fish for the pool, wait for the ice storm.
Cyno versus Kyrmi. Sash connects in. Kyrmi dashes out because Aror is on the way. Slow connects on the ring toss. Aror dashes in. Quick beads to get away from the stun of Aror, but that's now a beads down for Kyrmi for the next 2.5 minutes. Cyno does manage to get the buff, but runs into Inbound, who will just keep him away from the wave for a moment before immediately turning themselves back through. So net positive for the Ferrymen, stripping away a defensive relic from Kyrmi.
Yeah, great rotation from Aror. Not easy to make that rotation at level 3, catch out Kyrmi in the jungle. Kyrmi losing the beads, of course, pretty massive, but I understand the idea from Kyrmi, which is you win the fight up against Cyno, so you want to take the fight up against Cyno, send him back to base, and all of a sudden you've built a little bit of safety on map for your side lanes. Just wasn't quite accounting for that rotation from the Horus. Aurora's always been a player that has looked to get active on map. He's always been a player that wants to rotate out early, wants to be in your face. Picks like Horus certainly favor his play style, just hasn't looked so great so far this set. But I'd argue the individual play of Horus has not been poor. The fractures have been connecting, the knockups have been there, the heals have been consistent. Maybe some of those ultimates a little bit suspect in the games of past, but I'm thinking we're at an 80% hit rate on the ultimates as well. So if the Styx Ferrymen find themselves going towards Horus for the rest of the tournament, I wouldn't be so surprised. My primary concern is Paul's God Pool, which seems to have taken a pretty significant hit, hasn't it? If Hell and Baba Yaga aren't available, Paul's been largely mitigated in his efficacy.
And I wonder if maybe that's just maybe lack of experience on some of the new stuff this time through.
Can't be that. This guy plays everything.
Or maybe it's just Paul's trying to experiment with some new stuff, potentially. So we've seen 3 different picks from him this game, or this set, I should say. We saw the E-Shell in game 1, Agni game 2, and now Morgan Le Fay. Haven't seen very much of her in general this phase. I think only a couple of games by, I want to say Venenu.
It's Ven, yep.
Has been the one that's kind of pricking this one out there. So maybe some experimenting for Paul more than anything. But you're right. I mean, it just has felt like once this Hell is taken out, you know, once you kind of remove a couple of those power picks from Paul, he's been a lot quieter in his set performance.
Has been, but can certainly turn things around here. Looking at some of the direct matchups that Paul has against the Gilded Gladiators. You don't love Morgan Le Fay. You actually hate Morgan Le Fay into Guan Yu. That is a miserable matchup. Dragonflight will not peel. The Talu Assault with knockup immunity means that he's just going to stick to you regardless. Has great chase down potential with the cavalry charge and the slow. But otherwise, up against maybe Snoopy directly or Kyrmi if he's barrel stuffing, and Susano so often does after that pull, Dragonflight will find a good deal of value there. Man, I mean, I'm doing the top to bottom. Inbound's got a great matchup in a Morgan Le Fay as well. It's going to be a difficult one for Paul to survive in that back line.
Even Stu, if he's able to at least maybe channel that Gjallarhorn a little early.
Yeah, if Stu's in Dragonflight range, I'm thinking things have gone either great or bad.
South, or could have gone completely positive. But let's see how that goes through. Stu back on the Heimdallr second game. We saw it in game number 2, where it was used multiple times to kind of reposition Aror to set up for ganks for his team. Sends Aror through the realms a couple of times through. Ultimate in by Scary D to try and find Baskin. A pull is there, finds the stun after, but Baskin's fairly tanky now with a full defense item online, and not much just comes through that gank. Didn't get any kind of relics from him, didn't even get the ultimate.
Yeah, that was a wishful gank. Kyrmi at least holds on to the Typhoon, which might need to be used here to defend the blue buff. Goes unchanneled, need to be safe.
Cyno misses just about everything there. Typhoon channeled up onto Baskin. Will find the knock up there. Now Baskin's got to find a way out. Jetstream locks him in place. Kyrmi goes in with a boulder. Double tap is good. A pickup is good. And Baskin shoves him against the wall. And it's one for both Baskin and Cyno. An early double for the Styx Ferrymen.
You got to stop playing around Baskin. Don't play with him. Stop playing, all right? Baskin's going to do it. He is so good at these early game fights, the placement of the pool, the punch timing. Perfect. I think the best answer any team could come up with to dealing with the Styx Ferrymen is to absolutely limit the portions of the game that Baskin can be involved. I mean, even go back to game 2. What happens? Everything's Gilded Gladiators until one team fight on Baskin's side of the map, and he turns things around entirely. This time around, it's the Gilded Gladiators getting over-aggressive around that blue buff. A reinitiation from Kyrmi, which I think just does not need to happen. Costs them greatly. It's a 2-0 start for the Ferrymen.
I mean, good on at least Baskin for waiting for that jet stream to come through, too, because I was sitting there going, okay, how long is it going to take Kyrmi to actually teleport back in and keep going? Kyrmi waited as long as he could. It was a perfect moment for Baskin to drop the boulder down, double tap both of them, and set up for Cyno immediately after. Brief pause in the action while we get the players set back up for the game. But game number 3 now, starting off on the opposite foot. I mean, game 1 and 2 were first bloods, first double kill bloods, I should say, at least for the Gilded Gladiators. Everything starting out in mid. So now, like for the Styx Ferrymen, being able to find one kill, not just for Cyno, who's been struggling a little bit through these mid-game fights, but also getting a kill for Baskin, who was that shining hope in game 2.
But early game leads aren't what they used to be, J-Mac. It's not like that double kill first blood is just going to stifle the entire map like it used to. Now, 1,000 gold in the early game, immediately caught back with one bounty kill, or maybe you go grab a chest or fall back to the objectives. The lowest gold or experienced player also has a bit of spooling now here in year 10. So it is difficult to turn these small leads in the early into something significant, to something that is really tangible. It seems like the only team in the league right now that has been very capable of doing it consistently is the Oni Warriors. So whether or not we see the same level of aggression from the Ferrymen, TBD. We're going to look back at how this fight played out and just look at the patience from Baskin. I think the most important part of this, holds on to the ultimate until after the jet stream is channeled, and then immediately finds the double push right afterward. Baskin just places his abilities perfectly, and if Hercules is doing all that, I'm not even sure you needed Cyno there to get the second one.
Yeah, it's one of those kind of unfortunate moments where you want to be stacked up because you want to be able to get those kills in the jungle, but at the same time, you don't want to stack up against a Hercules when he can find those pickups and find those consistent pushes like Baskin did in that last little engagement there. So great patience by him and Cyno. Does net at least the first 2 kills of the game for the Styx Ferrymen. Apologies for delay. We're still trying to get ourselves back here in a game number 3. Remember, it is a best-of-5 set. You see 2 on the top of the board. Most of the time, you're thinking, hey, we're done. We move on. We go to the next game. But it's all best-of-5s this weekend here in the playoffs, all seeding up towards the Masters event in just a couple of weeks. Because of that, it's going to be a tough battle throughout the course of this weekend, a winner's bracket and a loser's bracket, double elimination for these two teams. So a loss today is not the end of the road for either team, but makes your path towards a better seeding in Masters that much easier.
And seeding all important, of course. You're going to have so many opportunities to play against the best teams in the world, some challenger representatives as well. So keep your eyes on these next couple of weeks. A lot of high-impact Smite, high-implication matches. You really, really want to make sure you're tuning in for everything. But, J-Mac, it sounds like we've got a break. We'll be right back.
Hello, everybody. Welcome back. Appreciate the patience as we get ready to jump back into game number 3. A couple small tech issues that we should be working out just now and should be ready to jump back into the game in any moment. So apologies for the delay, but we should be ready to throw ourselves right back now into game number 3 with no further delay from the players, leaving off exactly where, or I should say jumping back in exactly where we had left off. 2 kills to the Styx Ferrymen on a first blood to the right side of the map to start things out, but there's been aggression pretty much across the board. A lot of action has taken place over in this dual lane. Inbound and Aror both trying to get active for their carries.
Yeah, not a whole lot of action actually taking place, right? Not a whole lot of pay dirt, I should say, in the duo lane. Seems like solo's the place to be if you want things to happen, and that's only true for one of these teams. The Styx Ferrymen, a significant lead on that side of the map. Unfortunately, if you were to evaluate where you want pressure in the early game, it's probably in the duo lane. There's a Gold Fury on that side of the map. Pyromancer not going to be here for a couple more minutes. So for now, Baskin gets to twiddle his thumbs and say, all right, Scary, don't fight me. I'm ahead. A full entire level for Baskin now. Scary D just now taking over to level 8 from Wave. Baskin sitting comfortably at level 9. I wonder, though, with Cyno having a lead, I think for the first time this set throughout the early game, what is he going to do with that pressure? Where is he going to go? It's not Transcendence. It's a much faster build. Jotun's Wrath in the first slot, 20% CDR. Eye of the Jungle. Really could start to get involved. Seems like it is that dual lane. He's found Kyrmi.
Kyrmi dropped down through. Cyclone charged in with the ult, but a quick teleport out by Kyrmi gets him out of danger, but does cost him his beads all the while. An ultimate from Inbound used as well to try and help deter the Styx Ferrymen from pushing forward. This Ferryman will do just that, giving up and having gotten the relic from Kyrmi, a win for the Ferrymen.
A small win, to be sure. What can he do while those beads are down? Cyno will just have to wait for his ultimate to come back up and try once more. It was a beads post-ultimate, worth noting, so that is a no sash required, hands free. Mom, look at me, no handlebars. Finds the Windfire wheels. Kyrmi now really has to play safe on map, because it's not just Cyno that has CC output. Cyclone, Aror, Paul, even Baskin have all got ways to lock down targets. So Kyrmi, I think, probably going to spend the next 2 minutes farming in the jungle and waiting for that relic.
Yeah, that one level lead isn't just for Baskin, though, as mentioned, Cyno as well, having about a level up over Kyrmi. On the opposite end, the Gladiators mid laner Snoopy getting the better end of farm against Paul, at least for the time being, and that's been true for pretty much the entire set. This has been one of Snoopy's better performing sets in mid. Getting early first bloods, taking early leads up against Paul, who's one of the league's well-known farmers from seasons of past. But now, a fight over to the duo lane. Stuart stunned out, does charge the horn. Make sure he doesn't get knocked up by a roar, but ultimate in, doesn't connect with the roar and has the Bifrost out. And luckily for him, there was nobody on the other end of that Bifrost waiting for him.
Yeah, I think Cyclone, just assuming that that wasn't going to happen, had already turned on his heel, starts to walk away. If Cyclone stands his ground there, that's probably a free kill. It even takes Stuart a little while to channel through that Bifrost. It's a long-distance teleport. Ultimate available to the Hachiman. Maybe a small missed opportunity to the Styx Ferrymen's duo lane. But a win, nonetheless. Getting that ultimate off of Stu means that could be time for another rotation from Cyno, who is now 2 levels up on Kyrmi. Sent back to base just a moment ago. Kyrmi was. Time in base is time spent not farming. And Cyno's very good at staying on field and collecting all that neutral farm on map. Massive power spike as well. Brawler's beat stick already finished. I want to see him get involved.
Pick onto Paul, potentially. Quick ultimate from Paul, but it's not going to save him from the Typhoon and Blizzard damage afterward. And that'll be a first blood, or for the Gilded Gladiators, at least in this game, to get themselves now on the board.
Yeah, Paul has been really struggling in the laning phase here today, J-Mag. I couldn't tell you what's going on with Paul. Great concentration from Kyrmi. 3 games in a row, rotates through, get involved, shuts down Paul early on. Snoopy was already ahead, so putting him even further ahead probably feels great, especially considering how much burn potential Merlin has for these objectives. Pyromancer has joined the map. Styx Ferrymen have had the advantage on the right-hand side. Wouldn't be surprised to see them try and leverage it soon, but with Gold Fury on the opposite side, you got to be careful. These objective trades can be really iffy this early in the game.
I mean, it looked like Paul had channeled the ultimate and then canceled it once he realized nobody was on top, but didn't elect to use the Aegis afterwards. That may have been enough to save his life, but we'll have it for the next fight. Might need it here. Does take a lot of damage. Stun
Wow,
does
that
connect from
connected?
inbound. Pulling by Snoopy is Aegis away. And Paul will be able to walk out, if only barely this time through. Now Cyno and Aror on the way through. Sash by Cyno connects to inbound, but that's inbound, a very healthy Terra. Not going to have any further follow-up there.
Man, that stun must have been pixel perfect from inbound there. I mean, Paul, it looked like to me like he was almost out of that range. A TKO significant with objectives on the map. Pyromancer pulled, burned, and taken by the Gilded Gladiators. No response on map from the Ferrymen. If they want to do something, it's going to have to be more than a purple buff to mitigate that loss. Thought maybe it'd be a dive on a Stu, but Heimdallr's just so safe. Cyno?
He whiffed?
That happens. It happens.
He was against the wall.
It doesn't happen.
He was stunned. And he missed it. Maybe a kill taken away for the Ferryman, but a Gold Fury started up. Inbound is here. Steal opportunity and along with Stu. But Paul's going to utilize his ultimate. The Ferryman will get the Gold Fury. Inbound only finds a stun on the tail end of it. And the Ferryman, with nearly a 3,000 gold lead, that first blood started a nice little spike upward for the Ferryman, but has since been mitigated a bit by the Gladiators.
Yeah, it's experience that I'm more concerned with right now. That is a significant lead over to the Ferrymen. 2 levels in support. That is very difficult to close that experience gap. 2 levels for the Hunter as well. CycloneSpin has access to second relic far before Stu does. Stu's been exactly where he's standing right now for just about the entire game. Locked in this tower, has not been allowed to leave. Cyclone really leveraging some of those Hachiman buffs very well. Essentially more attack speed and more power on that first ability. Just really makes it difficult to box up against this god. And Stu has just decided for the path of least resistance, which is won't box him. I'll fight wave in my tower and I'll lose a little bit to it, but won't be falling down anytime soon with this very safe style of play. The Gilded Gladiators need to find some sort of leverage on map, though. Need to find some sort of footing. That Pyromancer was a good start, but the immediate reset to Gold Fury for the Styx Ferrymen off the back of a failed gank onto inbound. I thought Snoopy would have the time to rotate through, but that burn was just far too fast from the Styx Ferrymen. And they grabbed the larger of the 2 neutral objectives. Can't evaluate the full value of Pyromancer until that Runic Bomb is used, though, J-Mac. Keep your eyes on Kyrmi. He's the one with it in pocket. If you can knock down a tower, I'd argue just about equal value to the Gold Fury, but with the added edge of, you know, fixing up that map state a little bit and putting a bit more pressure on the map for the Gilded Gladiators should they knock down a tower.
Auror's lead continues to grow. They're still 2 levels up. Nearly 2.5, 3 over inbound, but it's hit him at a level 12 compared to level 10, so now access to that second relic and nearly fully upgraded on both of them. Actually got the Ankh entirely upgraded all the way to the top end and that bracer to its second tier. So now Aror has a significant advantage, not just in the build, but in those relics. Up over inbound. Stun connects to inbound. It's a 2 versus 3 with Kyrmi sitting by. We'll find the pull on a CycloneSpin, but a sash in return through. Now Kyrmi's got to dash out. Uses the Typhoon, and it does hit 2. And with Stu, maybe could turn something back around. The ultimate connects, but Cyno's got a beads and ult away. The Styx Ferrymen, a lot of ultimates used just to bail themselves out.
It's good ultimate placement from Kyrmi there. Found 2 priority targets, but Scary D's rotation a little too slow. Wasn't quite able to get involved, get in that cavalry charge range. So the Styx Ferrymen disengage easily. Looks like they had written it up exactly as such as well. Roar to the skies, lands directly on Cyno, post Windfire Wheels, gives him that HP shield and crushes the hopes of the Gilded Gladiators in securing a kill. But they do secure something. It's a bit of map pressure. It's exactly what I was talking about earlier. They're given a small opportunity, Kyrmi, able to rotate through mid, drops the Runic Bomb on the tier 1 and knocks it down. The most valuable tier 1 tower on the map. Now the fight starts to go south on either Pyromancer or Gold Fury. Generally, we'll see teams retreat towards the center of the map. It's the closest tower. Easy to disengage that way. Gonna have to retreat a bit further in the future. Could be that the Gilded Gladiators have really opened the door to some early objective play. Try and go for picks, TKOs, Styx Ferrymen. They're gonna have to play safe.
As we continue to push a little bit further through, I mean, for these 2 compositions that score up fairly evenly late game, is this another kind of execution on field style of late game, or is there maybe one that kind of pushes a little bit more advantageously towards team fights?
I feel like I would give the edge to the Gilded Gladiators here just by how their team fight starts to synergize with each other, right? The Typhoon has a massive bit of AoE CC. Feels like he's going to bring, Kyrmi that is, a little bit more to these late game fights than Cyno is, whereas, You know, he's got the AoE CC on Susano. It's single target from Cyno, Windfire Wheels. Generally, you're looking towards your mage then, who's got the massive damage follow-up for it. I wouldn't say Morgan Le Fay is exactly in that department. It's not a Kraken. It's not a Searing Pain. And then just ease of play, I think, likely goes to the Gladiators as well.
Pyromancer, half HP. Run Cyno taking a while to drop this one down. Scary D and Kyrmi have rotated in. Inbound throws out the wall to pull them away from Pyro. Kyrmi to the backline along with Cyno. There's no ult available for Cyno, and Gladiators steal the Pyromancer away. Scary D up on the cavalry, now wants to retreat as that boulder slammed through, but Paul will send him back on the express trip. It's a kill for the Styx Ferrymen, but a Gilded Gladiators Pyromancer at the very least.
Yeah, not much they could do on map, the Ferrymen. 30 seconds until Scary D respawns, but it's so early in the game, you can't necessarily look towards fire. Primal Fury maybe. Could be a good target here, but you got to reset first. You'd already used so many of your team fight resources. Baskin, no teleport, no Sunder. Paul, no ultimate. So I think that's just going to be it. Unless you could find a pick on an inbound or at least a TKO.
There's no ultimate from Cyno and not enough lockdown to keep the Terra at bay. Inbound has now hit that level 12. Hasn't had a chance to buy his relic yet. Primal Fury.
Can't step up.
Half HP. Inbound not willing to. Stu has an opportunity to steal, but will wisely walk away from the objective. Primal Fury to the Styx Ferrymen.
Yeah, Inbound hovering in the jungle near Gold Fury, concerned about Styx Ferrymen going for the play. Leaves himself exposed to damage. Caught out. Forces Snoopy to use a bit of his kit for peel. Immediate disengage from Inbound, uses his entire kit to create space, which means you're not allowed to walk up to the Fury itself. So the Styx Ferrymen take the trade once more. It's Pyromancer for Fury, this time Primal, and the bomb in the pocket of Inbound for the Gilded Gladiators. Other side, pulling too far ahead just yet, but gold is starting to become a bit of a concern. You're going to hit some very major power spikes shortly. Bracer fully upgraded for Aror. Yeah, CycloneSpin really starting to spool up a good deal of damage in his build. Tankiness for Baskin, who has gone for Sovereignty in his last slot. A little bit of aura defense for the rest of the team. The Gilded Gladiators, I think, really want to avoid taking a fight for the next couple of minutes. Some of those power spikes for the Styx Ferrymen just give a massive edge in the engagement to them. Even Cyno, to a certain extent, with that Titan's Bane already finished up. The tanky targets of the Gilded Gladiators aren't exactly tanky just yet. It's usually around that 5th item that you're solidified in your frontline role. With Titan's Bane, might push that back a bit.
I don't even know if I would call Inbound tanky at this point. Aror comes through, wall stops 3 of them in place, but Inbound, separated from the rest of his team, is just trying to get to the tower. Paul pumps in damage, and it's just enough with the Dragonflight after first kill of the fight for the Styx Ferrymen, and maybe more. Snoopy kind of in an awkward position inside the jungle, but the Ferrymen, instead of a continued fight, will just take a tier 1.
Did you see that damage Snoopy's already putting out? That's just the first ability in Ice Stance on a Cyno, about 20% of his HP. Scary. Takes a very precarious pathing here and is punished for it immediately.
Cyclone and Paul on landing a lot of damage thrown, but Scarity's still alive for only a moment before Paul shuts him right back down and puts himself on a killing spree for the mid laner. Standout performance by Paul here in game number 3 after a rough start in this set.
Yeah, just took him a couple of games to figure out where he wants to be, and it seems Morgan Le Fay the place to be for the Styx Ferrymen and their mid laner. I would argue, though, that is a fall and a death for Scary D that is so avoidable. Playing aggressively in the purple buff camp, spotted out on the ward by Styx Ferrymen, tries to rotate aggressively through lane, caught out by Cyno. Again, just path through the jungle, path towards Kyrmi. Maybe you would have been fine. Instead, the level 16 Guan Yu, going to be very squishy for a good long while, and had to spend some time in the grayscale thinking about it. Styx Ferrymen, this lead is now significant enough, I think. They could potentially just go ahead and group up on the Pyromancer, force a fight there if it goes well. Fire Giant's right next door. Gilded Gladiators seem like they're unwilling to start moving over towards the Pyro. The last 2 objectives started up, the Pyromancer, were the Gilded Gladiators getting proactive on map, but at this point, you got to play reactively and hope the Styx Ferrymen leave some openings for you.
Yeah, still holding on to the Relic Bomb is Inbound. Hasn't used it for any of the other towers, only that initial one by Kyrmi to take the mid tier 1, but now left tier 1 gone. Scaredy holding on to the last threads of his tower, or on the right side of the map, but not a very important tower necessarily for him to hold on to. Does offer some safe space, but with that low of HP, not going to do much. And a Pyromancer, what's normally started by the Gladiators, has been initiated at least by the Styx Ferrymen, and no answer back from the Gladiators. I mean, another objective going to the Ferrymen and another pool of gold in their hands. As we're sitting in a 4,000 gold lead up for the Ferrymen.
And the Ferrymen will not go to the Fire Giant. Instead, can wait just a moment, 10 seconds to be exact, and rotate over towards the Oni Fury. If the Gilded Gladiators let this one go, I think that is essentially a Fire Giant guaranteed to the Styx Ferrymen. So they'll show up, put up a bit of a defense, or even potentially try and sneak it away on Styx Ferrymen's reset. They've got eyes on Aror. It's one of the primary strengths of Heimdallr, the vision he affords his team. But there's not a whole lot they could do to Aror. Knowledge is half the battle, the other half is the strength to actually enact in the fight. And they haven't got it just now. The Gilded Gladiators, I mean, who's a good target for them? Jumping in the back line, it's just not easy.
Here to half. Inbound Scary D want to try to get through, but they got to deal with Baskin and Cyno in the back line. And instead, it's Baskin who's solo agent zoning. The Gilded Gladiators, Styx Ferrymen get an Oni Fury. Now move over towards mid. Kyrmi not even a part of that fight as he's split pushing on the right side. Recognizes not much that my team can do. Play safe as he takes her away. The last tier 1 for the Styx Ferrymen, but Baskin punch to take him onto Snoopy. Does hit him with the boulder tap afterwards. And Aurora up in the sky. Where will he take the squad? Looks like it's immediately over towards Fire Giant Pit.
I mean, you've dropped 4 people down to about 60% HP. Throw it a little bit more poke on the way out. And Fire Giant will burn incredibly fast. Kyrmi, not even nearby. J-Mac, he goes back to base, so there is 0 threat of steal. Clean play. And classic from the Styx Ferrymen. This is what you love to see from Horus. Group up, force a response, pressure the tier 2 and mid. 4 members of the Gilded Gladiator to show up, throw a little bit of poke out, and they just can't keep pace with you. They can't follow you into the jungle as quickly as Horus can ferry your team. Fire Giant knocked down. And the Styx Ferrymen, I mean, this is potentially the first clean game of this set. They establish control, and they hold on to it.
Yeah, it's been a bit spotty for both teams in games 1 and 2, but here in 3 it has been commanding for the Styx Ferrymen. The Ferrymen have already knocked out all the tier 1 towers on the Gladiator side, so it's just tier 2s to work on with this Fire Giant buff. Could work towards at least just a single tower to start this thing out. Best one to go for if you want the fire is maybe to work on that left side, but we'll have to see where the Styx Ferrymen group up. Talk about some power spikes that have come through as well. I mean, Soul Reaver and the Pendulum online for Paul. He was already swinging hard. Now it's Morgan Le Fay with that extra little bit of cooldown to their name and that extra damage towards these tankier targets. Paul's got to be dealt with soon. I mean, game 1 and 2, it was all taking down Paul. That was an easy one for him, but it feels like the Gladiators just don't have a way to answer to him this game.
Yeah, Morgan Le Fay is very self-sufficient in the backline. Really difficult to deal with Paul on a pick like this. I call it unreactable CC, and I'll do it again. Dragonflight, if you're point blank, you're getting knocked up or you're pre-beadsing. But it's a guess on the pre-beads. As well as CC immunity available in the ultimate. And then something people don't talk about enough is the additional movement speed that Morgan Le Fay gets from that third ability. I believe it's 20% if you connect with a priority target or a god. Just really makes it difficult. Yeah, 24%. Goodness gracious. Yeah, the Wildfire, not only a great poke tool, but just makes it so difficult to chase her down.
Just the damage that you get from it as well. The tier 2 tower in mid under threat. Cyclone will walk in with a minion wave and poke that one down. 2 towers wiped away with this one Fire Giant buff, and still a minute left to play with it. The immediate call for the Ferrymen is to head right, but they don't have a minion wave this time. They're going to have to do it with brute force. It doesn't seem the Gladiators are going to step up to answer this one anyway, so no call back through. First Fire Giant of the game for the Ferrymen will net them all 3 towers and potentially a Fury after. That one's going to respawn in about a minute. Could grab that one on their way out the door, but they'll start with the Pyromancer at the very least. So 3 towers, Pyro, and potential Gold Fury. Massive swing up for Golden XP for the Ferrymen.
We've seen the Gilded Gladiators in positions like this in the past, J-Mac. You're so far behind, you don't want to contest any of your lesser structures, towers. You don't want to group up on tier 1s, tier 2s. You don't really want to take a fight in neutral territory either. So generally, especially with Merlin, this is something they've done consistently. Sit on base, hide in Phoenix, and force the Styx Ferrymen to earn it. 10,000 some odd gold by the time they're actually moving into the Phoenix, I would assume. Fury goes down, Fire Giant goes down, reset, go back, and then regroup for your push. But up against a Susano, a Merlin, a Terra on defense, going to be difficult still to break that base with the unofficial 6-man in the Phoenix. Both teams grouped up in the jungle, though. Styx Ferrymen trying their best to catch the Gilded Gladiators around the Fury. Gilded Gladiators trying their best to catch anyone around the Fire Giant itself, and instead have taken this time to set up a wall of vision around the Fire Giant. I may have a poor read on this, J-Mac. If they're going to spend this much time and this many resources just doing surveillance around fire, seems to me the Gilded Gladiators might be willing to take this fight in neutral territory.
Good to see that Kyrmi stepped up to check by the speed buff, at least stole that one away from Cyno, so good for Kyrmi to try and get some XP back and earn a little bit for himself, because this whole team down, as we saw in the graph, 7,000 between these two squads. And now Fire back on the map. Gladiators, they're not going to sit and wait at their Phoenixes. They're stepping up to the pit. They've got some decent poke damage with Snoopy. He's been the one getting consistent damage across some of the tankier targets. Some of these backliners have been hit. But that was on the Baba Yaga. The Merlin, maybe a little bit trickier to get some of that damage through. More zoning than anything, as opposed to the true poke output that he can put on this god. So the Gladiators will step back. They're not moving forward just yet, but maybe that's because Kyrmi wasn't ready to jump up with them.
They've also got vision in the pit. There's no reason to step up just yet. No threat on map. Baskin takes some poke and one up to the air. Inbound, likely just dead here.
Inbound gone. Cyclone credit for that one. And a boulder used by Baskin to at least put a little bit of poke towards Snoopy. And now with one down, Fire Giant under the watchful eye of the Styx Ferrymen and under threat. Kyrmi's going to push out the mid wave while Baskin's just going to zone through. Doesn't seem that anyone on the Gladiators are willing to step up this time through. Now with their support down for the next 30 seconds, the Styx Ferrymen will claim their second fire.
That's the Cyno classic. Just pick up the Titan's Bane, get a little bit more percent pen, and I will hit tanks, thank you. I'll skip the runaround. I don't want to look for the back line. I'm not going to be a solo agent. Take a tank up into the air and trust the team's got the damage to finish them off. And it's the right call. Styx Ferrymen, power play here. Roll the dice. Are they going with Aror or are they going to push mid? It's with Aror, and he's brought the wave.
Brought at least the melees, and right side, Phoenix goes down swiftly to the Styx Ferrymen. Gladiators with no answer back and no way to respond to it, unsure maybe exactly where Aror is going with that ultimate. They banked on mid, and instead, he's zagged over to the right side, and the Ferrymen get their first Phoenix of the game, but already channeling some backs. Not willing to continue the push up for the Ferrymen. Maybe spend up some of that gold in pocket for a few players.
I mean, they already broke the base. Go ahead, spend your gold. They had done what they had come to accomplish, which is at least expose the Titan. CycloneSpin in a bit of trouble here. It's the two-man core, the dual lane of the Styx Ferrymen. Have they done too much? Have they stayed on field for too long? Cyclone isolated, but he's got some fight in him.
Stu gonna try and slow him down with the Gjallarhorn. Scary D gonna step in front, but that Odysseus
Oh my God!
He's doing a lot, but Scary D does a little bit more damage and a little too tanky. Now CycloneSpin without Fire Giant buff, and that might just be the end of the potential siege for the Ferrymen. I mean, they've lost maybe their best pusher for these Phoenixes.
It was Hurrywind, I believe, that had said, on Fire Giant Siege, the battery of your team is the hunter. If they haven't got fire, if they're not alive, makes it so difficult to actually push, unless it's a double hunter meta. And it is not right now, or at least not in this game. Paul on a standard mage. So the Gilded Gladiators, good target selection there. Do not get distracted by Auror's positioning. Instead, walk directly past him and take out CycloneSpin. But not without a bit of fanfare. I thought maybe for a moment Cyclone had enough damage to turn that around entirely. That Odysseus bow nearly able to knock down Stu. Does get the Aegis off of Snoopy. So some small openings for the Styx Ferrymen, but it's still a significant win for the Gladiators. But at the end of the day, and I'd said it earlier, the Ferrymen have already done what they'd come out to accomplish with this first Fire Giant. Knocking down the right side bird, sure, the least valuable, but a bird's a bird. The Ferrymen have taken it.
Well, maybe one more, depending on how long they keep this grouping left. Aror does walk over a ward, and the Gladiators recognize this. Will force the Ferrymen back away. Instead, it'll be a final prize of an Oni Warrior with this Fire Giant after having removed the right side Phoenix. It'll be a little while before the Fire Giant comes back up, a little over a minute for it, but Styx Ferrymen have already done the damage across the map, and now the Gilded Gladiators have got to step up again. We saw that even 7,000+ gold down, they were willing to step up to the Styx Ferrymen. It's just unfortunate for the Gladiators that Inbound was the one who got targeted out by Cyno, picked up, dropped down, and made it for an easy fire for the Ferrymen after.
If Inbound can finish this Magi's before next Fire Giant, we might see them try and go for the same play. otherwise, I just really do like the base defense of the Gilded Gladiators. Merlin always amazing in situations like that. Haven't seen it tested just yet, though. Even on the right side, the bird that falls down, it's uncontested. Aror just delivers his team and a minion wave and deals with the Phoenix before the Gilded Gladiators are able to react. Is it the same thing here? Headed over to left. He's brought the whole team.
Has, but no minions this time. Trying to go for the play because Inbound got caught by minions, couldn't go back to base, but now could be using this as leverage for a wraparound scare, and he's already taken one out of the fight. Typhoon hits Aror, and Paul is just trying to deal with getting away from Inbound at this point through. Wall does connect, and it might be Aror going down. Kyrmi credit for that one as Inbound and Scary continue their chase on Paul, who just can't escape for the time. The Dragonfly does hit Scary D, but that is 2 down on the Ferryman.
And they're going to get their Phoenix back here, J-Mac. Gilded Gladiators. The timing of that fight, just perfect. Knock down the duo lane, the Styx Ferrymen. Right side Phoenix will respawn. Deal with one more enhanced wave, and Fire Giant is back up as well. Paul, no ultimate. Gilded Gladiators, 5 strong and plenty of burn. You've got Kyrmi on wave duty. This could be the turnaround they were waiting for.
Fire Giant started. Gotta keep watch on Baskin, though, with boulders. Cyno could make some disruption with the ring toss, with the sash on a priority target. With Paul standing by, this cannot be a guaranteed fire.
You gotta commit,
for the
right?
Gladiators. Inbound getting crit by Cyno. Baskin still sitting in the back line.
Cyclone's
this is a
up.
slow burn on the fire. Scary D's trying to tank this one up, but Stu, he's got to get a little bit more damage through. Cyno and Baskin now to the back line. Fire not going to be taken away just yet. Boulder used. The Gladiators get the Fire Giant, but they're low on HP. They do find Baskin. It's a pit taking him down. The Gladiators find one. Paul goes 2 up on the ultimate, trying to take down Kyrmi, but doesn't quite get enough damage. Can the Gladiators make it out with the sash off the mark? Seems just so.
Yeah, Magi's maintained by Kyrmi there. So surprised that they had the damage to knock down Baskin. I love that call by the Gilded Gladiators. It's risky, to be sure, and if you die, you lose the game. But I'm thinking if you don't get the Fire Giant, you also lose the game, right? The Styx Ferrymen so far ahead, had won out so consistently on the majority of these team fights that the Gilded Gladiators likely feel forced to actually take down the Fire Giant itself, and they are successful. Enhanced Fire Giant on all 5 members, and plenty of towers to collect gold from. Are you willing to continue stepping forward, though? And let's rewind it all the way back. Can't let this go without saying, what is the call to go into the left Phoenix? I could not believe that. If you had the minion wave, I understand. And maybe it's a timing error from Aror. But you could also see that the minion wave isn't there. Disengage, you would have been fine. But you put CycloneSpin in such a poor position, he didn't have any relics available for that fight, immediately shut down. And the Gilded Gladiators, who had been waiting patiently, finally get their first opportunity to fight back, and they take it easily. Just seems like it was an avoidable play by the Styx Ferrymen. Had they fallen back, could have grabbed some neutral objectives, or maybe just peppered in some damage towards the Phoenix. Instead, it's a massive swing, and the Gilded Gladiators in the driver's seat from 5K behind.
Gilded Gladiators now work towards the left side tower. That one gets knocked down quickly by the Gladiators. A full 5-stack from the Ferrymen on defense. Meanwhile, a 3-2 split for the Gladiators to the Tier 2 and Phoenix. Kyrmi and Scary D knock down the tower pretty quickly as it is Enhanced Fire Giant. So no backdoor protections to be worried about. Gilded Gladiators. At least Magi is available on Inbound. Should help him out. So long as he can avoid some of the CC from Paul, those rain sigils can knock that bubble away fairly easily.
Yeah, anybody really from the Ferrymen could make short work of those Magi's. Paul likely the best target for it. The Gilded Gladiators running into a wall here. Still difficult to siege. It's not the best defense composition for the Styx Ferrymen, but it's shored up a bit by the lead that they had established up until this point. Damage output certainly there. AoE damage from CycloneSpin thanks to the Odysseus bow. Putting in a lot of work. 3-2 split. Call it 4-1. Kyrmi in first.
Does blink in, throws out the Typhoon, slams through Paul, and Scary D's going to make sure that Paul is out of this fight.
Look
and
at the zone.
The bird to go down because of it. Scary D may die because of all of this, though, and it seems the Gladiators are willing to let their solo go down. But Auror's going to keep up the chase. It might be Inbound next on the menu. But he just throws out the wall to avoid one stun. Gets hit instead, knocked up and knocked down. The Styx Ferrymen answer back. But they lose their Phoenix for the 2 frontliners.
The most valuable Phoenix at that. But with Scary D and Inbound dead for an entire minute, Fire Giant will be spawning around the same time as Scary D. Takes about 10 seconds to walk from base, 10 to 15. from base to Fire Giant. Teleport might be able to close up that gap a bit. What can the Styx Ferrymen do with these next 30 seconds? Are they strong enough to siege? Maybe, but Merlin and Heimdallr are still both alive. Snoopy and Stuart have got a whole lot of damage. It's not going to be easy. The Styx Ferrymen, though, willing to roll the dice here. 15 seconds on Scary D. This is a tight window, J-Mac.
Yeah, they don't got Paul, though. Paul is still back over by the Gold Fury pit, making his way back over to the left side, so maybe wisely by the Ferryman, not going to push up into the Phoenix in a 4v3. So instead, marching immediately over to the Fire Giant. It's going to respawn. And as you say, I mean, by the time it comes up, Inbound is still just now coming off of respawn. We'll take him and Scary D a while through, but Scary D going to make his way into the back line and won't be punished for it. Able to walk himself right out, still beads down for 50 seconds as well.
Yeah, if that sash connects, likely Scary D just dies. Windfire wheels immediately into damage follow-up of the entire team. Instead, slips his way away, and it's the Gilded Gladiators pulling the fire.
Snoopy and Stu dealing the damage. Scary taking this one up with
Look at
Inbound,
Kyrmi.
getting those prods, getting the healing. Aror in as well. Kyrmi hunting in the back line. Eyes
Spotted.
on Cyclone, but it's been spotted out. Blinks in anyways, finds a double pull and the damage with Scary. Channels the Typhoon, but it's just off the mark for one. Scary D dashes through. Fire Giant still active, goes to the Gilded Gladiators. But now it's Baskin and Aror chasing through. Cyno takes down Scary D, and Kyrmi barely finds the dash out, but he's caught by the sash. It's a double for Cyno, and an ultimate from Aror. Who will he catch out this time? It's gonna be Snoopy with no assistance and dropped down. 3 for the Ferryman. Stu uses the Aegis, but it only buys a moment. It's a triple for Cyno. And the 6th Ferryman with the final kill by Baskin knocks the D aside, a kill, and game number 3 to the Ferryman.
That was so nearly amazing for the Gilded Gladiators. If Kyrmi's just a bit faster on that Typhoon, things could have been different. Instead, it's a commitment to the Fire Giant that cost the Gilded Gladiators their entire team fight and the game. Styx Ferrymen, they were in control for the first 25, 26 minutes. One team fight goes south, and the Gilded Gladiators keep things interesting. But at the end of the day, we only push on to a game 4. Styx Ferrymen, one clean team fight that late in the game, that's all it takes.
I mean, as you say, Gilded Gladiators keep things a little bit interesting at the end of the game, able to win out a team fight, push up to the Phoenix, take that one, but then losing their frontliners slows down their momentum. They're a little late to get to Fire Giant, even though they do start it up, but just not able to win out. The gold deficit's still just there, and maybe just the play on field itself coming out there. Cyno finding another priority target in Scary D. You called it perfectly at the beginning, the Cyno special. I don't care who you are, it's going to take you up to the sky and buy time for the team.
If you are a tank and Cyno is on Naja, you are not safe. And that's simple arithmetic. I've given you the equation. Nobody's safe so long as there is that much defense shred on the other side, and there was. Clean stuff from the Styx Ferrymen, who found some answers. Paul finds a pick that works. Cyno on the Assassins. Things are starting to line up.
Styx Ferrymen not going to go down so easily in this best of 5. They keep things going, take game number 3, and push us now into game number 4. We'll take a quick break. We'll come back with game 4.
It's the beauty of playoff Smite as we go on to game number 4 between the Styx Ferrymen and the Gilded Gladiators. This is one that's a bit different from the other games we've had in this set, where it's the Styx Ferrymen really controlling things in the early, the Gilded Gladiators with really it's a base defense turned fire giant that kind of makes this game uncertain. Then we move back to the Styx Ferrymen, who are really controlling things throughout the team fighting phase. And the Styx Ferrymen never fully lost that gold lead, that map state advantage, and that's really what they're able to lean on in later fire giant fights. And just like that, I think the team we'd argue to be favorites coming into this matchup now have their first win and a chance to send us to a game 5, depending on the conclusion of game 4.
I think coming into today, I expected like 3 of those, right? More or less, right? The Ferrymen who have been looking really good. I mean, this is just dominant for minutes and minutes and minutes and minutes and minutes into this game. I mean, you're hitting 18, it's 3-1. You're up 3,000 gold. Maybe it's not as dominant as it could be. I think we've definitely seen some other teams essentially choke out their opponent insanely fast. But that's what the Ferrymen do here. I mean, there's never a chance where the Gladiators feel like they're fighting back into this the strong way until, like you said, a little bit of a defense goes their way. Ferrymen maybe push a little too hard. That causes a little bit of trouble, but you lose the Fire Giant, you still win the fight, you still get to proceed and chase down and just, I'm going to say it, whoop the Gladiators in the fight afterward. I mean, you stumble slightly, but you have such a recovery that it doesn't even matter. And more so, you have such a lead going into that it doesn't even matter. I mean, even right here, when you see the Fire Giant go down the other way, 37 minutes, it's 5,000 gold separating them. And I think that you get to see a lot from Cyno. I mean, what was it, a triple kill at the very end? One of the things I had said on the desk going into this was that I hadn't gotten to see too much out of the Horus ults yet. And, one thing when you see Horus being proactive with the rest of his kit, but a really good Horus ult, in my mind, is what makes that pick so worthwhile. We get one there at the very end from Aror. That's what gives Cyno the 5-0 and 6. The Najah looks really good as opposed to what it did earlier, although I will say earlier it was, if maybe balanced out with a stronger mid laner than what we saw out of the E-Shell, maybe it would have been a completely different story. And so we get to see a lot of, I think, good impact coming from everything that the Ferrymen locked in this time.
Gordon, it feels like a bit of a return back down to earth from the Terra as well. Inbound has had a great first couple of games, turned into an iffy game 3, returned back to earth from Scary D, returned back to earth from Snoopy. And really, on the flip side, Paul able to survive the laning phase, isn't getting just relentlessly ganked by Kyrmi. And Morgan Le Fay scales nicely, looks good later in this game as well. Game number 4, picks and bans. For the first time, the Gilded Gladiators will flip-flop, and they'll be over in first pick. So the Styx Ferrymen, Gore? I was going to say they're not going to be able to first pick Hachiman, but they still might. They just might have a second pick to go along with it.
Yeah.
Those strategies tend to change, both pick and ban-wise, when you're first pick versus second pick. If you're the Ferryman, though, wonder if you're thinking now, well, we could have won the first couple of games, play on field was a bit sideways, we're happy with how our drafting has been, because that's certainly a possibility as well. Go the Gladiators, I think they'd still like to get back to the compositions they'd been winning with in Game 1 and Game 2, but they just lost with in Game 3. The Baba Yaga is a big difference, and I think that's why the Styx Ferrymen ban it out again. I could realistically see 2 teams who are confident with their drafts, just want to change up some stuff and play on field, and you could see some similar compositions going into Game 4.
What I'm really curious about.
Tell me, Gore.
The Gladiators, because they have left the mana open in their first pick. I would not be surprised, even again with some of the nerfs he ate, if that seems to be where they want to go, try to get some of the control. Ferryman might be able to control that, but Rama's been banned by them. Baba Yaga, and the Aphrodite was last game where they found a lot of success. I think the Baba Yaga is a must ban in some of these just because of what we saw Snoopy doing with it. I think the night and day of the Merlin versus the Baba, I mean, you're talking about someone who is getting first blood versus someone who's having to play very cautiously, very safe, and will take a little while to get online. So I like that the Ferrymen are getting rid of that and taking care of some of the other picks. It was also part of the conversation of Marty being banned by the Glads every game up to this point, not being banned when they're first. And so you have to imagine they value it highly, and they do lock it in up towards the top. The thing I like about him is that he does still have that flexibility. I think actually even more so now that you're not seeing crit. It's pretty easy to throw him over into the duo lane, get a lot of good late game damage from him without having to worry too much about it. But like always, when it gets into game, it has to have a very, very solid performance to warrant what you're going to give up for it. Stu, for a while on this pick, they were losing the games, but his KDA was still insane on it. He was going, like 3-0 and 8 every single time. Maybe not getting a lot of kills, but he wasn't dying either. And if the team's losing and you're not dying, there's going to be arguments, I think, on both sides about whether or not that's a good thing, but I think his KDA for this pick is something that can hold its own.
The dual lane for the Gilded Gladiators has needed some time to synergize. So any win condition that's funneled through that side of the map for this Gilded Gladiators team. It's going to need to defy history a bit based on the way the early season had started. But Marty gets a late game, way you word it, Gore. Safety, big damage numbers, kind of regardless. Styx Ferrymen are going to steal away the Terra, grab the Guan Yu. Now they've got their frontline healers and sustainers. And really Baskin and Aror on a couple of their really good controlling picks. Gladiators could answer with some sustain of their own, though. Haven't seen the Yamoja for Inbound yet this set. However, have seen Yamoja recently. Amidst all the healers that Inbound's been playing, been a lot of Terra, 5 straight games. Some Aphrodite, little Yamoja. Loves building Thebes, Lotus Sickle on these heavy healer style picks. Though he's not gone for that build today on the Terra from, if we're comparing builds from today to builds of past. Gladiators singing long and hard about this second pick, but they'll think no further. Serqet, which was not one of the initial hovers, will get secured as well as the Hachiman. So the support pick, not selected in the top 3. An opportunity for the Ferrymen to ban a couple support options out now in the second.
But honestly, I think I'm okay with it because, one, you're only going to get 2 support bans here anyway. Yamoja's a pretty easy one to maybe take off the board. If that's where you want your focus to be, solo lane might also warrant a little bit. Try to get rid of some Guan Yu matchups, control Scary D. I think you're in a good spot still if you're Inbound. I mean, the top supports are the top supports for a good reason, and what we've been seeing in that role has been there for a good reason. Losing the Emoji is definitely going to hurt. Historically, that's not the best god for Inbound, but I think that it can provide a lot for the team, especially in a matchup like this. You know, the walls from a River's Rebuke, nobody's getting through that. So I like that the Ferrymen ban that away. But I mean, if you're going to talk walls, I don't know. Ymir's in a weird spot right now where he's not bad, but he's maybe not bringing to the table what a lot of these others are going to bring. I am interested, really, really curious as to what the Gladiators are going to go ahead and pick up. I mean, I told you earlier, I've been loving Maui. I know that he's fallen off, and again, I think depending on who's playing him in the Pro League, you're going to see why, or you're going to wonder why he's not being picked up more. It's always an option. That's just a personal preference for me, though.
If we're banning, if we're pick banning based on what Gore loves, we'd pick Maui, pick Hebo,
and you'd pick Ymir, and then you'd have to figure out how to make it work.
We'd pick Katie.
That counts as like Neath, right? Probably.
Yeah, right. Neath. That's not a terrible team comp. You got something going there, Gord. Diversified.
You're cooking something.
That's right.
Maybe it's not the best dish in the world, though.
We're letting you cook for now. TBD on how we finish off that draft, though. Morgan Le Fay for the Styx Ferrymen. Paul finally found some safety and security during the laning phase with the Morgan Le Fay. Of course, good range damage. Supplies a lot to team fights as well. So really, Gore, if you think about it, with the ultimates, the Styx Ferrymen, they're going to have good all-in poke advantage between a Xbalanque and a Morgan Le Fay. Kind of all at once, depending on when those ultimates fly through. Whether they use those in tandem or at slightly different times. Could be an interesting interaction. And Gore, we are drafting from your tier list. The Ymir. Not only hovered, but locked in.
Well, like I said, he's in a weird spot right now. Where he's maybe not like top of the meta, but he's not bad either, right? He falls in the weird like middle zone. Which a lot of it is just the fact that most of the time right now we're favoring healers. You're not going to have a lot of sustain on the Gladiators. Maybe if you're picking up, your Lifesteal, your Devil's Gauntlets, things like that, etc., etc., etc. The Gladiators might have some, but, Ymir's not providing healing. Cthulhu, I think good teamfight presence, good wall presence. If you look at something the Ferrymen don't have going for them, it's the fact that every single one of them are going to struggle with that wall. And so as long as Inbound is on point with that, I mean, you're almost guaranteeing lock-in for damage from Marty and Hachi, right? I think that you have a really good, I can't think of a better way to say it, just damage dump. You're just going to say, cool, I walled in this guy, kill him, dead. And that's something this comp should be pretty good at, while Cthulhu distracts him in the rest of the team fight, right? I think that it has a lot that it hinges on to find success, but honestly, I'm kind of vibing with it. It's different, but still good.
We're all about vibes on the desk here today, Gore. Are you vibing with the Thor? The final lock-in?
Man, I don't know. I saw that Thor game earlier that Cyno played.
And it's thrown your vibes all out of whack.
Well, at least, when it comes to his Thor right now. Look, I think he can play it really well. And I honestly do think, in this comp, You needed someone who could get in, get out. You could have an initiator alongside the Guan Yu, alongside the Terra. I think Thor is going to fill that. But if you watched Game 2, you'll understand the hesitance. He needs to hit his ults. In Game 2, that just wasn't happening. If he's, again, and I said it in that game, or after that game, if he hits even like 30% of the ones that he missed, all of a sudden we're probably either still in game or at least looking at a much closer matchup between the Ferrymen and the Gladiators. Yep. If you're missing as many as they did earlier, the Gladiators aren't going to have a rough time. If you are hitting 50% more, you're probably going to win this game. And so I think that it's really all going to be based on Cyno's hit percentage for the ults. And there's a lot of good that's surrounding this comp. I think Guan Yu, Terra, Xbalanque, Morgan, all a really, really good top 4. The Thor is a still really, really solid pick. It just needs to perform.
Kyrmi.
Yeah.
Makes a long journey over to drink his water. I appreciate this from Kyrmi. Not keeping his open water cup by his PC,
yep.
right? But
I've
I also feel bad because
that.
every time we go over to Kyrmi, he's standing up and walking across the player booth to get a sip of his water. Could be coffee, I suppose. Also, Team Masseuse. You saw that? Gave Inbound a little shoulder rub, said it's all going to be okay. Don't let the Ymir Inbound games of the past weigh on your mind. We're having a good one. That's what Kyrmi is saying to Inbound in that moment, I imagine. And I wonder if it'll work.
I mean, that's been a big talking point about Ymir, right? Like, if you look at the kit into this matchup, that's always really great. But the thing that we've seen from Ymirs in the past are you're either going like 0, 0, and 19.
Oh yeah.
Or you're going 0, 8, and 2. Like you are not finding anything in between. And so it is a pick that is very feast or famine. I think he should look good here, and I'm expecting a good game for it.
Gormazer, either it all ends here or we go to Game 5 in match number 1 of the playoffs. We'll find out which is which with J-Mac in Mifflin.
That's right. Game number 4 between the Gladiators and the Ferrymen to see if we're on the cusp of reverse sweep territory by the Ferrymen, or the Gladiators going to end this one here and move on in the winner's bracket. It's J-Mac, Miff, and Doug here for game number 4. And I think we can maybe pick up where the desk left off, at least on the frontliners for the Gilded Gladiators. So we do actually see a pretty wide swing back, actually, by the Twitch poll this time through. It was 50-50 in game 3. But all they needed was one win for the Ferrymen. They get some confidence, but let's maybe talk about the front line here for the Gladiators. It's a lot different than what we've seen prior, where it was Terra, at least for Inbound every single time, now swapping over to this Ymir, has the one giant wall to throw up, and Scary D on a Guardian, something that we don't really see much in the solo lane much anymore.
Look, and the desk brings it up, right? This Ymir pick used to be one of Inbound's bread and butter, something he would go towards consistently. It was a direct answer to Guan Yu back in the day. Cavalry charge is channeled, good luck, you're riding into a wall. Stay there, right? But looking at the rest of the composition for the Styx Ferrymen, Paul's got no answer, Aror's got no answer, and he's got a telegraphed dash in that Terra is not dashing until she uses another ability, and that ability will tell you exactly where she's going. CycloneSpin as well. I mean, this Ymir pick could absolutely dominate the Styx Ferrymen. I could see a wall in the late game, it locks down 3, and then Snoopy rains acid on them, and that's it. That's it for the team fight. So there is high highs and low lows. Ymir is also very susceptible to early game rotations, is similarly immobile, so walls can lock him down. If you start to fall behind on Ymir, you generally stay behind on Ymir, and if your first freeze is going to look like that, all of a sudden I'm losing a bit of confidence. But I think it's a strong pick. I think it's smart. I think it could certainly work, so long as Bobby is having a good game. And then I know you said frontline, and I'd almost entirely just talked about Ymir. I don't feel like I need to say what Cthulhu does, but I will. It's a whole lot of CC, some team-wide healing, and he's going to be doing it on a timer in the late game, tied directly to his ultimate.
Cyno low. Paul trying to bail him out. Gets just enough time with that sigil thrown out. Create some space for Cyno. We'll add to the Cthulhu. He also takes up your entire screen and really just becomes a nuisance to deal with that. But
Cthulhu into Thor, legitimately, and it's probably a bit of a meme, is very annoying. If Cthulhu's descended into madness and Thor, there's like some sweet spots where you just can't see while you're up in the air. So maybe give some leeway to Cyno on his ultimates if Scary D's involved in the team fight as well. But that's an interaction that nobody's aiming for. No one's saying, let me descend into madness so I can screen block Cyno and make him miss. It's just something that might happen.
Snoopy walled off, blocked by Cyno, has to use the beads quickly. Hammer misses, couple more shots will do it, but Dragonfly just misses. That might have been enough. Paul has to use the beads. He gets hit by the taunt by Kyrmi. Spin by Cyno is good, and the returning damage back to Kyrmi and Snoopy. They're gonna force them both under the tier 1 tower. But even talking about this Cthulhu, maybe we won't get a moment as Stuart is low, dashes in, gets the beads away from Cyno, dashing by Cyno, gets a lot, Cyclone gets a lot of damage. Stuart is on the run as Aror tries to chase him out in Inbound, buying some space through. Root connects, gets the beads away, one more Dasher Auto will do it, and Aror will clean it up. First blood to the Styx Ferrymen.
Yeah, Stu waited a long time to start popping those potions. Maybe could have turned things around a bit there, but when CycloneSpin is allowed to apply damage to Stu and Inbound at the same time, it means that body blocking is just a little bit more valuable for Aror, who is able to get in the face of Stu for that entire trade. Bobby does the exact same thing, but branching Bola means Stu was taking damage, so by the time they close gap and actually barrel stuffed each other, Stu was already so much lower HP. And the Styx Ferrymen's dual lane comes out ahead handily on that engagement. Take a peek at the relic difference as well. Both relics used by both dual laners, but one of them's got a Chel, gives CycloneSpin even more HP to play with, whereas Inbound had elected to pick up that horrific. Makes it easier to land those autos, but not great at keeping your ADC alive.
No, we'll just be used to slow down the opposition more than anything, which helps in some small pure regard, but when you have double dash from Aror and then you get the CC immunity from CycloneSpin's dash, feels like it almost is effectively nullified there. Security going for a different start than what we've seen from Cthulhu's, though. When we see players like Final K or Haddix pilot it, typically it's that Pythags in first slot. Instead, Scary D liking towards defense in the early game.
Yeah, a little bit of survivability. Maybe concerned about a rotation from Cyno. Duo lane should be concerned about that rotation from Cyno. No beads for Stu. A dunk could just absolutely dominate this lane. We talked about it earlier. Inbound's got no answer. Stu similarly just get locked down by that wall. Paul in some trouble here. Dragonflight's good. Damage is good. And survives this small skirmish. Death from above. A misnomer in that fight. Does not deliver anything but a TKO. Paul, he's found his survivability. That does not bode well. Games 1, 2, and 3, that play just works for the Gilded Gladiators. This time around, Paul's ready.
Yeah, landing that Dragonfly pushed Kyrmi away. Meanwhile, Cyno did go for the Duncan duo, but came out empty-handed himself this time through, so no bloodshed between the two skirmishes in mid or over by that shield buff. But does at least give a little bit of pressure over towards Stu and get some of that early farm in the lane. Maybe push one of those waves under tower and try and give back some of that lead that Cyclone has been able to develop. Over on the left side, thanks to that early death that came Stuart's way. Gilded Gladiators down early by a couple hundred, certainly not out of this one. Stu being bullied by Aror, stunned out. Still doesn't have beads, but shouldn't need them. It's just annoying more than anything with what Auror's able to do to Stu on this Terra.
Fortunately, Stu's got a little bit of lifesteal and a death toll, so should be able to resustain that. But the mental damage is done. You know, there are scars on the brain tissue after something like that. Aror walks him, dog walks him down the lane. Just not a fun situation to find yourself in, but should be inconsequential at the end of the day. This is something I've really established in year 10 JMac. This new duo lane meta, it used to be 4.5 minutes to 5 minutes supports would leave lane and they would never come back. Seems like just support likes to hover until that 7 to 8 minute mark nowadays. Keeps that pressure up in duo. It's probably a byproduct of the neutral buff. You want to stick around, make sure that farm's going your way. But it has really turned the duo lane into the duo lane again, and it's been very entertaining to see.
I think maybe also the removal of the obelisk, where it kind of forced the supports to
true.
rotate out, get those cups through, has maybe also led to what we are now. But I agree with you. I'd really like seeing the amount of dual lane and true duo action, because now it can set up for moments like this. A rotation from Kyrmi, a freeze is good. Doesn't want to use the ult, but does end up having to. Throws him outside of the range of Inbound's ult. And Aurora might just live. No, he will not. Stu goes up with the ultimate, but it's a dunk down by Cyno. But Cyno whiffs everything onto Kyrmi. Doesn't find a single bit of damage. Kyrmi goes back in, finds the taunt, but gets the beads from Cyno. One pick for the Gladiators.
Cyno's got to clean that up, man. That simply can't happen. The Gilded Gladiators had used everything to secure that kill onto Aurora. If dunk connects, you're finding one at minimum. Or the hammer, or the wall, or the spin, something. Kyrmi's half HP and nobody hit him. That's minion waves doing the damage to him. Cyno's going to have to clean that up. going to the mid to late game. This Thor, so good at forcing relics, so good at getting involved and initiating the fight. But execution has always been the difference maker. Even back when I used to play this game, back in Season 2. The conversation is, if Thor is landing things, one of the best characters in the game. But some days you just have bad Thor days, and right now, seems like Cyno is on the receiving end of that. He's been really struggling on this pick.
Oh,
he got the dash!
Cyclone Stash barely caught out. Not an easy window to take that one. Unfortunate that there's not enough follow-up to get anything off it immediately. But that is a very narrow margin that Inbound was able to find that stun.
Yeah, that's something you have to be concerned about. You're not doing that on purpose, but it might just happen. And when it does, you got to be ready and able to really optimize on it. Stu, no ultimate, though, means that one's just going to fade away. Aror could be in some trouble here. Ymir's great in these jungle corridor fights.
Cuts off the path by Aror, and now Stu has showed up to the party. Death from above. Procs the ultimate from Aror, but he'll go down to Inbound's damage after. Nothing that Paul can do to bail out his support. The Styx Ferrymen will fall once more. It's the second kill for the Gladiators.
And what you just saw in that skirmish, you're going to see repeatedly. Inbound, if he's trying to lock down Aror, will wait for that monolith and then go for the wall.
Kyrmi gets the ultimate onto Paul, but gets the beads from him. Kyrmi quick dash out. Cyno does have ult, but not going to use it to chase through this time and try and go for that dive kill. Quick turnaround by the Ferryman, able to bail out the mid laner Paul, but did have to use his beads and his ultimate to get away from Kyrmi.
Yeah, so now Paul susceptible to even more rotations. It's not just Kyrmi that's a threat, though. It's Inbound as well. The wall into freeze combo is going to work until that Phantom Shell is finished by Aror. Hasn't upgraded it just yet. Instead, eyes for Gauntlet of Thieves. Now down the Druid Stone path as well. It's going to be a little while until he's able to finish up that Phantom Shell. So until then, these walls from Inbound will continue to find full value against everyone except for Cyno. He can get through it. But the other 4 members of your team, left high and dry, we've seen that the damage output from the Gilded Gladiators is enough to punish. Kyrmi having a great game so far, stacking up his Transcendence pretty quickly. Snoopy also stacking up, double stack out of mid, Transcendence into Soul Eater. So the Gilded Gladiators, who have got a high pressure composition, don't necessarily need to leverage it right now. They can spend a little bit of time farming on map and acquiring those stacks.
I wonder what that time frame is on the Shell, at least. Scary D walled away, but well, it's just a little too wide between the 2 different walls, one being the map and one being Cyno's, but no further threat there. Sent to Madness now expended by Scary D, but going back to Aurora, I wonder how long it will be before we get that Phantom Shell online. Typically, once the support's at level 12, you see fully upgraded relics, usually pretty quick within then. I wonder if he'll wait for the next 4 levels before he gets that, or maybe he's had one too many times caught out in the jungle. Maybe go for it as quick as possible. Kyrmi goes in, gets a dash away from Cyno, catches Aurora, but not out of the dash. Aurora still able to dash away, and a big turnaround on a Kyrmi. Has to walk away. Cyno lurking through the jungle, ultimate available, but without a dive in from his team, will unlikely go in with ult.
And he's been spotted on Ward now, so Inbound will step up and play Disruption to his initiation. This will at least net the Styx Ferrymen the neutral objective, the neutral farm, on the left-hand side. I thought Kyrmi was in a lot more trouble. Used both of his mobility abilities, trying to jump onto Aurora there, or catch out CycloneSpin. Takes the consolation prize that is Aurora. But Cyno, a little bit too far away to follow up. Was not quite able to get into that ultimate. And look at the damage starting to stack up already. Forced to use the ultimate defensively. It's not a great start.
Snoopy pushed against the wall. Cyno worried about Anvil of Dawn. Goes up into the sky himself, just in case that ult does go through. So it'll be a 1-for-1 ult trade in the mid lane. Actually 2, because Paul expended his all the while. That rotation from Inbound, putting some threat towards the mid laner once again. Which is something that, in game number 3, Myth, really felt like the Gladiators were lacking, was that threat on Paul. Felt he was too safe on this Morgan Le Fay. Maybe now with adding Ymir here, cutting off some of that walkway for Paul, could be a better way to get to him in the backline.
Could be, but that's only in jungle corridor fights. Ymir wall, not exactly the greatest in lane battles. Paul should be able to maneuver it well. One of the key counter plays to Ymir wall in lane is to play in the center of your lane. If you're hugging a wall, of course, you can restrict your movement a bit, but otherwise, able to at least juke out if you're towards the center of the map. So we'll see whether or not Paul struggles throughout the early laning phase. And to answer a question you had asked earlier, when are we going to see this upgraded Shell? Couldn't say exactly when. I can tell you when we should see it, though. When we should is around the first neutral objective team fight. If there's no team fight, no harm done, Pyromancer pulled by the Gilded Gladiators. Gold Fury on the other side should go pretty quickly. Should. It's going pretty slow, though. Stu nearby. He might be able to make this interesting.
Stu's got banner. Does get spotted on the ward. Clipped by Paul. Maybe a collapse in by the Gladiators after, but it's just inbound there. So no further follow-up. It's a Pyromancer for the Gladiators in trade with a Gold Fury by the Styx Ferrymen. And we're at a near dead even game until Tier 1 tower does go down. The benefit of that Pyro. And the adaptation we've seen by a lot of teams, Smith, is get that first Pyromancer, immediately beeline to the mid lane, take out that first tower.
Yeah, I mean, that Tier 1 towers are just so easy to knock down with that Runic Bomb. I wonder, I would love to hear the opinions of either of these teams as to what they really think is the more valuable of the two neutral objectives. Based on play on field, I think the Gilded Gladiators have answered that question. All 4 games this set, first neutral objective to go down is Pyro, and it's the Gilded Gladiators who have taken it each time. The Styx Ferrymen, on the other end, have at least been able to trade out Gold Fury on the other side. Experience at gold, largely even. I wouldn't say either team so far ahead that they can do whatever it is that they want on map. But it is the Styx Ferrymen fishing for a bit of aggression. You've got a little bit more burst potential. Aror with that second item should help out his team a good deal in damage dealt. But I'm so concerned about rotations from Snoopy in particular. Feels like he, with Death from Above and all the defense shred that affords, could really make it difficult for the front line of the Styx Ferrymen. And I know the narrative is almost always, oh, mid laners go uncontested, Paul's going to win out on that. He's Paul. But Martichoras just does so much damage. Leaving him alone feels like it could be a misplay here from the Ferrymen, especially considering how the front line plays. If it's going to be Aror dashing in on the team fight, dash into a freeze, Death from Above, Stuart shredding all of a sudden.
Cyno finds Snoopy with an ultimate, but turns it around with a wall, gets the beads away from Cyno. Aror wants to go for the root, doesn't find Snoopy with one, gets him on the stun. Beads still there for Snoopy, goes into the ultimate very late, but Paul also using his own, spots out Stuart on a ward. The Ferrymen are grouping up, but Kyrmi is on the way. Aror walled off from his team, all by himself with Scary D in the backline. Kyrmi and Scary D gonna try for the wraparound, doesn't get the root, but slows down Paul and zones away for Aror to be picked off by the Gladiators.
That was a slow death for Aror there. I believe 2 walls channeled. Finally, once Stu gets involved, able to turn things around, and now it's Cyno on the chopping block. Hammer instantly channeled, slow off the mark. Is he out?
Gets the beads from Kyrmi with the wall, and that's just enough for Cyno to bail himself out. Let's use zone beads now.
Nice.
Paul is caught behind the wall. Scary D is here. Freeze gets beads from this one to Sense of Madness from Scary D to chase down. And Kyrmi will collapse on in with him. Aegis now gone from Paul. Ultimate channel by Baskin to try and bail him out, but Paul is fine for the moment being. The knockup inside of the Shards of Ice is good. Inbound walks away with a kill of his own and a wall to block off the Ferryman. Cyclone is squeezed through, but he doesn't have much follow-up to continue forward.
Kyrmi's got a lot of damage here too. Cyno hammers forward, up to the air.
He lands on top of Inbound and frozen in place. Might not be enough.
He's got
Inbound's just got to juke away from the hammer, but the wall will catch him instead. Quick dash out by Stu and an ultimate will bail them out, but that was Inbound for Paul and a little bit more for the Gladiators.
Yeah, they were able to knock down Aror as well in that fight. So 2-for-1 trade, support for support, plus Paul on the tail end. Will put the Gilded Gladiators in a very good position. Does cost them a few of their resources. Beads lost for Kyrmi, so a little bit of safety off of the Serqet, but has already gone for a slightly tankier build. Should be able to stay involved on map pretty easily, as well as Stu losing out on that ultimate, so it could be rotations from Cyno towards duo lane in the near future. Pyromancer on the mend, has already rejoined the map. Gilded Gladiators always fast to this objective, will be there first. There's the counterplay option of an immediate Primal Fury on the other side, but Cyclone's headed back to base. The Gilded Gladiators have successfully desynced the neutral objectives. This is massive now for the team with the lead. They can group up and try and force the Fury, this time with Runic Bomb in pocket, to even further push themselves in the lead.
Scary D does have teleport. Can join this fight whenever given an opportunity. There is a ward in the back line, but we need to go now before that one fades away. Might just take his buff before he joins over, but he's gonna have to join quick because the full force of the Ferrymen are here for this Fury. Ultimate's up on all fronts aside from Stu and Scary. Still a few seconds before they get both of theirs up. And the Gladiators taking their time. Because look at Scary D, he's all the way in the back line. Ultimate in from Snoopy and inbound. Gets some damage onto Baskin, but Scary D is now cut off the path with Paul. Cyno dunks on top of Snoopy, but it's eaten by the Aegis. CycloneSpin is batting away at his health bar and takes down one. That's 2 for none so far. And Kyrmi forced out. What can Scary D, the lone Cthulhu, do against 5? Not much. It's a collapse back in by the Ferrymen, and they're going to take their 3rd kill of the fight.
They just weren't ready. The Gilded Gladiators for that Phantom Shell. Buys Paul a little bit more space and time. Also didn't love the teleport from Scary D. So deep into the back line. Can't help your team when you're alone, and Cthulhu is the team fight guy. Descent into Madness finds just about no value there. Just a massive target for CycloneSpin to sink damage into, for Paul to sink damage into, and the Styx Ferrymen take the clean team fight win, and immediately the Fury right afterward. The Gilded Gladiators, I like the idea, the confidence to play around the objective, the idea of having Inbound go in first. He finds a high-value wall, but it was a fight on 2 fronts. Inbound trying to get involved in that backline, and his own backline simultaneously getting decimated by the dive of the Styx Ferrymen. I wonder how different it is if Scary D just teleports into the backline. If he's just there with the rest of his team, maybe he's got the peel that they had needed. But tunnel vision, trying to secure the kill onto Paul, leaves him coming up empty-handed. And it's the Styx Ferrymen who keep this game dead even.
As we start breaking towards the 19-minute mark, Fire Giant could be a threat, but with a game as close as it is, might need a couple of picks before that's a possibility for either team through. So then we look towards experience, maybe where some of the lead is coming for the Styx Ferrymen. Well, it's nearly everywhere. Paul's the only one who's even in regards to the opposition. Everybody else at least 1 level, and Cyclone about a level and a half up over Stu, who just procced over to 17. But an ultimate from CycloneSpin, maybe worried about a potential threat of a gank from the Gilded Gladiators. Now going cooldown for a little while, but doesn't seem that the Ferrymen are interested in fighting anytime soon.
Yeah, not much to fight over for now. A pick could very easily lead to a Fire Giant for either of these teams. We've crest that 19-20 minute mark, which seems to be the Fire Giant timer. Everybody approaching 5th item slot. Damage dealers for the most part starting to get there as well. So shred potential there. Seems like the junglers going to be all important for the next couple of minutes. If Cyno can get things started, if Kyrmi can get things started, could just open up the door for this next engagement. Key targets on either side. Keep your eyes on Snoopy, keep your eyes on Paul. Mid laners are very important in the current meta, but also the ADCs. If you could deal a CycloneSpin before the engagement, even if you lose the team fight afterward on the Gilded Gladiators, you're not really all that concerned about losing structures or potentially the Fire Giant itself. Whereas the Styx Ferrymen have got 2 hunters they need to deal with. If it's a dirty team fight and the Gilded Gladiators win out barely, but at least one of Snoopy or Stuart survives, they've still got that potential to either knock down towers or potentially the Fire Giant as well.
Pyromancer about to respawn. Snoopy and Inbound here, if they want to try and go for it, but all 5 of the Ferrymen in the mid or right side jungle. Try and maybe stop this one from happening. Snoopy throws out another patch of grass. The Pyromancer to start up. Half HP. Azarine to try and steal this one out, but leashed immediately away now from the Styx Ferrymen. They've reset it, but they pulled it right back once again. The Gladiators steal that one away. Was that a shot from Stu, maybe?
Had to have been.
That grabs that one out. Those Eagle Eye extended ranged auto attacks may have just been enough to sneak one out from under the Styx Ferrymen's noses and puts another Pyromancer Runic Bomb in pocket for the Gladiators.
It does, and look at what Scary D is doing. I love this as well. Has access to teleport, so split pushing on map, essentially daring the Styx Ferrymen. What are you going to do? Are you going to rotate over to me? Who's going to stop me? If you don't, I'll take your tier 2. Are you going to pull the Fire Giant? I'll TP in behind you, and it'll be a clean initiation for the Gilded Gladiators. So great play there from the solo laner of the Gladiators, just generating some sort of threat on map. Styx Ferrymen take option 3. Hadn't considered this. Group up, pressure tier 1 on right. Teleport can close gap there, but with Kyrmi on the left-hand side, I don't think there's a whole lot of fight to be had. The Gilded Gladiators, they'll try and slow it down, and Ymir Wall very good at that, but not all that good. Tier 1 knocked down incredibly quickly. What's the answer? What's the call here from the Gilded Gladiators? They're just waiting on the Styx Ferrymen, trying to play that reactionary counterpunch style.
Fire Giant started by the Ferrymen. Inbound, scary. Snoopy all here. Stuart on the way. Kyrmi has got to book it through mid. Darks of Night's used, and Inbound might be the one caught out here. Too much CC and a little too much damage. Cyno in the sky. Where's his dunk target? It's over towards Kyrmi, but he misses Kyrmi. Instead, it's a dive on a Cyclone in the backline. But Kyrmi and Scary D don't have enough. They need the extra damage from the Hunters, but they're just not outputting it. It's a double for Paul, and now it's Stuart on the run. Caught out by the wall of Aror. Too much damage fire back, but an Odysseus bow proc takes down one in the back. The duo of the Ferrymen still holding through, at least for CycloneSpin. Scary D able to buy enough time for Stu to get out, but can Scary D make it out is the question.
That's a question that we'll have an answer to very shortly. Maybe Scary wants to turn things around. Cyno pretty low HP there. Contagion putting in some work. If the dash were available, maybe the damage would have been there as well. I like the call from Scary D once more. Says, look, I am not as valuable as Stuart right now. I might be able to make it back to base, but I need to make sure this Hachiman does. So steps forward, takes the brunt of the aggression of the Styx Ferrymen. And Stu proves his worth in that fight. Odysseus bow putting in a whole lot of work, but you got to land your autos to make it happen, and Stu does exactly that. 4 seconds left on Paul. May have bought just enough time for Kyrmi and Inbound to regroup on map. Fire Giant pulled once more. There's a defense here for the Gladiators.
Collapsing in now are the Glads. It's 3 versus 3. Aurora on the way to make it 4, but
Deja
Inbound might
vu.
just get caught again. Throws a wall to block off Cyno and Cyclone. Challenge into the ultimate. Cyno in the sky. Where is his dunk target too? It seems it's just right back in place. And Kyrmi able to escape out. With both Hunters now back up on the map, the Gladiators have shown threat around fire, and even Scary D's rotation in. Seems the Fire Giant will have to be given up by the Ferrymen.
Those cost Scary D his teleport though, whereas Baskin maintains his. This means that you've got double initiation from Baskin, where you've only got the one from Scary D. Go in with the ultimate, reset, teleport back in, and you're still a very healthy frontliner. Could be backbreaking here for the Gilded Gladiators, especially if Inbound gets caught out again. Baskin, no ultimate until just now. Wall buys a second. Maybe enough space for him to survive.
Stun, but just out of range for Aurora to be able to connect one with his to get the chain CC. Inbound's still alive. Hasn't had an opportunity to hit level 15 yet. It's been doing so much fighting around the jungle. Hasn't been able to level up, be able to upgrade that starter item that he might just need to try and help out his team here. As the dive from the Styx Ferrymen, the CC as well. It's been just so potent against the Gladiators that they've been playing defensively for the last couple team fights.
And I've noticed that Inbound has been a little bit less gung-ho with the walls. Hasn't been throwing up aggressive walls, hasn't been looking to lock down these jungle paths. For the most part, it's been very defensive. And Phantom Shell has remained off cooldown for that reason. There hasn't been any sort of fight that's forced it out. You want to see Inbound try and line something up. Throw up a wall, and even if you're not necessarily trying to follow up with a freeze or a glacial strike, you've got long-range damage from both Snoopy and Stu that might be enough to threaten that relic out. That is so important for the Gilded Gladiators, is to work through that Phantom Shell. If it's available to the Styx Ferrymen, they've always got that safety line. Even if a fight starts to go south, a wall won't be able to secure your kills because they'll still have it available. So I'd like to see Inbound play just a little bit more aggressively for poke. Just throw up the wall, see what happens. Maybe some of those long-range autos from Stu can get something done.
Compassion now finished for Inbound, a little tankier, but Scary D may just be caught out here, walled off, goes into Sense of Madness, but with 4 people surrounding him, not much that he can do. A quick pick for the Styx Ferrymen, only having to use Paul's ultimate for that one, and maybe not even need is the correct word, just use to make sure to expedite that kill. But now the Ferrymen to the Fire Giant. It seems the Gilded Gladiators are going to give this one up. Without Scary D, without that frontline solo laner, the Gladiators give up fire, instead trade it out for gold.
It's twice now this game. The Styx Ferrymen have found opportunities before the Fire Giant. Previously, it's Kyrmi on the wrong side of the map, so they're able to pull fire and take a clean team fight, picking off Inbound. This time, it's Scary D, just a bit too far up on his side of the map with no allies nearby. Immediately costs him his own life. Styx Ferrymen now, Fire Giant on all 5 and plenty of gold to collect on map. Should be able to push their leads around that 5, maybe 4,000 to 5,000 mark after they knock down these structures. The Gilded Gladiators, though, still relatively even in resources, might be willing to try to defend the 2 remaining Tier 2 towers. Soft defense, pretty decent. You've got persistent damage on field thanks to Snoopy. Stu's poke has been ridiculous, and with Odysseus bow, will maintain its ridiculous nature. Anybody tanking up his autos will feel that pain, tanks included. So I like this. Just slow down the Ferrymen. Don't roll over. Don't give up these structures. And you can even just use the wall defensively to block autos.
That's what Inbound's going to do. But actually holds at least 2 in the tower for a moment. But quick back away from the Ferrymen to regroup, waiting for that next minion wave. But it's so far away at this point. The Gladiators have quite a defense for their name. Kyrmi going to try and snake around. See if maybe he can find a pick against somebody. Scary D throws out the root. Only going to connect with Aror for a moment there, but stops immediately after. Wall from Inbound. It's really doing a number on keeping these autos out. Range damage from Snoopy, keeping the minions at bay, but with that Horus nice use, it's a collapse in on the tanks, funneled out, but Kyrmi tries to take down Cyno. Big shield comes through,
it's
but
spread.
the poison is spread over to Paul. That's a kill for Kyrmi before he goes down, and it's 2 for the Gladiators, nearly 3 if they can find Baskin. But they might just have to let him go as Scaredy and Snoopy rush down the mid. Baskin gonna teleport. Nobody stopped by Inbound, and one more auto from Stu will cancel that channel, and the Gladiators take a 3-for-1.
Man, Inbound was working hard to lock down Baskin there. Stu did not trust his support, decides to walk away. Fortunately, that's a 7-second wall, so Inbound has got just enough CC to make sure Baskin falls down. 20 seconds left on either respawn. Cyno and Paul, 40 for Baskin. And 4 members strong from the Gilded Gladiators. Stu's got to play careful here. A little bit of damage from CycloneSpin might just knock him down. So a Phoenix, not the target. It's just the tier 2. Fall back, maybe a Pyromancer for your troubles. That's the concern for the Styx Ferrymen. It is not easy to siege into this composition from the Gilded Gladiators, especially with Kyrmi having a performance like he just did. Finds his way into the backline, gets onto a priority target in Cyno, and then spreads the poison to the next best guy, which is Paul. Just great scalpel-like precision from the Gilded Gladiators jungler. Opens the door for this.
Pyro started. Aror, Cyno, Cyclone, they're all here. Could maybe steal this one away. They've in fact given it up. The Styx Ferrymen take the Pyro and Inbound Cyno to the sky. His dunk target is easy, right on top of Stu. Relics burned away by the Hunter. The hammer is just off the mark, and the wall's not enough damage. Stu's able to ride to freedom. Meanwhile, Kyrmi on the run from the other 3 might just have enough mobility to stay out, and Snoopy doing his best as a bailout, but Scary D left by himself. It's just going to be the carries alive on this next defense.
So they stop the Fire Giant siege, go to the Pyromancer, get picked out, and now it's the Styx Ferrymen exactly where they had left off. Tier 2 tower knocked down, Phoenix taken as well. Fortunately for the Gladiators, it's easier to defend that mid Phoenix than it would have been the left, so maybe not the most valuable bird taken by the Ferrymen. Should be able to show some presence around that Fire Giant. And that's something I think the Gilded Gladiators will want to do. Taking fights in neutral territory in the jungle just favors your Ymir so much. Those walls will find a whole lot more value. I like the idea from the Gilded Gladiators to do the Pyromancer JMac, but when they had started it, there was maybe a 3-second period where they were shooting autos into a non-pooled objective. Whole lot of immune damage. Maybe had they been a bit cleaner on their leashing, could have grabbed it before the Styx Ferrymen were ready, but instead, it's the Ferrymen who were able to piecemeal, take apart the Gilded Gladiators one at a time, and put themselves in an advantageous position for this Fire Giant.
Now wards down at least one grass pile to know where the Gladiators might be standing, but there are now currently 3 of them in the same exact area for the Gladiators to maneuver around. Inbound is spotted. Does get hit by the CC of Paul as the Fire Giant is started by the Ferryman. Half HP, and Kyrmi on the wraparound might just be enough threat from the step forward of the Gladiators. 6 Ferrymen back away from fire, and Kyrmi will do his best to defend the minions in mid. As fire is pulled once more, and Scary D pushed back.
Yeah, Paul's getting a whole lot of poke off onto this front line. That's going to stack up quickly. Good wall from Cyno. Is it Inbound on the chopping block?
Inbound goes for the ultimate channel, but the carries have stopped their focus on him. Instead, it's on towards Scary D, who's zoning away 2. Finds a knock-up onto 1 and gets the relics away from CycloneSpin as Kyrmi takes him down, and the poison spreads again. It's 2 kills in the back line, and Cyno can't get the job done in the back. 3 now for the Gladiators. A knock-up on Baskin, a knockdown for Stuart. It's only Aror left alive.
Kyrmi has been allowed to do far too much this game. The Serqet has found the precision, right target every single time, and with 4 dead and 3 members caught 4 from the Gilded Gladiators moving their way down the mid. All Kyrmi has to do now is prevent a back this could just be it, J-Mac.
Thor pushing down mid. Kyrmi misses the taunt onto Aror, but Aror still can't go back yet. Instead, Kyrmi is just going to keep funneling damage through.
The
Gilded Gladiators will go to the Phoenix. Kyrmi going to join the squad. It's going to be Aror versus 5. Some low health bars, some tanky Titan. Aurora's got to do a lot of work against all 5. He gets frozen in place. The Titan down
10
to half.
seconds.
The wall to block off Aror. A quad root by him, but it's just not enough damage and just not enough defense. The Gilded Gladiators take the first set of the weekend.
And it's a convincing win at that. What is that? 3-1 for the Gilded Gladiators. Only one fight back match from the Ferrymen, who were a clear favorite in this set. I mean, even just look at the Twitch predictions every single game. The best odds the Gladiators had seen was a 50-50 when they were up 2-0. They did not have the fans at their back, but they were able to cleanly win out here. And I think MVP of this set is evident. It's got to be Kyrmi.
I mean, Kyrmi's doing the work every single game. Even on the game that they were losing, Kyrmi was doing his best to try and keep this team alive. And I think that's evident of their entire phase so far has been Kyrmi dragging this team up along with them, getting those early picks to set up for duo, for solo lane. Does just so here once again in game number 4. Did in game 1, game 2 up against Paul. Paul was a problem in game 3. Looks like they found their answer here in this last game.
And the answer was Kyrmi every single time. Stu has a pretty standout performance here in the last game of this set as well, but hard when you're getting outshined like that. I mean, Kyrmi just does way too much, finds so much value. Great draft as well. Top to bottom, a clean win for the Glads.
Yeah, 3-1 for the Gilded Gladiators to start their weekend out. And that's going to be it for Myth and I on the cast. We'll throw it to the desk to break down the set.
Gilded Gladiators, they came to play. They take game 1 and 2. Game 3 gets away from them a bit. Game 4, they're able to turn around what was a pretty dire situation and end up finding the win. Gore, look, I didn't mince words going into this set. I'm favoring the Styx Ferrymen.
Yeah.
They had a better run to the end of the phase. The Gilded Gladiators, they had a couple good wins. Didn't find the consistency. Ferrymen 2-0'd them easily at the beginning of the phase. This is a totally different story and ends 3-1 fashion. The casters are throwing MVP votes over to Kyrmi, Gore. And while I do think that holds some merit, felt like a big team effort in the turnaround here in game 4.
Yeah, I think that you really get to see, I mean, just so much that's good for them. And it starts, honestly, I feel like you really start to see things pick up for the Gladiators. Actually off that Pyromancer, right? That one little steal seemed like it opened up a lot of conversations for them, opened up a lot of opportunities. I think that their team fight looked really solid. You know, there were times where it maybe didn't clean up as well as they would have liked, but I think the walls from the Ymir looked really good. And it sets up a lot. And I mean, come on. It's so easy to, like, I'm trying to avoid Kyrmi for a little bit just because, like, Kyrmi's Serqet has been talked about for, like, 6 weeks, 7 weeks so far this year. It feels like something that we can try to shy away. So we'll talk about this guy, right? You get a really good performance, I think, out of the Marty in mid. A lot of good damage that's going to come out of it. You'll see those numbers. You get really good plays from Stuart as well. Help pick things up. I mean, this one was one where I at least finally felt like it was a little bit of everybody, right? Kyrmi definitely, I think, is the facilitator. That's one of the things Serqet's going to bring. And when you're getting 8 assists, that's what it is. But you're not getting there without Stuart going 5-1-6, without the 7, actually should say 10 affected kills from Scary D, 10 affected kills coming down from Inbowned as well. I feel like the team finally felt like they were working together, and it felt much more like a 5-man siege overall. And it was fun to watch, man, right? I mean, a little bit of back and forth for the game, keep us excited, but make sure that they still come out on top. Yep. They get the win, and they look mostly good doing it throughout the entire set.
I think Stu needs some shouts at the end of this set as well,
for sure.
Gore, because you talked a lot about his KDA, but really good damage numbers there. Ends up going 5-1-6 on Hachiman there in game 4. Gilded Gladiators came to play here this weekend. Kyrmi included. Few good games in this set, and standing by with J-Mac for the postgame.
Yeah, that's right. I got Kyrmi here, jungler for the Gladiators. First off, congrats on your big win to start this weekend out. Was this a match that you guys maybe expected when you've only played against the Ferrymen once so far this season, coming in maybe as the underdog in this one? Was this an expected win for your squad?
Yeah, I think going into the set, we all knew we were going to win. I think it was, I expected it to go 5 games. I think they messed up in draft a lot in most of the games. They kind of didn't understand what we value, and some of what they didn't play a lot of the gods that we did, which made drafting for us a lot easier. So overall, that helped a ton.
Now, coming into this last game, there was maybe some concerns when we saw the Cthulhu, the Ymir as a lock-in, just given some of the old history from Inbound. Was there any worries from you guys knowing that Inbound was going to be able to have the step-up performance in Game 4, with that Ymir pick?
None of us were worried at all. We were really happy with every pick we got in that final game. I was really glad he played it because even though he's getting walled and Guan ulted and everything, he's eating all those resources. So our carries get free engages. If I play it well, I get to go in the carries really nicely. Like, it just gives us a lot of space with what he was doing.
And how does it feel kind of getting some shouts for, I know it's only set number 1 of the weekend, but already getting early shouts for MVP on the team? I mean, how does it feel being able to have a step-up performance like this on this weekend and kind of get some of that high praise?
I would be lying if I said the praise didn't feel nice. But for me personally, I'm doing this because I felt in the last week of the regular phase, I played miserably and why we lost. So I was really frustrated with myself and I wanted to turn that around and do better. MVP is nice. I'm sure I'd enjoy it if I get it, but that doesn't matter to me. It's still just about playing better, being more consistent, and just winning with the team,
That's exactly what you guys have been doing in this set. Congratulations, Kyrmi, on the 3-1 win up over the Styx Ferrymen. I'll let you get back to the team to celebrate. We'll throw it back over to the desk to keep it going.
Thank you.
I think what always feels good for this Gladiators team, Gore, is when you pivot to the team booth after the win, you just see how excited this team is to really string together a good set. Walking down the hallway, see how good it feels. Scary D's jumping up, hugging the team. It really just means a lot to this Gilded Gladiators team, and clearly means a lot to Kyrmi that he's able to put a good performance in. And I think throws out some well-deserved shout-outs to the rest of his team as well. That is our first best of 5 of the day and of the playoffs. In the books, 3-1 win for the Gilded Gladiators. Ferrymen are not out of it, not by any stretch. They will be awaiting the loser of Camelot Kings versus the winner of our next matchup. So we've got a few matches to go through before we know who the Styx Ferrymen will be playing over in the losers bracket. But the first official second round match is set, and that'll be Atlantis Leviathans versus Gilded Gladiators. That'll be happening tomorrow. But Gore, the Camelot Kings are awaiting the winner of our next matchup, and that is Jade Dragons versus the Eldritch Hounds, which I think if you look at the standings and predictions from the beginning of the seasons to where they are now, a closer matchup than maybe we would have anticipated, but I think this one could be a really interesting match just because of the way the Dragons have been playing, the way the Hounds have been playing, and some history between these two teams.
And the Hounds probably coming in with like a little chip on their shoulder, right, considering the way last week went. Maybe would have had a higher, I guess, seeding overall in this tournament if things go a little better for them against the Ferrymen. So I'm curious to see what they're going to do. It's a team that's been exciting to watch, and like you said, the Dragons have given us really interesting sets, sometimes not for the best reasons, but interesting sets nonetheless. I'm curious what we're going to see out of them today.
One best of 5 in the books, one best of 5 yet to go here today. Jade Dragons, Eldritch Hounds, first round matchup coming up next.